What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. We realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
coming up, and he was like, I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal power won't even debate Sean because he's too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up with cuz. But niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you're gonna be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel me? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, my brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit as I stay in shape, but I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not gonna get nowhere lying, because that's what's gonna make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sue-Tech, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African, so don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard it. If Sean P want to debate, tell him to debate the champ over there, right?
Sue-Tech wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you, and Sue-Tech want him. You say PMF ain't
There's no problem. There's no problem, man. Let's set up a Sue-Tech debate, man. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love to tell Sue-Tech, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. Have him pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We'll make it work. So, right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He do this over here on y'all channel, but then when we get in other
hey, alright, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there. Nigga, stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me and I don't be
It ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, they trying to trigger you, brother. And
what the fuck up?
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like,
so he like,
Y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find your own genealogy. Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all don't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an ABO slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top ABO leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot, nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an ABO slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO, genealogy.
And why y'all ain't tell me y'all can't hear, man? I get it. Y'all did try to tell me. I forgot when I switched my screen. They still ain't fixed the audio problem. But here we go. I got y'all. Y'all gotta hear this all the way.
Yeah. I'm built for a tough. No, this how I used to be feeling, killer girl. Yeah. Crossed out hicks, feel like I'm possessed. I wanna have a baby daddy, just ain't happy yet. My wife just did that paper there, I just ain't grab it yet. Nominated for the Grammys, I went back to jail. Racist judge found me guilty, sent me back to hell. Lost trial.
They believe that Abubakari and his crew landed somewhere in Brazil. And as you know, Brazil has the highest population of Africans outside of the continent. I also want to mention that Dr. Ivan Van Sertima in 1987, he presented evidence to the Congress to suggest, not even evidence to suggest, but evidence to prove that there was contact between the Native American people and African people. I have a brand new book coming out. It's called Why Kemet Matters.
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to talk about that. That is part 3 to the broader file. But
absolutely,
let's start in the beginning. For the individuals that see this right now, what was the broader file all about? Part 1.
The broader file was about sharing information about little known facts about African and African American history and culture. I've always had an interest in history, and it wasn't until after I graduated from Howard University in 1974 that I realized that I'd been lied to, that I realized that I'd been miseducated. And, you know, Carter Jewison talked about the miseducation of the Negro. And I realized that in 1977, when I saw Dr. Ivan Van Sertima speak at Georgetown Law School. He had just published his book, They Came Before Columbus, The African Presence in America. And it was the first time I ever heard anybody refer to the ancient Egyptians as Black. And Van Sertima, in that book, documented the fact that Africans from the Nile Valley built ships, navigated the Nile River, the Mediterranean Sea, the Atlantic Ocean, and had interactions with indigenous people here in the Americas between 1200 and 600 BC. So in other words, Black folk were here in this country 2,500 years before Christopher Columbus's mama was born.
Wow.
And they left evidence of their presence all throughout Mexico.
Wow, and you're talking about the Olmecs.
The Olmecs, of course.
Yeah.
You read the book,
Come
brother.
on, man.
Come on,
man. I got that. Absolutely, man. And that, if you can get a copy of it, can you? Is the broader file part 1 still available?
Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. Look,
I want to make sure that we clear up all kinds of misconceptions here. When we talk about Native Americans and American Indians, those terms are interchangeable, correct?
Yeah, pretty well. Yeah.
Okay.
And also, I think as one of those things with identity is, you know, the community that makes up, you know, how they want to be referred to or how they call themselves, that terminology always continues to evolve, right? So you find, you know, Native American kind of not going out of favor, but people referring to just Native or tribal communities or indigenous. And so I think there is a strong kind of sense of wanting to be identified themselves. They identify themselves. So not wanting to be, you know, minimal or limiting in how people choose to identify themselves.
Yeah. And even with the arguments here, and I'm sure you see the book in front of you from Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. You know, one of the arguments that he typically used in this book was the idea of the gold-tipped spears that apparently had been found. He said it was from Christopher Columbus, but of course we know from further research and understanding that this actually were the words of these were actually the words of Bartholomew de las Casas, right? Finding those gold-tipped spears and finding these people who he said were not unlike the Ethiopians, referring to Africans. How do we interpret that? How do we interpret that based on the time period of when Columbus and Bartholomew de las Casas and the other Spaniards and Portuguese individuals were coming to colonize this side of the world?
Well, yeah, I don't find the arguments in the book persuasive.
Yeah.
We spent so much time in the archives, including the earliest Portuguese archives of the earliest Portuguese voyages, and there's just no evidence. I mean, I'm not sure what else I can say.
Don't never go look for yourself inside somebody else, you heard me? Cause some of these niggas out here ain't really cut like we cut. You know, we cut from a bandana. You know, these niggas cut from shit paper, you heard me? That shit sounds good until it takes place. And I'm built for a tough, and I still hold up. And I'm built for a tough, and I still hold up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. All the sources will be in the description. There's even a link to download a book that I will refer to later for those of you who may be interested in it. As you heard, Dr. Eltis says there's just simply no evidence for it, period. No evidence for it. He says, yes, Van Sertima's work, no evidence for it. Plain as day. Get it out of here. So let's move on, man. And we want to get to this. This is very disheartening what I'm about to play. What up, Melanated? Disheartening to a point that I wasn't even paying attention to none of this stuff. I was minding my business yesterday. And then last night I started seeing some stuff, and I saw Sha One post some stuff. I saw YK the Truth post some stuff. It was just a whole lot of stuff just going around, right? And I'm like, what in the world just happened? So I want to skip a lot of the BS. Just kind of get like right to it. So hopefully I'm in the right spot or area. I want y'all to hear this. And then I'm going to get into some of the bill. But I want y'all to hear this. Let me know if you can hear it too.
Now, before I bumped into them, it was like Sarnetto. You know, the big channels that was on YouTube at the time. Sarnetto, them, Young Pharaoh. That crowd right there. So when I got abreast of this Indian shit, I was like, damn. Let me get this shit, let me hear him out.
Listen to this. This is Smoke Signal telling you how he came into the community. And when he came into the community, he heard everybody else. But he took an interest to when he heard some shit about some Indians. All this shit about who we are in history and all the stuff that's coming across Sarnetto bullshit, he hears about some Indians and now he wants to know more. So this is the beginning of Smoke Signal's transition into denying his identity. He's admitting it on a show they did last night. And I don't think many people was catching it at first. But what we're listening to is an admission of ignorance.
You hear him out for a second. I start fact checking on some of the shit they was spilling, you know.
He said he was fact checking what the motherfuckers was talking about. You and I both know this. Smoke Signal ain't fact checked a soul ever. He don't even know how. He's an ex-convict who was on a TV show, 600-pound woman or whatever the hell this show called. Ain't no way he fact checking anything. But listen to this. He was listening to Sonetta, and then he came across some people talking about Indian business, and he so-called started trying to fact check it. That's where he went wrong, because he started believing the bullshit.
Get familiar with it. Then for long, I joined the conversation under my real name, because I, hadn't thought of a Indian nickname. Joined the conversation, didn't nobody really know who the fuck I was. I was just in the chat, leaving a couple of comments or what have you. Just gradually getting familiar with the ins and outs of the Aboriginal community. So to me, this was the most revolutionary thought at the time, something that was going against all of the common narrative. So me being in my enraged state, I gravitated toward it. And as it checks out a lot of the information.
He gravitated toward something in his revolutionary ignorance, in his pushback state. And it was challenging the narratives of what he's been taught. And so he gravitated toward it based on what he claimed he cross-referenced. In his enraged state, something that sounded different than the status quo, and he began to believe it. He telling you he gravitated to this whole agenda of lying about their identity. Here we go.
Turned out to be interesting, if not to certain degrees accurate. Then I started getting familiar with the other side of the argument, which, introduces you niggas into the fray, the opposition, the Pan-African side, the Black nationalist side, the descendants.
How is this introducing the opposition or the other side of the argument when you came into the community having an identity and knowing about the African presence in the Americas, the Pan-Africanism and the whole 9 yards? This is backwards. This lets me know that you knew nothing about history. The mere fact that you said you came into the community, you heard some shit, then you heard some Indian business shit, and then in your enraged state, you gravitated toward the Indian business shit behind the narrative, then you were introduced to the opposition. Now you're in opposition with the Pan-Africans and all of this and yada, yada, yada. Listen to the stupidity that's coming from behind that. Because there was a foundation, a fundamental foundation that you decided to not build on to gravitate toward the bullshit. In your enraged state. So here we are. But this ain't even the bad part. The bad part coming.
So Africans side. In a nutshell, brother. And the rest you can say is history, even though the story continues. That's how
Hey, salute, Smoke, salute, Shy, salute to the chat, all my American Aborigines and Indians. I have a question, and I was triggered today when we was watching Cut Channel. I don't know if Shy's son seen it. I'm pretty sure NAC saw it, but why ain't there a petition for when our people go over here to this shithole land, Africa, and then they make a video saying, hey, these people over here trying to rob us. They're jerking us. I got to pay $100 a day and it ain't worth it. Then she's making these videos, the fat lady, and I've been saw this video. Then I found out today, oh, they murked her. Why do the Pan-Africans not make videos about that? Why ain't you sticking up for your peoples who went back to that shithole? They offer, but y'all, they don't got no smoke for that shit. There ain't no smoke for it. Now, these are your Pan-African sisters going over here. It's no smoke for these Africans. And Smoke, I don't know if you agree with me, but should it be an eye for an eye on spot? Should we be offering their asses like they off us? Because they don't give a fuck about us when we go over there, but yet they can come over this motherfucker, get businesses. I walk around the goddamn corner, there's 30 African stores smelling like a shit house. Nothing happens to these motherfuckers. Then on top of these motherfuckers, every time I'm looking at a video, I'm seeing a goddamn slant-eyed gook judge, poor Hispanic senators, but we can't go to none of their countries and have none of those positions. But we allow this shit. And then be like, oh, I don't want to be prejudiced. And why not? If you go to their country, they're prejudiced against you. But you motherfuckers want to be on this fake ass one love shit, Bob Marley's bullshit. And y'all don't say nothing to these pussy motherfucking spear chucking, dirty, dusty foot ass motherfuckers when they do something to a Pan-African. Why y'all make
James Smalls has multiple businesses in West Africa, hotel even. There are several African Americans that have went to Ghana and set up and established businesses and permanent residency in West Africa. There are people that are every day gaining citizenship, dual citizenship in countries to be able to travel or handle business. Us, members of the Masi Warrior Clan, into West Africa in the Gambia or Senegal with no problems. Nigeria, no problems. South Africa, no problems. We have videos on the channel with our dear brother traveling through Africa. We have our books in a library in the Gambia. So I don't know who the gentleman is that's talking in the bottom right-hand corner, but he is out of touch with Africa. He doesn't know what led to or transpired in the event in which he is referring to, but yet he has all this negative energy, spear chucker, all this other shit. But I'm going to let you finish because Wale's about to say something, and then I need to get into this bill.
Making videos about that? And I ain't talking to you directly, Shy, because you say you're not a Pan-African, even though you roll with NAC. I ain't seen NAC make no video about the lovely sister from Washington, D.C. And that video just came out. It's not been out that long. She dead. Are y'all gonna say anything about that shit? You punk motherfuckers, coward ass niggas, always want to bring an African into your fault, and they don't even fuck with y'all. They don't fuck with y'all at all. But y'all want to come over here with that bullshit. Should it be an eye for a motherfucking eye? And if y'all want to roll with them, y'all can get it too on motherfucking Pyru. Y'all niggas should be able to get it too if you want to roll with the spear chuckers. So where's the defense for that Pan-African who went back to Kenya talking about come back to the motherland? Where's the defense?
So hey, Smoke, how you doing, man? How y'all doing, all y'all? I have a retort, not a response, but a retort to your statement. I don't know who was just making a statement, but the statement itself is what I make the retort to. And the statement itself says, where's this stuff about the la-di-da-da? But I have never seen on YouTube where African of any stature, size, or position take out a weapon and shoot an American Negro woman in the face at close range, and nothing happened to it. Nothing. So I don't know about this woman you're talking about in Africa where she had a hard time or they was scamming and shit. But an eye for an eye, the cracker shot Sandra Macy in the eye. Talk about eye for eye, but I don't see nobody looking for eye from them. Oh no, we're gonna eye for eye from them other people over there, way over there, talk shit over there, talk shit over there. But when it's really come to eye for eye, I don't hear none of y'all saying a damn thing on either side of the fucking ocean. That's what I'm hearing. In retort, I mean, only to your statement, not to you.
I got you, brother. I got you, Wale. I got you, Monty Gator. I got you. But I did also say, and these other fucking racists too, the ones that get to come over here and be in political power. Eye for their ass too. I don't give a fuck who they are. Africans. I don't give a fuck if you so-called black and you live on an island they ain't found. If you do something to our people, it should be fuck you on sight. So I don't give a fuck what color they are, a gook, a jack, whoever.
I ain't never seen anyone fuck with our people. The only seeing crackers hang our people, lynch our people, put our people in jail. I only seen crackers have anybody they want to come to what you call our country. But a cracker running that shit. I ain't seen no nigga running it, ever, in my entire whatever number of days I've been alive, 26,000 days I've been here. I ain't never seen a nigga run who comes in and out of this country. So when we say our country, what are we doing saying our country? And we can't control this, nothing about it. We can't even control our own existence in it. We're not controlling our children, education. We're not controlling our welfare and health issues and care and all that stuff. We're not controlling our food. Yet we're gonna go argue about some woman who undoubtedly made a mistake by going on some kind of propaganda to another country. And that's unfortunate. But every day they killing our people right here. Shot this boy, 14-year-old, 14 times in the back. He was running away. He was no threat. They shot him 14 times in the back. How you do that? It's impossible.
I agree with you. I agree with you. My thing is,
knock it down. So they are murdering us on sight. And then the boy got $2 or $3 million as a what? As a GoFundMe for doing what? Killing the little boy in Florida, Teron. What was, you know his name? Everybody know his name. But where's the eye for eye? Where's all this vehemence about a real eye for eye? Hey, niggas ain't got shit to say. I'm sorry. I just, speaking my perspective. One love.
I agree with you.
All right. So we heard it from Wale and whoever the other dude is that was just talking. They got a lot of energy and anger. But one thing that I have a problem with was when Wale was giving his commentary, he was referring to people of African descent. And he said that it was his people that was being hung, lynched, shot in the face, kicked, all these many different things. But Wale doesn't consent to or subscribe to being of African descent. Neither does the dude who was talking next to him. So for him to claim a part of history that doesn't equal to his existence is atrocious. The mere fact that they think that they've been in this country for as long as they've been in this country, under the realm of their indigenousness, in some kind of way they have no entitled rights, makes them exactly just like us. They are no more black and of African descent than we are, because there's no way they can color code their way out of this. But to the motherfucker streaming spear chucker, and those of you in the chat who attest to that and subscribe to that bullshit, this is the problem. Self-hatred. It encompasses continual feelings of inadequacy, guilt, and low self-esteem. Think about it. Smoke has low self-esteem. You gotta have really low self-esteem if you sleep next to someone that's 4 times your size and you ain't even trying to inspire that person to do better. That's low self-esteem. When you are afraid to go get new glasses, so you put on those penitentiary glasses you got with our tax-paying dollars, and you don't want to be seen after 11 p.m., low self-esteem. I'm just keeping it real. People may constantly compare themselves to others. Perceive only the negative and ignore the positive, and believe that they will never be good enough. But every single person has worth and value and the ability to cultivate self-love. So what causes self-hatred? I'm going somewhere with this. Feelings of self-loathing are deeply painful, but exploring those emotions is the first step toward healing. If you're struggling with hateful thoughts, reflect on the spark with a friend, spark them. Did you make a mistake at work? Did a recent dinner with a friend lead you to feel envious? Identifying these triggers can allow you to diffuse them the next time they rise. Beyond immediate triggers, the roots of self-hatred can often be traced to environmental circumstances such as hypercritical parenting or personality traits such as perfectionism. Once feeling of worthlessness take hold, they can be difficult to release. These stories that form around early experiences can become deeply entrenched, but there are still many ways for people to confront self-criticism and develop strong sense of self. Let me move on. Before we move forward, I need to make something very clear. And Yodi, we're going to get into this. But in America, according to the law, according to the provision above in your face, Black, not Hispanic origin, is a person having origins in any of the Black racial groups in Africa by law. American Indian or Alaskan Native, a person having origins in and any of the original peoples of North America, who maintain cultural identification through tribal affiliation or community recognition. White, not of Hispanic origin, a person having origins in any of the original people of Europe, North Africa, or Middle East. This is how Egyptians can identify as fucking white. So what's up with all this anti-African sentiment? In a wiki article published, it is a prejudice, hostility, discrimination, or racism towards people and cultures of Africa and of the African diaspora. Prejudice against Africans and people of African descent have a long history dating back to ancient history, although it was especially prominent during the Atlantic slave trade, the Trans-Saharan slave trade, and the Indian Ocean slave trade, the Red Sea slave trade, and the colonial period under the pretense of white supremacism. Africans were often portrayed by Europeans as uncivilized and primitive. The colonial conquest branded civilizing missions. Due to this use of oral traditions and subsequent lack of written histories in most African cultures, African people were portrayed as having no history at all, despite having a long, complex and varied history. In the United States, Afrophobia influenced Jim Crow laws and segregated housing, schools, public facilities. In South Africa, it took on the form of apartheid. Let's go. So anti-Black racism and anti-Blackness, colorphobia or Negrophobia is characterized by prejudice, collective hatred, and discrimination of extreme aversions toward people who are racialized as Black people, especially those people from sub-Saharan Africa and its diasporas, as well as a loathing of Black culture worldwide. I just gave you one definition of anti-African sentiment. Now I'm giving you anti-Blackness. What we just heard on Smoke Signal's panel between two people who don't subscribe to anything African, claiming their identity or African origins, to slavery, to even across the water with building bridges. Notice there was an attack on Pan-Africanism, and Pan-Africanism, they don't even know how to properly define Pan-Africanism or what it is. Yet they labeled a group of people something and then try to transition into something else. Then they tried to take a shot at fucking Not a Coincidence by using Shah's son. Because Not a Coincidence says he's Pan-African, not knowing what he means by when he says he's Pan-African. It means all African. That means he's willing to go sit on a panel and listen to your bullshit about you being anti-African for 4 hours before you let him speak for 10 minutes and interrupt him for 30. But he's willing to do the work to get the point across, to get people to the truth. Let me continue. Milestone in the chat. You see his comment. He says, because it's fuck African, right? This goes back to the point of self-hatred. Milestone encompasses continual feelings of inadequacy. Self-hatred. Inadequacy, guilt, and low self-esteem. Milestone suffers from self-hatred. And I'm about to show you how he suffers from self-hatred in any other person just like Milestone. So we're going to deal with anti-Blackness and colorisms. James Baldwin left us with a dope quote. He says, the reason people think it's important to be white is that they think it's important not to be Black. Anti-Blackness is defined as the beliefs, attitudes, actions, practices, and behaviors of individuals and institutions that devalue, minimize, and marginalize the full participation of Black people, visibly or perceived to be of African descent. Anti-Blackness is anti-African descent. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to separate the chat right now. There's a gentleman saying fuck Africa and fuck Africans in the chat, yet he believes he's Black. He can't be Black. He has to properly define himself as something else. And guess what? The white people are going to tell him that he's not that. He can't be Black. Because if he's Black, he wouldn't be anti-African descent. It is the systemic denial of the Black humanity and dignity which makes Black people feel effectively ineligible for full citizenship. The anti-Blackness paradigm positions Blackness as inherently problematic, rather than recognizing the long, rich, and diverse history of Black people throughout the African diaspora and acknowledging the Black communities across the United States and the world have been severely disadvantaged as a result of the historical contemporary systemic racism. Anti-blackness is also related to anti-darkness, colorisms, and it amplifies the prioritizes proximity to whiteness. Colorism, the term used to describe the unequal treatment of the discrimination against individuals based on the skin tone, is rooted and perpetuates white supremacy and racism by privileging and upholding Eurocentric beauty standards. This is what I mean by these Negroes on these platforms that run their mouth and don't know what they're doing. They're so critical and anti-African that they are themselves discriminating against their own people based on their skin tone and perpetuating the root cause of all of this shit that we know as white supremacy. Yes, they are racist toward their own self. They hate their own self. They believe that they are not descendants of a group of people because of the self-hate that they have instilled into themselves, that they're willing to say, fuck Africa and fuck Pan-Africanism and this, that, and the third. They're willing to go to that depth to create hate channels that promote this anti-African shit and talk about Africa every single day, to the point that they wanted to rewrite American history and change the African presence into a non-African presence and just a group of unidentified people whose skin complexion is that of African descent, and then say, nah, we ain't none of that. White people aren't discriminating against people of a different hue, phenotypically. They're not. You're not a third group of people that they're discriminating against. There's no laws for you Negroes. There's no organization or organized model centered around their supremacy over you. Their supremacy is over Black people. Their supremacy is over the red man, who we call as the first peoples, who we call as the Paleo Indians, who we call as the natives who inhabited this land before white people ever got here. Their classifications aren't based on a second group of Black people separate from the people of African descent. You idiotic mofos don't understand that. You're perpetuating Eurocentric ignorance. Let's continue. Eurocentric physical features. Oh, you think lighter skin, narrow nose, straighter hair afforded greater value and considered more desirable than Afrocentric physical features. What are Afrocentric physical features? Darker skin, broader nose, more coursed hair. Thus, the closer to whiteness you Negroes try to get, the better you feel. You feel more privileged. I saw a picture the other day of the lady from the Real Housewives of Atlanta, Nene, I forget her last name. She went from a Black sister to a light-skinned lady with new cheekbones and nose and lip structures, and her hair straight as can be. She damn near 60-something. And she went from being Black to a white person, and you can't blame it on what's that skin disease, vitiligo. She ain't got it. Self-hating Negroes at its finest. Anti-Black racism is a specific kind of racial prejudice. This is what the ABOs are doing. The online Indians, the pretendians, the Injuns, the FBAs of the world, these Negroes. This is what they're doing to themselves. They're being anti-Black. This is a specific kind of racial prejudice directed toward Black people or those perceived to be Black. More than merely a product of a few bad actors or individual prejudice, anti-Black racism is systematic and structural. You're playing in the hands of racism, white supremacy. It systemically marginalizes Black people and communities and devalues Blackness in all contexts. Although the past few years have brought about more familiarity with the concepts like racism and white privilege, the concept of anti-Blackness is often overlooked. The term racism, however, fails to fully capture the experience of Black people, including but not limited to Black women, men, trans Black people, Black gender, non-conforming, non-binary, Black youth, Black girls and boys, Black families, Black migrants, Black communities, etc. Thus, we can no longer afford to rely simply on our understanding of racism generally, lest we flatten, minimize, and distort the Black experience in America. You're trying to do that. I can't get you to see that until you're ready to open your eyes. You must be intentional in our acknowledgement of the specific harm caused by anti-Black racism. You ABOs are anti-yourself. That is a psychological problem that has been instilled in you from the onset of you walking into a community the last few years and hearing some shit that you liked because it fed on your ignorance and it allowed you to be anti-Black. So we heard from Wale, and he brought up a lynching and public killings and things of that nature. But see, those lynchings and those killings in the public didn't happen to who Wale attests to be. Those happened to people of African descent by white people who terrorize Black people. That's why there's an Emmett Till bill today that is anti-lynching law. Emmett Till was no Indian. He was no Native. He wasn't Cherokee, Chickasaw, Blackfoot. He wasn't none of that. He looked at a white girl. But let's move on. So a lynching is the public killing of an individual who has not received any due process. These executions were often carried out by lawless mobs, though police officers did participate under the pretext of justice. Lynchings were violent public acts that white people used to terrorize and control Black people in the 19th and 20th centuries, particularly in the South. Lynchings typically evoked images of Black men and women hanging from fucking trees, but they involved other extreme brutalities such as torture, mutilation, decapitation, and desecration. Some victims were even burned alive. A typical lynching involved a criminal accusation, an arrest, and assembly of a mob, followed by seizure, physical torment, and murder of the victim. Lynchings were often public spectacles attended by the white community in celebration of white supremacy. There are photos of lynchings on what are those cards called that people used to be sending if you're out of town, you always on postcards. There were fucking postcards. Yo, Juju, I know your auntie listening. Miss Mildred, my apologies, but the F word is going to be coming in pretty heavy. There were postcards with Black people being lynched and sent to other residents. And it was okay. The death of a Black person throwing up, gawking, spitting, pissing, and pooping on themselves in public was captured and sent to these white people's relatives, and it was freaking okay. And you finna sit here and tell me, your black ass, especially somebody like you, Milestone, that you're okay with that because that wasn't you. It was from people that looked exactly like you, who had an African presence in the Americas and knew who the fuck they were. Let me move on, man. More on lynchings in America. See this? This is a postcard, and it's half cut off. Many people have seen this image as it floats around Facebook and other places. You can find this image on, you can find the whole postcard with the dude body just dangling. And all these white people gathered around to take a fucking picture. August 3rd, 1920 in Center, Texas. A black man was lynched. All these people are beneath the body of Leach Daniels. And you can get this on a freaking postcard. So who is this person that they were hanging? Or they were hanging at all throughout? During the period between the Civil War and World War II, thousands of African Americans, thousands of African Americans were lynched in the United States. Did they say that they were black Indians or black natives or black indigenous or they were a separate group of people? No, they said African Americans. Lynchings were violent and public acts of torture that traumatized black people throughout the country and were largely tolerated by state and federal officers. These lynchings were terrorism. Terror lynching peaked between 1880 and 1940 and claimed the lives of African American men, women, and children. No, not Milestone. Not Wale. Wale just sat up there and said a whole spiel about black people being lynched. Those black people that were being lynched were people of African descent. So how could they be your people, Wale, when you don't even subscribe to that? How could they be your people, Milestone, when you don't even subscribe to that? How could they be your people, Smoke Signal, when you don't subscribe to that? And many more. Lynching profoundly impacted race relations in this country and shaped the geographical, political, social, and economic conditions of African Americans in ways that are still evident today. This writer is not a black person. This writer is a white person and is clearly identifying the black people in America as people of African descent. They called us African Americans. Terror lynching fueled the mass migrations of millions of black people from the South into urban ghettos in the North and West throughout the first half of the 20th century. What happened? Lynching created a fearful environment where racial subordination and segregation maintained with limited resistance for decades. Most critically, lynching reinforced the legacy of racial inequality that has never been adequately addressed in America. The administration of criminal justice, in particular, tangled with the history of lynching in profound and important ways that continue to contaminate the integrity and fairness of the justice system. This report begins necessary conversations to confront the injustice, inequality, anguish, and the suffering that racial terror and violence created. The history of terror lynchings complicates contemporary issues of race, punishment, crime, and justice. Mass incarcerations, excessive penal punishment, disproportionate sentencing of racial minorities, and public abuse of people of color reveal problems in America's society that were framed in the terror era. The narrative of racial differences that lynching dramatized continues to haunt us. Avoiding honest conversations about this history has undermined our ability to build a nation where racial justice can be achieved. In America, there is a legacy of racial inequality shaped by the enslavement of millions of Black people. The era of slavery was followed by decades of terrorism and racial subordination, most dramatically evidenced by lynching. The civil rights movement of the 50s and 60s challenged the legality of many of the most racist practices and structures that sustain racial subordination, but the movement was not followed by a continued commitment to truth and reconciliation. Consequently, this legacy of racial inequality has persisted, leaving us vulnerable to a range of problems that continue to reveal racial disparities and injustices. EJI believes it is essential that we begin to discuss our history of racial injustice more soberly and to understand the implications of our past and addressing the challenges of the present. I'm going to skip ahead real quick because this is key. Over the past 6 years, EJI staff have spent thousands of hours researching and documenting terror lynchings in the 12 most active lynching states in America. That's Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia. We have more recently supplemented our research by documenting terror lynchings in other states and found these acts of violence were most common in 8 states: Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Maryland, Missouri, Ohio, Oklahoma, and West Virginia. We distinguish racial terror lynchings, the subject of the reporting, from hanging on the mobs of violence and to follow some criminal trial process, or that were committed against non-minorities without the threat of terror. Those lynchings were a crude form of punishment that did not have the features of terror lynchings direct as racial minorities who were being threatened and menaced in multiples. Look at these people. Ain't none of these people on here claiming to be no motherfucking Indian. With all due respect. So let's talk a little bit more about lynching. Those who were merely jailed were sometimes the lucky ones. This is coming from a book, The Jim Crow Laws and Racism in United States History by David Frank. In the late 19th and earlier 20th centuries, thousands of innocent Blacks paid for white racism with their lives. Whites lynch hundreds of African Americans every year. Lynching means killing without first holding a trial. As a punishment for the alleged offense, in 1910, 846 lynchings were recorded. From 1890 to 1917, on average, 2 to 3 Blacks in the South were illegally hanged, burned, or otherwise murdered every week. Whites lynched hundreds of African Americans. Why the fuck weren't they lynching you Black people before our ancestors ever got here? Please tell me. They didn't even fear y'all. If you was already here, you didn't even strike fear in these people. Often these killings took place off quiet roads in the country. At times, however, the executions became public events. Trains sometimes brought spectators to an execution. Vendors sold ice cream and lemonade at hangings. Imagine that. Imagine you sitting there around a crowd of white people They're offering these people refreshments. They're eating ice cream, drinking lemonade, eating popcorn, and you getting ready to get your neck wrung. And all you can do is look out in the crowd, knowing that you are innocent of whatever the hell was the injustice against you, and yet you're hung because of the color of your skin, because they lied on you, because they claimed you did something that you did not do, or just the mere fact that you was walking down the street at the wrong hour and a group of people saw your ass and they roped you up. That's our reality. That's not everybody's reality. You can't be a so-called black person in America and then argue that you're not of African descent. How did you come to the conclusion? Based on what evidence did it drive a wedge in you identifying yourself as an African? Lynchings took place with little or no objection from white authorities. Any sheriff who tried to arrest the lyncher knew he would face strong opposition at election time. Besides, even if a lyncher were arrested, there would likely be no witnesses willing to come forward. Blacks fearing a similar fate were afraid to testify against someone charged with lynching. Those whites who opposed lynching feared the wrath of their neighbors. Even white ministers hesitated to speak out against lynching. So we're talking about an era of Jim Crow. This is the Jim Crow Museum. I'm not going to waste a lot of your time. I've shown this before, but I wanted to bring this up here because there's some key things in here that let you know. No dogs, no Negroes, no Mexicans. Where the hell is the Aboriginals? What up, Lucky? What it do? No dogs, no Negroes, no Mexicans. Where is the no ABOs? No ADOs, no FBAs. Where the fuck is that at? Hit that like button. Jim Crow was the name of the racial caste system which operated primarily but not exclusively in the southern border states. Between 1877 and 1960s, Jim Crow was more than a series of rigid anti-black laws. It was a way of life. Under Jim Crow, African Americans were relegated to the status of second-class citizens. Jim Crow represented the legitimization of anti-black racism. Many Christian ministers and theologians taught that white people were the chosen people. Black people were cursed to be servants, and God supported racial segregation. Craniologists, eugenicists, phrenologists, and social Darwinism at every educational level buttressed the belief that black people were innately, intellectually, and culturally inferior to white people. Pro-segregation politicians gave eloquent speeches on the greater danger of integration, the Mongoliization of the white race. Newspaper and magazine writers routinely refer to black people as niggers, coons, darkies, and even worse, their articles reinforce anti-black stereotypes. Even children's games portrayed black people as inferior beings. All major social institutions reflected the support of the oppression of black people. Coloreds are served in the rear. Motherfuckers couldn't even eat in the front. We want to play this game. We want to play this game. Yodi, I see you in the chat. We want to play this game where you make the claim that not these Africans that were enslaved and kidnapped, not all of them was black, so they was white. That's what you perpetuated earlier. That's you, Yodi. You're the same person who said that North America was where the white people come from and South America is where the black people come from. So now you're going against your own ideology and your ignorance to try to rescind the fact of the slave trade. That's messy. The mere fact that there's so much anti-African sentiment between you and others behooves me, because none of you sit on a mantle with actual information and be able to understand it. So I'm going to keep it all the way real. A black male could not offer his hand to shake hands with a white male because it implied being socially equal. Obviously, a black male could not offer his hand or any part of his body to a white woman because he risked being accused of rape. So what I'm trying to figure out is, are you the black man in this situation, Yodi? Are you the black man in this situation, Milestone? Or are you the white man in this situation? Help me. Because in this same article, it is going to identify your blackness with that of African descent. Black and white people were not supposed to eat together. If they did eat together, white people were to be served first, and some sort of partition was to be replaced between. So are you the black man in this situation or the white man? So the black man in this situation is one of African descent. Under no circumstance was a black man offered to light a cigarette for a white woman. That gesture implied intimacy. Light a motherfucking cigarette. Black people were not allowed to show public affection toward one another in public, especially kissing, because it offended white people. So no kissing your wife, not grabbing her on the ass, not pulling her close and holding her. You couldn't do none of that shit in public. We couldn't. People of African descent couldn't. I don't know what the ABOs were able to get away with. Oh, wait. There's no classification for their asses. Jim Crow etiquette prescribed that black people were introduced to white people, never white people being introduced to blacks. So there's no way that you could be the person in the room that everybody's coming to see and a white person come up to you and greet you. No, motherfucker, get off your high horse and go speak to that white man. White people did not use courtesy titles of respect when referring to black people. For example, Mr., Miss, Sir, or Ma'am. There's more. I ain't gonna get into the rest of them. So here's also a tool about Jim Crow and segregation. In each one of these PDFs you download, there's information during that time that provides even more insight regarding these acts and other indications of what transpired or has transpired here recently. We should be able to look back on that. And they housed it without hiding their hands. So let me get back to this shit show. This dumbass said, who you think give black people jobs? He missed the whole point, bro. When you're establishing an economy and a business centered around segregation or delegating, this is the problem that they have with DEI, because they're trying to reestablish their supremacy. This is the problem that they have with the Mexicans being in America. They're trying to save themselves by continuing to let these motherfuckers come here and breed themselves into second-class citizens, and then overthrow black people in America as second-class citizens and made us third-class citizens. Is proof in its own positive that at the rate that they continue, that the Americas one day is going to be less white. Yet you don't understand supremacy at its core. And I would be surprised if whoever y'all married to or in a relationship with just got up and left y'all stupid asses. Because y'all don't.
I agree with you, Wale. I'm not saying, only reason I brought up our country is because this is where the hell we at. We're not from Africa and all that shit, so we ain't got to get in that conversation.
Told you, we ain't from Africa and all that shit. This is our country. How the fuck is this your country? This ain't even a country. And I'm saying that sarcastically for the slow people. How in the entire fuck is this your country and that you ain't African? Who told you that? Who told you that you weren't African? What genetic marker displayed your identity as something other than being of African descent? Who told you that you're not African? Listen to the stupidity. And it's dumb people. It's bro. Hey, yo, Milestone, you about one of the dumbest people in the chat. And you know what the beauty about this is that I don't have the comments. So when people go back and they review the video, those who are trying to learn and understand, they're going to look at your comments in the chat and they're going to be able to identify your stupidity, because what you're saying is the most stupid stuff ever. You're so anti something that you can't even be pro something. The mere fact that we were talking about blacks being lynched and you were trying to separate yourself from the identity of Africa is crazy. They wasn't hanging, according to you, that wasn't your people being hung. So where the fuck is your people in society? We've been asking you fake ass ABOs for the last 9 years. Where are you in American history? You have yet to identify and classify it. There's been a white supremacist movement throughout the Americas. There's been a black power movement throughout the Americas. There's been a red power movement throughout the Americas. And the black power movement was people of African descent holding their fist, running around here, marching and singing praises and holding up the black fist against segregation and anti-South America, South Africa, on some African shit. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. Was about your Africanness. And then you can't even show who you are in history. You have no leaders. You have no power, struggle, or movement or advancement in society. You have no historians. I'm not talking about these online ass niggas that's acting like they're historian. I'm talking about some real fucking historians that can bring us primary facts showing us who you are in history. You have none. There's no real literature. Everything is what YK the Truth said in the song. Deny, 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 deny. You have no presence in U.S. history. You have no presence in Central and South America. You have none in the Caribbeans. You damn sure ain't got none in Northern Canada. So I'm gonna ask you one more time, where are your people in this struggle, in the evolution of the Americas from its inception in the 1490s, or not 1490s, 1500s or 1526, when people first hit this motherfucker, then get up out of here real quick. Where is your inception from the period of the establishment of the first colony up until this motherfucker today? We've been looking for aboriginals who claim to not be of African descent for 9 years, and we ain't got a single source. What's up, Keith? Not a single source. You can't even show me any legislation written either in the Constitution or any laws across this country that speak to you and who you claim to identify as and your people. Not one single law. You can't bring it up. They had fucking black codes, nigga. Black codes were anti-African. Do you know what black codes were? We just talked a little bit about Jim Crow. Let's go on to black codes. We got a whole people talking about stuff they don't even know who the black codes were for. Let's just keep it simple and let's just go. Let's see what Wiki says. We can have fun. Who the black codes was for? The black codes, also called black laws, were racially discriminatory U.S. state laws that limited the freedom of who? Black Americans, but not of white Americans. The first black codes applied to free Negroes, i.e. black people who lived in states where slavery had been abolished, or who lived in slave state but were not enslaved. After chattel slavery was abolished, throughout the United States in 1865, former slave states in the U.S. South enacted black codes to restrict all black citizens, especially the emancipated freedom, who were no longer subject to control by slaveholders. See, remember, y'all said y'all were never enslaved. That was us. The black people who came from Africa were the enslaved. So you couldn't have been emancipated. So these codes don't even apply to your black ass. So what the fuck are you? And let me level it up a little bit. In 1832, James Kent wrote that in most of the United States, there is a distinction in respect for political privileges between free white persons and freed colored persons of African blood. Notice they said freed colored persons of African blood. And in no part of the country do the latter, in point of the fact, participate equally with the whites in the exercise of civil rights and political rights. Where the fuck are you? We've been looking for y'all. They made whole codes about us. Watch this. Racially discriminatory. Do you really want to see that? What's a black American? Oh my goodness. What's a black American, y'all? What is a black American? African Americans, also known as Black Americans, are formerly also called Afro-Americans, are an American racial and ethnic group who, as defined by the United States Census, consist of Americans who have the origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. So Afro-American, Black American, African American are people who would have origins in any of the racial groups in Africa. African Americans constitute the second largest ethno-racial group in the U.S. after white Americans. The term African American generally denotes descendants of Africans enslaved in the fucking United States. Ms. Mildred, my bad, is coming out. I can't do ignorance. African American history began in the 16th century. So, if you were here before the 16th century, where is your history? Because we have a demarcation, a point of reference to look at when the presence of African Americans were here in America. And I'm talking the United States of America. So where the hell is your black ass in human history? Please help me understand. Pulling it up, Vasa. Pulling it up, Vasa. Is this the one, Vasa? Did I spell it right? It's the one, Vasa. Let me pull it up. It's also in the First Blacks website. The same one. Because you know we know. You know we know. Let me see if I can convert this to English, though. This document ain't in English. But it say Africa on there. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. I gotta get this translation. And there you go Africa right there. So I don't hear none of that shit. There go Africa right there. They don't want that word Vasa. Hey, here go that site that y'all knew that was down, but it's been moved to another place. The site's been moved to another place because you know they were trying to take this shit down. We don't even want to get into all of that. Hold on. I got you, Vasa. El Condigo Negro Carolino. I'm trying to see if I can get a translation so I can read it to everybody. Translate options. We'll go down here and see if they did it for me. Nope. Translate. Translator English blind. Translator English man. You like this one too, Vasa? Black slaves in Spanish America. The first black slaves arrived in the Americas at the beginning of the 16th century. Everybody factors. Yeah, you really want me to go there? What were the two factors? The controversy in Spain over the legitimate of the Encomidas. I told y'all about that word. And the decline of the indigenous populations. The Spanish quickly realized that easy adaptations and high profitability of this venture. So they start bringing the blacks in Spanish America. Here go the legislation. This is what Vasa try to help y'all out with. All the bulk of the inactive regulations were issued in the 18th century. The first ordinances of black slaves were issued in Santo Domingo as early as 1522. Remember that a major uprising happened in 1521. These ordinances were intended to prevent escape and avoid mistreatment. France would serve as a model in this area, particularly through the Black Code enacted of Louisiana in 1724, as evidenced by the Spanish regulations of 1769 and the Carolina Code at 1783. The basic objective of this set of laws was to secure Black people on the estates, limiting their freedom of the movement, emphasizing that the free Black people should not harbor Black deserters or runaways, restricting gatherings and prohibiting them from carrying weapons. To avoid these contingencies, the formation of gangs in the most vulnerable areas was common, ready to suppress any escape or uprising. I mean, I don't understand where the ABOs are in history. Where are the ABOs in history? You just gonna fake it? You just gonna keep on faking it? You gonna keep on faking it, huh? Code Neo. Y'all just gonna keep on faking it? Then acting like this shit don't exist? That what y'all gonna do? Between the 7th and 18th centuries, French monarchs adopted various legal instruments, edicts, regulations, and ordinances to regulate the situation of Black slaves in their colonies in Africa and America, which over time came to be known as Code Noir, the Black Code. One of its best known provisions was the ordinances or edit sur les enslaves des Îles de l'Amérique, which was begun by the minister Jean the Baptist Calibert until his death, and completed by his son Marquis Singlet in 1685. During the reign of Louis the 15th or 14th, 15th, and the Act of 44 slaves were declared movable property, transferable like any other object owned by an owner. Come on, man, what we doing, bro? What we doing? But then we got this going on, and I'm finna show y'all. The picture you got on the screen say American. They sure enough don't look like a Siberian. The picture on the screen that I just showed of people of African descent. Stupid people, bro. Look how dumb y'all are. Stupid people, bro. Stupid. You don't even know what this is right here. Black slaves in Spanish America. What are you talking about? This image to the right is people coming from Africa. That's an image. You try to sit here and use this and say this is y'all. No, these are the black slaves, my nigga. Remember, y'all wasn't slaves. These are people that was on a boat. These are the people that they brought into this area that were creating the insurrections. They didn't fear you niggas. There was no fear of you niggas when they got here. If you claim to have been here, they didn't fear you. See, this is the beauty of research. Y'all try to take a picture and flip the script and make it say and do some shit that it don't even need to do or say. That's bananas. I'm finna show y'all something too. Since we on this shit, let me pull my book up. Let me pull the book up. Let's get to work. These dumbass Negroes in the chat running around here trying to talk about an image, trying to say that's us right there. How the fuck is that you right there, nigga? You ain't African. That person in the the person in the left picture were Africans. The one that said America on it. Do you want to see the original painting? Do we have to keep doing that? How immature do you have to be to sit here and try to insinuate that you don't even know how old the picture is today, nigga? That's how dumb you motherfuckers are. That y'all want to sit around here and run y'all mouths about some stuff and you don't even know what you're talking about. That's us on the left. Stupid. That's how stupid y'all are. That's us on the left. Yeah, that's us right there. We're gonna claim that. We're gonna claim that picture on the left. Dumb looking ass. You gonna claim the picture on the left, huh? You sure you want to claim the picture on the left? I need to know. Are you sure that you wanna claim the picture on the left? Let me get this other book up. Where my book at, bro? Hold on 1 second. Let me find my book, bro. I know I ain't get rid of my book. Oh, I can get it back. Let me put this on the screen first. All the slow people. Hey, Yodi, do me a favor, Yodi. Do me a favor. Go pull the primary source up of the image that you're saying that were black people. And let's read the description on the photo together. Yodi, pull the picture up that you're claiming that those are black people in the picture and that they've been in the Americas and that they're not affiliated with any insurrection or descend from Africa, that they are indigenous people on that are black. Pull the picture up, bro. I need you to pull the picture up and be ready to talk about it, bro. I'm not gonna argue with you. I'm gonna let you teach us who's in this picture based on the painting's description. You're going to uncover this for the masses. Are you ready, Yodi? I'm gonna drop the link for you. We're gonna pull up the original painting. Because you're gonna go get the original painting and you're gonna show us who these people are on the painting and who painted it, why they painted it, and we're going to explore it based on your assertion that this were black people. You claimed it in the chat. People can see it right here in the right-hand corner of the chat. It's up there. What's up, Miss Shah? It's up there. I want you to go find the painting and let's get up here and let's talk about it. Come on. Don't get quiet. Don't get murky. Pull the source up, the original painting, and let's go to the original painting, who made the painting, the year they made the painting, and who is in the picture. We're going to find out together on the stream if you are right or if you're wrong. We ain't got to argue about nothing. If you think that them was black people, come prove it. Get the original painting. Don't go get me no motherfucking Dane Calloway or some you done Google real quick that's got Twitter origins and all. No, go get the painting with the author on it because it exists. In the meantime, let's listen to more you self-hating ass Africans who think you something else.
I'm saying our country or our land because we're here. And I was just bringing that up because I'm pretty sure.
Hey, hold on. Real quick, y'all. Look at this. I want to show y'all this. I want to show y'all this comment. Well, y'all can't see it until I prove it. But it says, the white man raped my grandmother and grandfather, so I got to keep up the tradition of being a busted open slave. That's from Milestone. That's what he said. Yodi, one more time. Go get the painting, the actual source of the painting. Let's pull it up together and let's read if the painting is depicting people that are indigenous to the Americas and claiming for it to be black people. Let's see what the author says about it. We've done this before on another channel. You have not seen it. So instead of me arguing with you about it, I don't want to argue with you about it. What I want to do is I want to deal with the smoke. Because you profess and claim it to be this certain group of people. So we can go look at all of Jacob Van Muir's art and we can pull up the right one that's got America at the top, and we're going to see if it is who this is in that painting. We're gonna find out. Yes, we are. I'm just waiting on you to find a primary. And then hop up and we can get to it. And then you can drop the link in the private chat and we can deal with it. If you think that that painting is of that, we finna get all the way to it. And we gonna know if it's the real shit, because if you ain't got the book with the paintings in there, are you gonna be assed out, my brother? You're gonna be assed out. Hold on, I'm finna let whoever just hit the link, I'm finna let you in just one momento, por favor. I got too many tabs open. Yes, sir. We finna deal with this motherfucking pain. Yes, sir. We want you to show us the primary, because that's what we're here for. Let me stop this sharing. This how we finna, I ain't debating y'all no more. Come teach. Oh shit, Yodi, rejoin the stream, bro. Where you go? Where you go, Yodi? Yodi, where you at, bro? Hit the link again. I didn't kick you out or nothing. And I don't know what happened. I don't know if you were still trying to Google while you was on your phone or whatever the hell you was doing. But we gonna find that pain though. That's what we gonna do. I stopped what I was talking about so I could deal with this pain. Cause I'm sick of y'all. I'm sick of y'all trying to use this shit to argue from ignorance. Yodi, where you at, bro? I didn't kick you out or do nothing. I don't know what the fuck happened. You was here. When I tried to click you in, you was gone. So we gonna. Where you at, bro? There you go. Boom. You in here?
What's good? What's good, Brody?
Not much. Where your source at so we can pull it up for the people. Yodi came to teach today. You on mute, yo. I can't hear you, bro. Your mic open, but we can't hear you at all. Put it in the oh shit. You in here twice.
My fault. Let me get out. My Wi-Fi messing up, bro. I'm gonna get it straight. I'll be back.
No, all right, okay, cool. No problem. Yodi said he'd be back, y'all. When Yodi get this shit straight, we're gonna get into this pain. And we're gonna get the original pain too. And I hope we're gonna get into the original pain that come up out of that book. So we can see exactly who this dude was talking about. $838 pages. We want that smoke, Yodi. We want that smoke, Yodi. You got the book, bruh. We want the smoke, bruh. Come on, man. We want to listen to this dude description of America. We've done it so many times, but we want to see it. We want to see it, bruh. We got to deal with it. We ain't taking no shots, no losses, Jody. You're about to do something that no ABO could do. I mean, outside of deny, you know what I'm saying? You about to do it, Yodi. We believe in Yodi. Yodi for the ABO president. Stop the whole show for Yodi. Bob out. Bob out. Bob out. Here I come, Yodi.
Oh, you just showed, right?
Yeah, we want the primary because remember, you said that that's the black people that was in that painting.
The black people that was being carried by the white people in that painting was painted.
No, they're not being carried by. I mean, yeah, you said that they were black.
Can you put it up again?
No, I'm not pulling up nothing. I want the source that said that these people were black.
The source came. No, it's on. You can see the phenotype of the people.
No, you cannot see the phenotype in a black and white sketching of a painting that's on tan paper. You cannot see the phenotype. So I need your source from this gentleman claiming that these were black people. He's in his book. He's given a description of the Americas and the South. We want his source. I'm telling you, we didn't did this before with other people. I know you don't know, so I'm asking for you to bring you in here twice again, bro.
My fault, bro. Hold on.
Yeah, we want you to pull up the source, bro.
No, I was trying to say the source is in the Library of Congress.
No, I want you to give me your source, and we gonna see what he say, who these people are in his description. He gives a description
I'm telling you that you can see the actual phenotype.
No, we know you cannot.
Yes,
no,
you
cannot, bro. You cannot.
It's a colored painting, bro. It's a colored painting.
It's no. You cannot see a phenotype. Have you seen the original copy that's in his book? The original copy that's in his book. No. It's in a book of his descriptions, bro. You ain't seen it. So I'm asking you, have you seen it from his book? Yes or no?
The Library of Congress app. That's where I seen it at.
Have you seen the primary source, the description coming from the dude's book, bro?
No, I see the actual phenotype of the people.
No, you cannot see no phenotype coming from anything.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
Okay, well, fine. Okay, find it, and let's look at it. Find it and let's look at it. I'm waiting on you, bro.
On the app, you would have to go on the app because it's clear on the app. You can't see the phenotypes. Actually,
Hold on 1 second, y'all. He keep falling off, but I need y'all to give me 1 second real quick.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all?
Own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Call that ABO slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top ABO leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Call that ABO slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.
We still waiting on Yoda, y'all. He fell off. So I'm not helping him find something. He needs to find it and then drop his source, and then we're going to look at it, because he told us that there were Black people in this image. And in the original that's in this gentleman's book, there is no color coordination to determine phenotype.
I disagree with that, bro. Respectfully.
Pull the source up, Yodi.
No, what I'm saying is where I seen it.
Yodi, you can't disagree, bro. Pull the source up.
That you already pulled the source up, bro.
No, I didn't, because that ain't the original photo. That's what I keep saying to you, bro. We gotta look at the original photo. If you've never seen it before, you don't know what it looks like. So I'm asking you if you have the original.
I don't have the way I seen the photo was
No.
on an app.
Okay, so
Library of Congress. They put that photo on their
post. Okay, so post in the private chat the link to the picture that you saw, and then let's pull it up. Just pull it up. That's all I'm trying to do, bro. We ain't gonna get nowhere. Cause I ain't gonna let you do nothing. I seen this shit all around Facebook. People using this shit over and over. They didn't added color to it. And I'm sitting here like, yo, there was no color on this photo. How the fuck did color get here? And you ain't bringing no information. And Voss, I don't know what you're trying to get me to get to, bro. I ain't trying to get off this point. I want to pull up this one point. I ain't trying to talk about nothing but this one point. Because this will explain it away. Why we have so many problems with people running around here claiming shit. Yodi, where you at, bro? Yodi done fell off again. Yodi, you got to get your sources together, bro, before you come up here so you ain't got to fall off. Because what I cannot allow you to do is to, and you know what? I'm going to do this. So for shits and giggles, because we got people in here and everybody waiting on Yodi. We all waiting on Yodi. Let me show you this. Y'all see this painting right here. He's calling these people, this woman, he's calling her, this woman, because there's clearly breast right there. That woman, he's saying that's a black woman. He's saying these are black people. And he's saying that's not. These are white people, I guess. I don't know. Is this a black person too? Now you see this. Now watch this. On the same site. Damn. Let me go back. No, I'm still there. Zoom out. On the same site is this. No color. No color. Shades, no color. And he's saying that he can see phenotype from this. And you cannot see phenotype from this. You ain't making no determination. And if you are making a determination, how, Sway? Because if you are, then who is this? Dressed in Indian garbs. There's no shade here, like it's shade right here. There's no shade on this woman, like it's shade right here. So how are you determining if these people are so-called white people and these people are black people, phenotypically speaking? How can you? There's no phenotype that can be determined by the look of this image. You can't even look yourself in the mirror and come to the conclusion that you look just like the motherfucking scribbles in this art. I'm gonna do y'all one even better. Because we've been waiting on Yodi. And I've been sitting here waiting on Yodi because I know the game. Look at this. How can you determine the phenotype of this woman? How? How can you determine the phenotype of the people carrying her? What about the people in the far back? They don't look nothing like the woman that they're carrying. What about, like I said, these two people over here to the left? You can't tell. This is another woman. You can't tell by these two. Look, this dude don't look like these people right here. Yet, you're saying that they literally are. Because these people have to be different. But how? These people got to be culturally the same. You're making, bro, do you understand what phenotype mean? You can't do that from this shit. This is out the book. That's what the book looked like. That's a page out the book. Look at that. Ain't no color in this shit. So how you gonna determine? You can't sit here and say that. And lo and behold, don't fucking bring out the book where you gotta read it and start describing the shit in the book. You got a whole problem.
Yo, real quick, right? That whole picture you.
No, Yodi, go get your source. Go get your source, bro. I want to talk about your source, Yodi. I don't want to talk about nothing that I'm showing. I want to talk about your source.
Nah, that's the same picture. That's the same.
No, it's not. Go get your source, Yodi. Go get your source, bro. I ain't trying to argue with you, cuss you out, none of that shit. I want to get your source. It's real easy for you to grab the link to the source, post it in the private chat, and we can pull it up and get to it. Because you have to show me, you know what you look like because you've been on camera. You got to show me phenotype. God damn. How many times you in here, Yodi? Which one you using?
I don't know what's going on, man, but I don't know. I might just, but I just want, I don't know what's up with my Wi-Fi, but that picture you showed, you saw black people in that picture.
Not the Wi-Fi.
Say that.
How? Okay, explain how. Explain to us, Yodi. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Explain to us how is black people in the picture. Hold on.
The woman on top.
Hold on, Yodi. Hold on. Please, just wait a second. Just wait a second. Before you go. Just wait a second. Don't start talking yet. I'm going to tell you when you can go, Yodi. I'm trying to help you out. Just hold on. All right, Yodi. Explain how this is a black person. You're on mute, I think. We can't hear you, Yodi. You're on mute, Yodi. You muted yourself. There you go. I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I see the picture, bro.
Go ahead. Tell us how this is a black woman.
Okay. On the top that's the black woman right there, and then when you go down on the left side of the picture, on the lower side, you see other two black people that are dressed in Indian garb or Indian dress.
These two people
those two
right
in the corner. Yeah, the dude in the front with the hat right there in the lower corner, and the one behind him.
These two people are where my arrow is. You said the left.
Not the left. The left side. The darker skin Dude, not the one with
You
the
mean on
llama.
the right? You mean on the right side?
On the right side, my fault, yeah.
Okay, so you're
Not by
saying
the llama, but the other on the other side of the llama. Looking in.
okay, and you determined that these people were black based on what?
On that picture, well, I'm looking at right now, you can see it.
Okay, one more time. You're saying that these people are black based on what? Listen to the question. I'm asking based on what?
Based on the phenotype, darker skin, the skin color looks darker, the hair complexion look like an afro.
Where do you see an afro on this dude or this dude? They got shit on their heads. How are you making these determinations that these are black people right here? How are you making this determination? In this picture, this is supposed to be a 1673 description, and you're calling these people black people. So are you going to negate what the author is saying about these people? You still there? I can't hear you if you done fell off. Melanated, I don't know how he sees skin color. I don't know. There's no skin color in this picture. Zero skin color. Or even an inference. Because if these people are supposed to be indigenous or a representation of the people that's in the Americas, then who are these people who are dressed just like these people who are also in the Americas? And what about the people in the background? We clearly see that there are a group of strangers, three faces over here, and then a group of strangers over here, and both groups of strangers are looking up, but everybody else ain't. They looking straight forward and minding their business. So this is it right here. Without seeing the lady above, this is it right here. We can see strangers and we can see people who are here. We cannot see color. This is a book. It's 838 pages. That's why I skipped to the next page. And that's not even all. That's not even all. What does the man say about the fucking people that he comes across? And I apologize that the page is skipping, but apparently from where this has been downloaded to, hold on, let me do it this way. The way this has been page by paged, I can't really do much but show y'all that the way that it is. Hold on. And it's written in a whole nother language. Yodi said that these were black people because of shade. But as you can see in this book, the author's telling us and is giving us an account. It's in a different language, so you got to go get the translation. But there's also another source out there that gets further into this. This is how we know the limitations of one's research, because they settled on a belief. They settled on a belief. Jody, where you at, bro? Come on back. I ain't even trying to cuss you out or do none of that crazy stuff, bro. I ain't even, I got a headache. I ain't got the energy for that. I just want somebody to come show and prove that these images are referring to black people, and that the description that the author of the text gives is saying that these were black people. Because at the end of the day, when you translate the language written at the bottom of the photo and in the descriptions that he's given during his account, you don't get the description of black people. He doesn't say it nowhere in the book. It's never been given. This fool said gaslighting. Yodi, hop back on a panel, bro, with your source, and let's read. Let's read, bro. Let's read it. Let's find the translation and let's read the translation. And let's see if you're right. I'm staying right here. You keep hopping on, hopping off, blaming your
It's not my fault. I apologize about that. That's my Wi-Fi. That's my fault, man. But this is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm saying. That picture clearly shows. That picture clearly shows the different phenotypes, the skin color, the hair texture, everything in that picture. One picture.
You said the picture shows the phenotype and the hair, and we looked where you told us to look at the hair, and we couldn't determine. How were you able to determine that, and no one else is able to determine that? How? We don't have a clear indication of the person's hair. We don't have a clear indication of phenotype. You cannot get phenotype from a page, bro. You're aware of that, right? Oh shit, man.
Chat. I don't know why it keep kicking me out and put me back in, Brody.
Bro, are you trying to Google on your phone, or are you trying to like chat?
No, I'm trying to chat. I'm looking at your screen right now, so you already.
Yeah, but you gotta stay on stream. You gotta stay on StreamYard, bro. The minute that you hop off StreamYard, you ain't gonna hop off. So okay. Now here's my question. Here's my question to you, right? Because I'm
listening.
All right. Then who was these people? Who was the people on the opposite side? Who was these people? Who was these people? Right there on the screen. What are they? These people right here. The lady with her titties out. Who was that? Hold on. Yeah, who was the people right there on the left hand side, Yodi?
Yeah, those are Indians too, but they're the Asiatic Indians. Remember, I tell you, you got two different type of Indians. You have black Indians, which are Caucasians, and Asiatics.
Yo, don't do me like that, bro. Don't do me like that. Where the fuck is the Asiatic? Where's the no, Yodi, stop, Yodi, stop. Where is the Asiatic features in these people that aren't on these people, bro? In this painting. Look at the painting, bro.
I'm looking at it. You can see the
Where is the
Aztec
clip?
features. You can see
Where
the
is the
Aztec, the Filipino features, the Asiatic features.
where? How do you come, bro? In 1673, this author has no indication of Filipino phenotype. And you finna sit here in 2025 and tell me that a 1673 representation, bro? Have you not looked at this, bro? Yo, you playing with me now, bro? Every time I ask you a direct question, all of a sudden you start hopping.
Well, I
Now you're
swear
going
to
from
you,
one to the other,
not me, bro.
one to the other, bro.
The app with the StreamYard is just kicking me out back and forth. That's what I'm saying.
Nah, bro, because you can't be on the website and the app, bro. You got to be on one or the other.
No, I'm not on the website. I'm on the app.
Bro, you need to come in through the web, or you need to come in through the link in the chat. Listen, can you read? Can you see this?
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
All right. This monumental work by the Dutch writer Arnaldus Montanus reflects the fascination of the 17th century Europe with the New World. Montanus was a Protestant minister and a headmaster of the Latin school in the town of Schoonhoven. He wrote books on church history, theology, the history of law countries, and the peoples and cultures of the Americas and Australia. He don't say nothing about no Filipino. The Southland in the title of the book refers to the recently discovered Australia. Montanus never visited the New World. One more time, he never visited the New World, and his work contains numerous errors and fantastic conceptions about the people and animals of the Americas. Nonetheless, it became a standard work in Europe and was widely read for many years. The publisher of the work was the Amsterdam bookseller and an engraver, Jacob van Meurs, who was active from 1651 to 1680 and specialized in works of history, geography, and travelogues. The book is lavishly illustrated with 125 copper engravings, including 32 folded views, 70 plates, 16 maps, and 7 unusual handsome portraits of famous explorers, each surrounded by bark-framed borders. The book was translated and published in England by an editor and map publisher, John Ogilvy, under the title America, being an accurate description of the New World in 1671. The writer never visited. So how can you give me a description of a place you never ventured? And then, my brother, you told me that these people were Filipino. And even in the description, it don't say shit about Filipino. So now I'm lost, because now you done made these people Filipino, the other people black, and then I guess the other people must be white. God damn, he ain't on here again. And I'm not done, because I'm looking for this other thing that gives us the description, and that we can translate and get the English rendition of what's being said on the particular page. So I'm trying to qualify that and get it so that we could break that down. But I'm just getting a headache trying to do this shit. because everything keeps showing up in that fucking weird ass language. And I'm leaving the image up for everybody because remember, he said that these people were black people, and the people across from the black people were Filipino. I'm not trying to make him look bad at all. I'm trying to let him build, but he having issues with his phone, so it's preventing the progression of the conversation because we can't fucking get nowhere. And we have, me and not a coincidence, we already been through the book. We already then dealt with this image and people talking about that. And that's the problem. And nowhere in the book does it provide a description of that. That's what I'm looking for, Arafat. I'm looking for that translated version. And it's other images that they try to use because you got people like, what's that, the dumbass dude from Oklahoma that's scared of Asa? V-Note. They be trying to use any goddamn image ever. And if somebody shades somebody a certain way, then that's an indicator to mean absolutely whatever the fuck they want to try to make it mean. They try to superimpose their beliefs onto the fucking thing. And that ain't what the painter's doing. Yodi's back.
Yes, sir. I'm on the app now, so hopefully I'm still.
Yodi is on the app now, ladies and gentlemen. I wish I had one of them buttons. I can give you a round of applause.
All right, go ahead, bro. I ain't hear the last thing you said.
All right. So what I'm asking Yodi is how is these people Filipino on his left hand side?
Yeah.
Yeah. How did you come to that conclusion that these people were Filipino?
We know that the Mexicans that we see now, right? You know.
We don't know. No. Okay, don't say we know. We don't.
Let me explain. I'm gonna explain. I got you. Let me explain, right? The phenotype what I'm talking about is the ancestry. We got two different Indians, right? Because the word Indian does not describe ethnicity based on phenotype, right? So there are multiple Indians. There are even white tribes that's called Indians back in those days too. So we have to differentiate the different type of Indians we talk about. Now we or my Afro Black people or considered, designated as Afro-American, Afro-Latino, these people are what you call the Red Indians. And those Red Indians are who you see in the picture right here, what we're looking at right now, right?
Yo,
now,
are you aware that anytime that you say you put Afro in front of something, you're talking about people of African descent? So they can't be Afro this, Afro. No, hold on. They can't be Afro this or Afro that. You have yet to prove to me how you can see a phenotype from this artistic expression from a motherfucker who never been to the Americas.
Okay, mate. It doesn't mean that he doesn't know what. I've never been to China, but I know what Chinese people look like.
He never been to the Americas. He don't know what's there. So one more time.
I've never been to China, and I know what Chinese people look like. Though, so I mean,
okay. So let me ask you this. You don't have the fucking internet. You don't have the fucking internet or TV in 1671. All you got is word of mouth. You don't have the shit that we got today, bro, to be able to know what Chinese people look like.
So you're saying that? So you're saying if
no. You know exactly what.
I'm going
you know what
I'm saying. Hold on. You asked me a question. Go ahead. Pose your question again.
How can you determine what some people look like if you've never been there and you don't have the technology to know what a people look like in 1671? You've never seen them before.
All right, okay. If that's the case, I would have to be in that area of the people that I want to know what they look like. I got to be in the area. I got to be in that country, right? to figure out what the people look like
You
without
have
getting
to,
there.
you would have to have seen someone
And
from
that's
that place. If
okay.
you
So
have,
I could see I could see an Asiatic person if they are on my side of the town. If they came through my side of town and somebody said, "Yo, that's what the
how
Chinese
many
person looks like."
Asiatics were coming through the
A
area?
lot,
Dutch
a
were.
lot, a lot.
Okay, hold
A
on.
lot of
Listen
Asiatic
to,
people
no.
migrate.
Listen to what I'm saying before you answer the question. He never left where he was. He was in the same spot. So how many Asiatics traveled to where this motherfucker is? He's Dutch.
Okay. You don't a lot. I'm pretty sure there was Asiatics around where he was at.
No. You're saying you're pretty sure. So there's doubt. So there's uncertainty. So instead of bro, just say you don't know, bro.
No, nah. That's not what I'm saying though at all. You're assuming
Okay,
that's
so
what I'm saying.
since you won't say you don't know, then prove it.
No, I never said I don't know. You assuming that I said I don't know. You're
No,
insinuating
okay.
that. I never said that.
No, I'm based on what you said.
Yeah.
Okay, well, prove it.
You asked the question, how would I know how somebody looked without media or, you know what I'm saying? And I said, I could know, one way I could know is if that person was in my side of town. Like if a Chinese person was in America and walked past on my block,
But
then
that
I
ain't
would
what
know.
here.
Then I
But
could
that
know, right?
It's not happening here. They told us in the book. They told us right here, bro. They told us.
Yeah.
They told us. This monumental work by the Dutch writer Arnaldus Montanus, 1625 to 83, reflects the fascination of the 17th century Europe with the New World. Montanus was a Protestant minister and a headmaster of a Latin school in the town of Schoonhoven. He wrote books on church history, theology, and the history of the Low Countries and the peoples of cultures of the Americas and Australias. The Southland in the title of the book refers to recently discovered Australia. Montanus never visited the New World, and his works contain numerous errors and fantastic conceptions about the people and animals of the Americas. They are admitting that he was just guessing. And you're telling me that this dude who never been and that his works was a mere guess is describing black people in the Americas according to a photo.
And who said that? Library of Congress said that? That's the Library of Congress app, right?
And it's also the thing, bro.
I'm just asking. That's the Library of Congress app said that. That's what you just read. That they don't know. He never been to the
Who you
Americas.
was claiming is the source. He never been. So they know he never been. They wouldn't say they wouldn't say that he been. If he been, they would never say that he didn't go. They clearly make.
I'm not disputing that.
He's not the only. But he ain't the only author that never made it to the Americas, but tried to give
Exactly.
No, you can't. Hold on. You can't say exactly. You can't say exactly when you just tried to use this nigga image as your.
Okay. Let me ask you this: we not in the 1800s. We not in the 1500s, right? But we assume we know what happened in the 1500s based on what 19th century authors writing their books, right?
We don't.
No. Wait, hold on.
I said no. You said 19th century authors. I said no.
All right. So if we can't do that, right?
I don't base anything off 19th century authors, bro.
So you trying to say we don't know nothing about history then?
I don't base anything off 19th century authors, bro. You have to come to a conclusion about what the 19th century writers are writing about based on the evidence that is being argued.
Okay, so you saying that
let me finish. Let me finish.
My fault. Go ahead.
You're going to agree when I say this, or you're crazy. What you have to do with a 19th century author is look at the evidence that he left that he's using, you cross-reference his evidence. If he's using primary sources from that era of when that event occurred, then he is providing the evidence that he is giving us in the inscriptions of his textbook based on X, Y, and Z, which means he's giving us the roadmap back, describing the story of what transpired. As an example, the Revolutionary War. It is 2025. How do we know a Revolutionary War happened? There's evidence of a revolution. There's evidence of a Revolutionary War happening, which affords us and gives us the opportunity to review the evidence to substantiate the author's writings about that time. So basically, all I did was say, okay, 60 years ago, this event occurred, and I'm just being hypothetical right now.
Yeah.
But if I'm saying 60 years ago, and then I don't give you the evidence to support the 60 years ago, I'm full of shit.
I agree with you on that, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, we basically agree on that. But what I'm saying is,
he gives us no evidence because
what I'm saying
is,
I agree with what you said right there. But what I'm saying is, you said that dude did not been to the Americas, right? So how can he describe? That's what you're basically saying or insinuating, right? I'm saying that you don't know that he might have had primary sources as well.
Then where
people that been there and brought back those primary sources. Who's to say he didn't have that?
Okay, now you asked a great question.
Yeah,
Who's to say that he didn't have the primary source? Guess what?
Just because he didn't visit.
Hold on. Let me answer it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because they said that he didn't have any primary. I'm gonna read it one more time. This monumental work by the Dutch writer Arnoldus Montanus reflects the fascination of 17th century Europe in the New World. Montanus was a Protestant minister and headmaster of Latin school in the town of Schoonhoven. He wrote books on church history, theology, and the history of Low Countries and the peoples and cultures of Americas and Australia. The Southland in the title of this book refers to recently discovered Australia. Montanus never visited the New World, and his works, listen what they're saying about his works, because you asked the question, you said, who's to say that he didn't have the evidence? It says his works contains numerous errors and fantastic conceptions about the people and animals of the Americas. That means he didn't have the works. 1 second before you go.
Yeah.
Before you go, what's up, Vasa? Give it to me.
What's good, bro? I'm driving, but I put his name in the piece in the back.
Okay.
And if you just simply Google that, I'm pretty sure the image will come up.
It will.
But this is a black artist and contemporary to that piece. They haven't exactly dated the piece that I'm referring to. Some say 1690, some say as late as 1710, but through the eyes of history and being historians, I'm gonna say that's a contemporary to that piece.
Okay,
And
now
once you see it, you'll see why I've suggested it.
I'm gonna share my screen, and then you tell me where I'm going.
Okay.
You want me to go where you want me to go? If you can see it, I know you drive.
Do you see it? I'm driving. You should see a painting, and it'll be split in 4 pieces. It's a 4-panel piece.
A 4-panel piece, or maybe it's more than 4.
Did you just type in his name? Type in 4 parts of the world.
Hold on. I got you. Because the 4-panel piece that you're referring to, this lady standing in front of it is just, it looks like it's more than 4 because it's split.
I'm waiting for my screen. Waiting for my screen. Go ahead.
It's got the black people on the far right.
Okay.
And then
that's it. The far right
here.
Right, what you just said, the far right is suggesting of what this is important about. The far right is Africa. The far left is the Americas. And how you were speaking of how there was no TV, no internet, the average person didn't have a way to be privy to see what people of the world would look like in that time. This is what this painting is depicting to, I don't want to say the upper echelons, but you get where I'm going with that. The people that would be privy to see it and have a need for that. So if you look to your far right, Sean and audience, you'll see what they depict in the people of Africa to look like. Then you got your Middle East, you know, you got your Arab, Asiatic looking people. Then you should have Europeans, and on the far left is the Newfoundlands, the Americas. And if you look in, you know, if you digest it, there should be nuances to it. It's been a long time since I looked at it and I'm driving. But I want to say Africa had an elephant, maybe.
Yeah, Africa got an elephant on the right hand
Yeah.
side.
So that, you know, that's symbolic of that's Africa.
I'm gonna pull up a better image that goes into it. I mean, they got it for kids, but I'm gonna get a different image. But hold on. All right, now, cause see, this lady standing in the perfect one. She's got that real big one. It's like human size. Description of the world.
Yeah. I want to say
Yeah.
this is the piece. I want to say it's housed in the Denver Museum, but don't quote me on that.
All right. So, Yodi, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, my fault. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, right? I heard what you're saying, right? But we could say that about a lot of authors, right, that wrote about history back then, whether they had first-hand evidence.
Bro, this ain't an
No, we
author. This is an artist. This is a black artist depicting people. And when he
No, I'm not.
depicted the people of the Americas,
He
he
ain't
didn't
talking
make them
about
look
Juan.
like
He ain't
us.
talking about Juan Carrera. He's not talking about Juan Carrera. He's trying.
I'm
He's
not.
trying to make the argument for his. He's trying to make the argument for the description for some kind of fucking weird reason. Even though Juan Carrera is more creative than what he's referring to. He's trying to make uncolored colored. That's what I'm trying to say. In the image of hold on, the Dutch's description of.
You got to remember the Dutch was probably, as well as the Portuguese, were the first.
Nah, the Dutch weren't the first people.
Yeah, they were the first people that conquered the, so, and the Caribbean as well. So
no, the Dutch wasn't the first people, bro. The Spanish was here, and Portuguese was here before anything.
Before the Dutch?
Yes.
No, the Dutch.
Why do you think Mexicans speak Spanish, bro?
No, I'm not just. That's what I'm saying. The Dutch was here a lot earlier than most people think, especially in New England.
Based on what evidence?
They started the first cities.
Based on what? Listen to what I'm asking.
And New Amsterdam was
based on what evidence were the Dutch here?
It's documented evidence.
Okay, one more time, bro. When you say here, I need you to be specific so the audience can understand if you're talking about the 1600s or the 1500s. Yeah. And then the demarcation of where here is. Is here up there in New York, or is here in the Caribbeans, or is here in South America? Where is, you see what I'm saying? We're trying to see where you're going, bro.
Okay, so it said the Dutch established New World colonies in 1614, so it's around that time.
Okay, so that lets you know that there was people already here of European descent before 1614.
Of course, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's my point. You know what I mean? I know that.
One more time. If the Dutch don't get here to 1614, guess who ain't with the Dutch? Guess who ain't with the Dutch? The Dutch writer Arnaldus Montanus is not with the Dutch who arrived, because the Dutch don't arrive to 1614.
Right.
So his description, as I tried to explain to you, is not based on first-hand accounts, because there's no first-hand account to attach the image to. He's just making up shit. Llamas, bro, have you seen a llama in Mexico or in the Caribbeans or in North America? A llama.
I think they got a there's not a llama, but it's something like that. Those animals you can find in South America right now. The lemur, isn't that lemur or something like that? It's like a llama, but it's like a South American llama. I'm gonna put
Yeah,
it up.
how old is it? How old is it, bro?
Okay, let's hold on. Hold on. Is it the lemur? You do have South American llama looking animals. I'm
Bro,
not.
I ain't tripping. I ain't tripping on none of that, bro. I'm about narrowing down how you coming to these fucking faulty ass conclusions. I ain't worried about nothing else.
Says
But
llamas
how
are
you
listen, llamas are native to mountainous regions of South America, bro. What are you talking about? In Peru and Bolivia. Llamas are in them.
Peru and Bolivia. How long have llamas been in the Americas?
Okay, let's llamas inhabit okay. 6,000 years. They were domesticated from wild guanacos, another South American camel / llama-like species, about 4,000 to 6,000 years ago.
Thank you.
So llamas. So you were wrong. Llamas were in the Americas.
Okay, one more time. I don't give a fuck about the llama.
But that's the llama in the picture, though. But that's the llama. You said our llamas in America, and I just said yeah.
Yeah, but you said I was wrong when I just asked you a question. Now I'm confused. Did I ask you a question?
Maybe I got it wrong. My fault. Maybe I got it wrong. But got it.
I'm saying, where am I wrong at? I just asked you were llamas in America, and you said I was wrong. I ain't tripping on you saying that I was wrong.
All right. So that's
I ain't got no. Listen, I ain't got. Yeah.
I misspoke. My bad.
But I'm just trying to listen. But I'm just trying to show you through examples of if I'm wrong about something and you bring information. Guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna correct myself.
But what I'm trying to say, the llama is in the picture that we're looking at right now on the screen, right?
One more time. Is this South America or North America?
It doesn't matter. America is both
No,
South and North America, bro.
it does matter.
Okay, tell me why it doesn't. Tell me why it matters.
You said because we're going by this painting.
Okay.
This
what does it say right there? America.
It's America. No, it's America, South America. I'm finna fuck you up
America
again.
is South
I'm
America.
using your own. Okay, so why in his description? He don't say South America?
It says America. That means South and North America.
No,
That
don't. No, it don't.
Yes,
No, it don't.
Yes, it does, bro.
No,
why?
It don't.
Okay, tell me why it doesn't.
No, it don't. No, it don't.
Tell me why.
No, it don't. Because the motherfucker ain't saying South America or America.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to.
Can you let me finish so you can understand the logic behind?
Yes, sir.
Logic is fucking up. He says the Americas. So he's encompassing all the Americas. He doesn't say America. He says the Americas. But guess what? He never visited the New World. And his work contains numerous errors. So for him to have a llama, what would be considered in America would be wrong. But in the Americas, he would be okay. It ain't about the llama. I don't even give a shit about the llama. I'm trying to figure out.
Okay.
I'm trying to, no. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out how you came to the conclusion that you could see phenotype from this drawing. This ain't a painting. It's a drawing. So how could you see phenotype and come to the conclusion that these were black people?
So you're saying somebody can't draw what a black or a white or a Chinese person look like by a drawing? You can't. That's what you're trying to say, bro?
One more time. How could he
It's
How
clear
could
as
you?
day, bro.
Not him, because he doesn't do this. So I can't say him. He's not doing this. So I'm gonna ask you very slowly. How could you come to the conclusion that there is a phenotypical description of black people in this drawing, and the author never makes the assertion?
He didn't have to. You can
Yes,
see
he
it.
do.
No, whether he did or not, it doesn't matter.
It
From my
does.
eyes, look, you asked me. You gotta let me. I mean, let me just finish the answering your question. From my eyes, looking at this picture right now, I can tell with my discernment, my understanding, the difference, the phenotypes of colored, copper skin, darker skin people.
How the
right?
fuck are you getting colored or copper
versus
skin
other
from
people
this
in the
drawing?
picture.
How are you getting copper skin?
Okay, you see,
Please
if you
explain
see,
it to me. No.
you see,
You saying
I'm
this
about
shit.
to answer it. I'm about
Explain
to
it to
answer
me.
you. I'm
Go
about to
ahead.
answer you, right? You can see the darker skin tone of the
No, I
person
can't.
right now.
I can't see it. I can't see
You
it.
can't see that. You can't
No.
see the dark skin tone in the guy in the corner with
No.
the hat on.
I cannot.
You can't see the hair texture underneath that hat.
I
Looking at that picture,
cannot.
that is that I disagree with
I
you, sir. And I
cannot.
think you need glasses if you say that.
It ain't about if you agree or disagree with me. You ask me a question. I cannot.
Okay. Well, I do, and I don't see why you
And
don't.
how can you determine that?
You could see the curly hair under the hat. You can see the dark. You can see the dark. I can see it. It's like an afro texture. It's like it's growing into an afro, not straight.
How? We can't even see hair. We can't even see an
can.
afro.
You can see the hair stick.
No,
you can see the
cannot.
afro.
No, we cannot. I'm not gonna sit here and let you say that. No, we
That's
cannot.
gaslighting. Think you
No, I ain't
gaslighting,
gaslighting shit.
Well, go ahead.
I ain't gaslighting a motherfucking thing. I ain't gaslighting shit. You can't make an assertion and you don't fucking know. So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What is this person? Is this a black
white person, bro? I think that's a Caucasian, bro.
Now, explain to me how this is a Caucasian.
That's a Mamluk. He's from the Mamluk Sultanate, the Seljuk Sultanate. They conquered Egypt in the from the 1200s all the way to the 1500s.
Wrong.
Okay. I'm wrong. Explain how I'm wrong. Explain.
Because that's Ptolemy Soter. Okay. That's how wrong you are. Okay. So you can't determine a phenotype based on what you see. That's my point. I showed you a bronze and then you said, oh, he's white. You can't determine if he's white or not unless you know who the fucking shit is.
I mean, I could know based on the time period of Egypt history. I could tell who.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Okay.
No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you cannot. You can't. You're guessworking. So show me the afro. Now, look, all right, so now I'm about to fuck you up because you said it's an afro. So I'm about to zoom in even more. Yeah, so here we go. This shit looks straight. Look at this nigga behind the nigga that you saying it's an afro. Nigga, that's why I didn't do this shit earlier, because I just knew that you was gonna fuck up. Look at the straight hair. Look at the straight hair. I'm an artist. I'm an artist. I'm an artist, bro. I used to draw my entire life, bro.
So black people don't have
this dude
straight
got
hair
straight down his hair.
Black people don't have straight hair.
He got straight hair coming out. No.
Black people don't have straight hair right now.
Nope. Oh. Black people got kinky hair.
Most black people got kinky.
No,
what I'm saying is you don't have black people with kind of straight hair.
My son has naturally curly hair. His hair ain't straight. My cousins got naturally curly hair and their hair ain't straight. Women have kinky hair. Black men have kinky hair. Those of us, even with naturally curly hair because of admixture of ancestry, still straight ass hair hair coarse like a horse tail. And now you said this motherfucker right here had an afro and he don't. You said the motherfucker behind him had an afro and
He
he
got
don't.
like a mini.
Now
He
that
don't
I
have a
pointed
huge.
out to the fact that, let me finish.
Yeah, my fault, guy.
You said that he had an afro, bro. And now I'm showing you that he does not. His hair is straight. He's got straight lines in the front. Oh, hold on. Okay, how the fuck can you disagree when the artist is showing you straight hair lines going down and then straight hair lines going behind us? No, and straight hair
You
lines
talking
going
about the dude behind the dude or the
if
dude?
we're analyzing the painting, we're gonna analyze the fucking drawing. The same shit with the woman right across from him, nigga. The same straight hairlines is going down this woman's back. This dude got hairlines going straight down on his head behind him. Look at the man, the man in front of him. He got hair straight lines going through too. All of the hairs are looking pretty similar to one another. There ain't no fucking kinks going on. You just tried to make these motherfuckers black, and then when we show their hairline, you try to change the script from afros to now, oh, black people can't have this and can't have that. This is the mistake you make when you assume something that an artist is expressing, and then you don't read the description. Look at the llama. These motherfuckers' hair is going straight down just like the llama's hair. It don't fucking stop. This motherfucker got his hair going straight back into a braid. A man. Why is we sitting here playing games when we got the summary of what's going on and you sit here and try to ignore it?
Nah, I'm not ignoring it, bro. What I'm saying is like, yeah, the dude. Hold up. You said the dude behind had the straight hair, but the dude with the hat in the front, his hair was afro, bro. He had an afro under that hat.
There's nobody on here
You can see
with
that,
an afro.
bro. All right. Okay.
There's nobody
now,
on here with an
Can we
afro,
agree to
bro.
disagree on that one?
No, there's nobody on here
That's
with an afro.
That's a mini afro
There's
underneath
nobody
that hat.
on here with an afro.
That's
There's
a mini
nobody
afro
on
underneath that
with an
helmet, bro.
afro. There's
Whatever,
nobody
that snake hat.
on here with an afro. There's no afro here. There's no afro.
The dude with the chicken hat
There's
has an
no afro
underneath
here.
that hat, bro.
And see the point that you're incorrect in your assertion that you're imposing on the drawing because you claimed that they were black people, and I don't know how you did that shit with no phenotype. You claimed that the motherfucker had an afro. I don't know how you did it. You don't have a proper description. You claim and then after someone showed you a closer look at this shit, you were wrong. Just admit it, bro. It's okay. It's okay. It ain't the end of the world.
I'm looking at the picture on my phone right now. It's an afro underneath that hem, but regardless, right?
How do you see
don't think that's
zoomed in?
I don't think you think that this is the only picture that basically proves
this is out
black
the
people's
book.
the aboriginals here.
No, this is okay. Well, then let's go to the next book. Show me what book you want me to pull up that shows that black people are the aboriginal people in the Americas.
I mean, there's plenty of pictures.
No. I'm going based off what the fuck you just said. Yeah. Show what is the name of the book that show black people as the aboriginal people in America?
Oh man, we could go through. Okay, what about I got one. But you know, I read older books though, 1800s, 1700s. I don't read like.
You don't even read them books.
I do.
Show me the book. Yeah, exactly. Great point. So
we could go back to
everybody in the drawing got straight hair, but one person.
Well, one person. No.
That's what you
said. What about the lady? Okay, what about the lady? What about the lady being held up? What about the lady in the middle of the picture?
Do you really want to go there?
Yeah, we could go there.
All
we
right.
could go there.
I'm glad that you wanted to go there.
Yeah, let's go there.
I've been waiting to come back to this. This lady hair don't look no different than this lady hair down here.
That don't look like a black lady right there, though.
No, it does not.
That's crazy.
It's not. Look at her hair. They got the same hair. Look at this lady. Look. Look at this lady. You see this lady here? They
Nah,
got
not
the
that lady.
same
The last
goddamn
lady.
hair. Does
Look,
what you mean?
that don't
They
look
got the
like an
same hair.
Aboriginal copper skinned person right there on.
No,
That's
no,
crazy, bro.
no, no. There's no Aboriginal skin. There's no copper skin. The answer is no. You can't come to the conclusion based on this drawing because no, this don't tell us shit.
I disagree.
That's what I'm trying to get you to adhere to. Bro, listen. So I guess this is a black sky in the background. Is this a black sky in the background? Look at the cloud. Is this a black sky or black clouds? Help me out here. Because these lines right here are indicating black according to your logic. So there's black clouds.
Okay,
in
look
the
at the
background.
lady. Look at the lady and look at the
One
people
more
under the
time.
lady.
Are the clouds
Looking
black
at
in the background?
it looks black. Yeah, the
Yes
clouds
or
look
no?
dark.
Yeah.
The clouds
Okay,
look
so
dark.
there's black clouds in the background, and the lady is black because the clouds are black.
No, I never said that. You saying that? I never said that.
The fuck you ain't saying it.
No, I'm not. How am I saying? I said the lady's black. Look at her skin
Yeah, because you
complexion. Look at her.
told me that
Look
this
at
is
the
a black
drawing,
person.
bro.
How is that a
That's
black
crazy.
person, bro? How is that a black person? So okay, so
Look at
this
the
is a white
oh,
person.
yeah.
So
Look
this
at
is
the
a white
people.
person.
Yeah, right. Look at the dude
How,
holding the
nigga?
arm.
How the fuck is this a black? How is this a white person? How do you know that these motherfuckers holding this lady up is a white person, bro? There's
look
nothing on here that
Look
shows.
at the drawing,
Look,
cuz.
bro.
That's
How
crazy,
does this
bro.
tell us? How does this say that this is a white person? Look close.
It's clearly two different phenotypical people. The person holding up the lady is a different phenotype. That
How?
person, it's
How?
clear as day. It's clear as day, bro. It's
No, it's
clear as
not.
day.
So how do you come to the conclusion? Based on what? I don't think you logically
Based
understand
on
what
my
I'm.
observation. Based on observation.
So based on your your observation supersedes what the author's saying in the book.
What did exactly the office? Oh, when you said that he didn't visit the New World, that's what you're saying. Is that what you using? That's the premise you standing on.
They're telling you that he never went to the New World, so he doesn't have a proper understanding of the description of the peoples or animals in the New World. He told you that, they showed you that, and you still saying something that the fucking book ain't even fucking saying. You're superimposing your beliefs.
I mean, the picture is very clear. I doubt he just made it up. I doubt he just made it up. I
Is
don't care.
not clear. You can't say that the picture is clear. The picture is not giving us an actual description of peoples. We are making an assumption, and I'm including myself into your bullshit, and you say this shit on my planner. You're making an assertion that that's what's being said here, and you have yet to prove that these were black people, bro. If they were black people, show the evidence that they were black.
I'm just saying, through my observation, the evidence is clear, and you're saying it's not clear.
How
I don't understand.
No.
See it, bro.
How did you come to the conclusion that the shit's clear, bro?
The
phenotype.
The
phenotype.
No.
How?
Okay.
What expertise do you have to come to listen to me, because now I'm done playing. What expertise do you have to come to a conclusion that these are black people?
Because
Do you know art, bro?
Due to the skin color
Do
of
you
the
know art?
joint, the
Yeah, we
skin
can't
color,
see skin color.
huh?
We can't see skin color.
Yes, we can. I
No,
can.
we
You
can't.
can't. I can, bro.
No,
You keep.
we
I'm not
can't.
we. Remember, we not
You
we.
can't. You can't shut. Okay, bro. You can't say that you see skin color and you and make that determination.
Bro, I know.
No, there's no bro. You don't know because you don't know. You don't. You want me to tell you how I know you don't know?
I'm listening. Man.
Because you said the Negro had a. You said the motherfucker had an afro, bro.
Yeah, I'm from my
You were
observation. I'm
wrong,
looking at it.
and your observation was wrong.
But bro, how's it wrong? I've seen
Your
people
observation
I've
was
seen people with
wrong.
afros with hats on.
Your
I know what when a
observation
person with
was
a hat
wrong. Your
on. Yo,
observation was wrong. I showed you a closer view, and it showed that your observation was wrong, and you refused to concede the point.
we gonna agree to disagreement. Now, that's all I
No,
can say
bro.
about that.
Listen, if you was right, I would tell you that you were right.
Nah, I know I'm not.
I'm not gonna hide nothing from you.
I'm
I'm on
not
a
saying
live
you are.
show.
I'm not
No,
saying
I'm
you
on a
hiding
live.
anything.
Listen, bro, if I feel like you're right about something, I'm gonna tell you. Shit, your guess is good as mine. Or let's try to find the truth. The mere fact that I'm trying to get you to understand that you can't make your assertion and superimpose on something is crazy. Because all I'm saying is, bro, in reality, you can't come to that conclusion based on your belief. You can't end with your belief. You can start with your belief. Now you got to go prove what you believe to be true. How do you do that is the most important thing. So now you have to go and see what the author is saying. But you know that this Dutch motherfucker ain't giving it up to no Negro. And you know this Dutch motherfucker ain't finna sit here and say that these are black people. And you know this because they know better. So why are we gonna sit here and play this game? They give us a description
I
in
think you
other
got a misinterpretation, bro, of what you're looking at. That's all.
No, I don't. They give us a description. They give us a more moderate description when writers who are visiting the Americas begin to provide us with something. Even when they bring black people over here, they start classifying shit. They start classifying black, natives, and whites. They go and they fix all of their shit because they're establishing their hierarchy. They're establishing who ranks where among them. They are making up their hierarchy. They are putting themselves first and then everybody else underneath them. But the problem is that they put these Indians over the black people, which is a clear indication. And in all of their exercise writings about the black peoples whose presence are in the Americas, they say they all came from fucking Africa, and then they showed you that they brought our black asses there in primary documentation from ships, manifests, and even the shit that we even brought over here ourselves.
That's an assumption, bro. That's
No,
not
there's no
even
assumption.
proven.
There's no
That's
assumption.
That's not proven.
There's
As far
no
as slaves and
Have you looked at how you looked at the African burial ground? Have you looked at the archaeological evidence that resulted from the discovery of over 20,000 bodies in Manhattan? I'm not talking about in Brooklyn. I'm talking about fucking Manhattan, where there were 20,000 bodies found of men, women, and children buried. Did you look? There were tattoos on these motherfuckers. There were symbols written on certain shit and left behind. There was amulets that give African origin that were not found on fucking Native Americans here. And we talking about an area that was close to where Indians were. So why are you finna sit here and tell me about some shit? And I'm sitting here and I'm telling you right now about archaeological record. And to think we ended up getting DNA from these motherfuckers to find out who the fuck they were. And
Can I read a passage real fast?
You can read a passage from where?
The same book that you read the last time.
No.
That you skipped over.
What? No. Put the link to the book in the back.
Nah, the Races of Men. Remember the book that we discussed
Hold on.
last time?
Yeah, but no, that's not fair to the people. So I need to pull it up. So what's the name? So hold on, because I deleted the book. So you said the Races of Men?
Yeah, the same book, Races of Men, Dr. Knox.
Who's it by?
Dr. Knox, Dr. Robert Knox.
Hold on. What page you on?
I'm on 148.
Hold on. This ain't even gonna help you. Give me a second. Let me pull the book up and I'm gonna put it on the screen. Just bear with me. I gotta make sure I got the right book up. You said you're on 148?
Yeah, 148. Because I listen, I understand that. No, I'm not. This ain't about the book. What I was about to say was, I understand that you have the out of Africa theory present in your mind. So that basically the ideology is based on that.
Bro, this ain't, no, it's not. No, it's not,
Kinda
bro.
is, though.
No, it's not. No, it ain't no kinda, none of that. My shit ain't based on no fucking out of Africa, nigga. Evidence. I'm evidence based. That's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. I ain't fucking with no belief, bro. I don't give a two shits about a belief. I tell black people to think they from fucking Kemet. No, the fuck they ain't. I don't care nothing about no beliefs. I'm about facts, bro. I've been searching for facts. Do you want to hear a doctor tell you that she liked the mere fact that all I do is I deal with the fucking facts? That you can't sell me. You can't sell me on no belief. I ain't gonna fuck with your belief.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that the out of Africa theory.
I don't care nothing about. Don't bring out of Africa in here, and you ain't prepared to deal with the evidence surrounding out of Africa.
You're not really showing me evidence. You're showing me secondhand, just like
evidence, bro.
You're showing me secondhand intelligence as well.
Evidence in the books that I write. So anytime I talk about some shit, I've already had these conversations and I've written about them. So I ain't trying to hear none of that shit. You ain't showed me a goddamn thing. You keep running from that. And you think I'm finna let you get the fuck up off the fact that you
listen, we have disagreements on the picture of what is shown.
That
don't mean that what I'm saying is wrong.
It is. Yes, it do. Right. Yes, it do, because it's telling you that he can't give you a proper description, and you trying to say yes the fuck he can. You can't take the dude work and make it.
What I said was What I said was
can't take the man's work and make it.
Hold on. What I said was just because.
Shit. Look at this motherfucker right here. You want me to read up out of this book, bro? And look what's on this book. The Eskimos representing the circumpolar races of the American continent. I guess this is supposed to be a black person because look at the shades on the motherfucker's face. Like, bro, like what the fuck? You said you on page what?
Black people are basically mixed with Indians and Europeans.
No, the fuck we ain't mixed with no goddamn Indians.
Well, the average black man has 24%.
No, the average black person has European 20-some%, could up to 20-some% European ancestry. We ain't no.
That don't mean we not mixed. That don't mean we don't have.
No, nigga. We ain't mixed with no goddamn Indians and all this old extra shit. 2% of the black race in America is fucking with that shit. 2% of 44 million. The rest of that shit, like your black ass, like we seen your ass on camera, ain't got nothing to do with it. It's mighty funny. It's mighty funny that I'm pulling up your book, and in your fucking book, this nigga is talking about Africa, Australia, and showing Europeans and showing fucking red Indians or Native Americans in this fucking book, and then you finna sit here and say, "Oh, that's that." I guess that motherfucker was black too. You said page 140.
Yeah, 148. 148.
Yeah, I'm almost there. This gypsy book you want me to read out of?
The book speaks about all races on the planet, bro. So he gonna show all the racial people in the book.
Chris said, "Fuck you."
He's gonna show that. So that's
Chris said, "Fuck you."
It's a man. I'm not disagree. I'm not trying
And
to say you wrong.
he said, fuck this book, because we already know it's a pseudo-ass book. We done dealt with you on this book before.
What's
Hold
the
on, there's so
criteria for
many
calling something
pages and
pseudo?
my shit
Let
loading
me
the
ask you
whole
that
book.
question. What's the criteria of calling something a pseudo science? What's the criteria?
Using something real and mixing it with something fake. That's pseudo. So look the word up.
Okay.
Fake, whatever it is.
Okay.
And you about to do it, and I'm about to let you do it.
Now I'm just gonna read.
You said page 148.
Paragraph, right? I'm gonna read one little paragraph.
Nah. I need to know. No,
okay. Let me ask you a question, right?
Hold on.
How much?
No, don't ask me shit. Nah, don't ask me nothing. Don't ask me nothing. I need to. What's the first word on page 148?
All right. The first word is hold on. But
Who?
it is in the Americas. That part is
No,
in the
I don't see. I don't. No. Hold on. I'm on 148.
Yeah.
And you said it said what?
It said in the Americas. That part starts right there.
Hold on. But in the Americas.
But it is in America.
Hold on.
All right. Yeah.
Bro, hold on. Just have some patience, bro.
Nah. I'm good. I'm waiting on you, bro.
You might be in a whole nother book. You see what I'm saying?
All right.
You might be in a whole other book, and I got the wrong book open, and I'm trying to show the people what the fuck you talking about.
It's
so
races,
we all
races of men, right?
The races of men. Is this? It says a races of men, a philosophical inquiry to the influence.
Yeah.
Okay, but the word what you just said ain't on 148.
Damn, I don't know. Well, in my copy it says 140, page 148.
Okay, so put the link to what you're reading to in the private chat so I can pull it up, bro. Help me help you.
I just got it on my PDF. I'm in my PDF files right now.
That's fine. You can share a fucking PDF.
I'm gonna just read it right now. Can I just read it,
bro?
It's just one. It's just one paragraph, bro.
No. I can't let you read one paragraph. I need to be on the same page with your ass. So just hold on. Before you read anyway, what up, Chris?
What up, though?
What's good with
this nigga? Fuck that book. I'm on it today. Keep going, dog. I'm on it. Fuck that book.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You don't agree with him anyway. You said racism, man?
Yeah, racism, man.
Robert Knox.
Yeah. You got the
I done heard this argument before. I know this argument. Go ahead. Hey, read that shit, Sean. You're going to laugh your ass off.
I already know, bro. PDF.
No, all right, so let me just read this one paragraph.
No. We ain't doing shit until I pull this shit up for the screen. Just hold on. You can hold on. You can hold on. I'm on what's that bullshit called? The Internet Archive. Yeah, that's what I'll be using all the time. I'm on that bullshit, bro. So hold on.
The name of the book is The Aboriginal Races of America. That's the name of the book.
This dude a gypsy. He's in the chapter. He's in the chapter talking about dark races and shit, bro.
Dog, did this nigga just sit up there and show you a picture of Ptolemy?
You notice it ain't say black races, right? It ain't say black races, say dark races, right? All right, let's continue.
Nah, so hold on. You said you're where? Where it say but at?
Yeah, it said but is in America.
Hold on.
It's just one paragraph. Just one paragraph.
Yeah, nah. You can't cherry pick me. So you gotta give me a second.
I would never do that. I would never do that, bro.
Nah, you doing it now? What you mean you ain't doing it?
My point.
Nah, you ain't proving shit, bro.
All right.
Now hold on. I'm putting it on the screen. Ah, damn, bro.
You see the part where it says section 1?
I don't see nothing, bro. I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing.
You didn't see the part where it said.
Start from the beginning where it said, "Did we know the law of the origin we should know?"
On that page. Now go in the middle. It says,
no. I ain't
read all of it.
in the middle. I'm asking
read the
you to
whole
read.
page.
Yeah, fuck yeah. We got time.
All
You've
right.
been here arguing about saying fucking
All right.
speaking thing we can't see.
All right, so you on the page right now?
There you go. Yeah, start from the word did.
All right. So, did we know the law of the origin? We should know the law of their extinction. Talking about dark races.
Nah, don't tell us what the fuck it's talking about. Just keep reading.
What? All right. But this we do not know. All is conjecture, uncertainty. After some 4,000 years of historic period, all we have is the chronology full of errors and falsehood. I'm gonna read that again. After some 4,000 years of historic period, all we have is chronology full of errors and falsehood, unintelligible, incomprehensible. We find the dark races still on the earth to this day. Of their ancient history.
To this day, it don't say no goddamn.
Okay. All right. Hold on, wait.
Don't try that shit.
You go. You ain't
Nah,
gonna let
don't
me
try
read,
that
bro. Let me read.
Nah,
all right.
you can't superimpose shit on it.
I'm not. All right, hold on. All right, I'm gonna read it your way.
Nah, that ain't my way, nigga. Read what the author said.
All right. We find the dark races still on the earth. Of their ancient history, absolutely nothing is known. Nor does it matter to what region of the globe we first view them. They are confined to no particular zone, but spread as it were from pole to pole, from the Arctic to the Antarctic Circle. If the Lapps be a dark race, then the dark races exist in Europe. As a race, Asia abounds with them. Africa has always been considered their stronghold. And unquestionable.
Time out, real quick.
You want me to read that again?
No. If Africa has always been our stronghold, what does that mean to you?
It did. Listen, you
no. Don't tell me listen. Don't tell me listen.
All right.
The author says that Africa has always been our stronghold. What does that mean?
Okay, there's a lot of black people in Africa, right?
So
what it says?
No.
Says black people all over the planet. Wait, you skipping over that?
Stronghold. What does that mean to you militarily? If something's your stronghold, that is your essence, your beginning, your existence.
No.
I don't. Okay, we're gonna come back to that. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So now let me go back a little bit, right?
Yeah, read it over.
All right. Do we know the law of the
No, I didn't ask you to go back there, nigga. We ain't doing all of that. Start that Asia abounds with them.
Okay. Asia abounds with them. Africa has always been considered the stronghold, and unquestionably from the Mediterranean shores to Cape Algogas or whatever, the thick-lipped as
Algogas.
Algolis.
It really is talking about
or the Gullah Geechee, whatever.
No, it ain't talking about
Now I'll fuck with you on that one.
I know
all
you
are. All right, the thick lip as cop or the Boogeyman of all shades, but the fair prevails.
No, you know what they saying right there? Boogeyman. You know what it is?
Yeah.
I ain't even gonna get into that. Go ahead, keep going.
That's the African. I know they from the Africa. I know that. You know what I'm saying? But it's in America. Listen, this is the part right here. But it's in America.
No, it don't say that.
Yes, it does, bro.
It says Bozeman of all shades, but the fair prevails. You didn't say that word, but the fair prevails throughout.
Okay. All the shades, but the fair prevails throughout. But it's in America, the last discovered by the civilized European, where we find the stronghold of the colored race. I'm gonna say that again.
Now pause.
Okay.
They just told you that Africa was a stronghold for black people. They just told you that the dark races.
It just says America is a stronghold too. It says America is a stronghold too.
Hold on. Your book just said, your source, this white man that I've already known that is fucked up, but I'm letting you get this shit off.
Yeah.
He said Africa has always been considered their stronghold. Who's their stronghold? The dark races. Now he gets to America.
He said the same thing about America.
Hold on. Now he gets to America and he changes it from dark race to colored race. Continue.
Okay, can I
Nah,
interject on that?
No,
I
you
can't
cannot
on that?
interject. No, you can't
That's correct.
interject.
Wait, hold up.
You cannot interject. We are reading your source as your source states, not what you say. Your source. I'm not
All right,
letting
let me
superimpose shit. Your source made a clear distinction that Africans are different than colored race. Continue.
No. Okay, no.
Yes, he do.
It's all dark. It's all dark, right?
Continue. Listen. This is the key because he goes back to the word stronghold. He keeps saying it's stronghold.
Can I expound?
I don't need you to expound on nothing.
Why not?
Because I can fucking comprehend. And
audience
is not dumb. My audience knows that when he is talking strongholds, he's saying that these people are in this area and they're deep. So now he's made a distinction between the Europeans, the Asians, the goddamn coloreds, and the goddamn Africans. Now
can I ask you a question?
No, you cannot. You can read from the land of fire. From the land of fire. Read from the land of fire.
Oh, you know you're doing censorship right now.
No,
right?
I'm not censoring shit. I'm reading the source. We reading the source. I'm not letting you superimpose shit on the source.
So let me ask a question. I'm not superimposing. I'm gonna ask you a question.
No, you can't. You got to read what this author's saying through this paragraph.
All right, I'm gonna read it. So let me start over by. Can I start over by "But is in America"? Can I read from there?
Go ahead, bro.
All right. But is in America, the last discovered by the civilized European, where we find the stronghold of the colored race. From the land of fire to the icebound polar sea.
Start over again. Read that shit again, bro.
All right. But is in America, the last discovered by the civilized European, where we find the stronghold of the colored race. So basically, he said America.
Nah. We're trying to superimpose. Read the next one.
Okay.
So there's a clear distinction that the people of Americas is different than the people of Africa's. That's all we got out of that so far.
I mean, we could tell that to this day. We could prove that today.
Exactly.
Is different than the blacks in America. We can tell that to this day.
Your black ass is not different from people in Africa, nigga. Cut your camera on. Exactly. I knew you wouldn't. Now read from the land of fire.
I got you. From the land of fire to the icebound polar sea, nature has darkened every race unmistakably. I got to read that again.
Please.
From the land of fire to the icebound polar sea, nature has darkened every race unmistakably.
Do you know what that is? Do you know what they're talking about? He finna tell you, but do you know?
I know what they talking about. What you think?
What they talking about?
Oh, now you giving me a platform? All right, thank you, sir. Well, basically, he's saying not just the heat that darkens the skin, but the cold weather darkens the skin.
No, the fuck, the cold weather does not darken the skin. That is not what he's saying.
Okay, so what is he? Tell me what he just said.
From the equator on down, nigga.
Tell me what he said then.
He told you.
He said
below the equator. He's using the terms in the following. If you keep reading the sentence, he's telling you.
He said from the fire to the icebound polar sea, nature has darkened every race unmistakably.
Hey, hold on, real quick. Hold on, Sabio. You here?
Yo, Sean, what up, bro?
What up, Sabio?
I got the source. I had to go get this source because this helped me build. I already had the 3 great races of men, and it had something similar to this. But what up?
You want to wait till he get done?
Nah.
No, you can go ahead, bro. You got the floor.
I just want to see if he's going to connect us to these Native Americans.
Okay, let's go. All right, so go ahead, Yodi.
All right, so basically what I'm trying to say is like the dark. That's what I wanted to read, basically. And
read from the land of fire to the icebound polar sea.
So fuck what I've got to say. All right, got you.
Yeah, fuck what you got.
From the land of the fire to the icebound polar sea, nature has darkened every race unmistakably. Nor has the Eskimo or the circumpolar races escaped this coloration. Like their brethren in Asia, inhabiting the same zone, though far removed from the tropical heats, they are also deeply colored. A dark race with the inevitable osseous and other structural characteristics of the colored races of men. Hippocrates says, and modern physiologists have repeated this statement.
Physiology, say it with me.
Physiologists have repeated this statement that intense cold darkens and look. I'm gonna read that again. My bad.
Yeah.
Hippocrates said, and modern physiologists have repeated this statement that intense cold darkens as well as great heat, from which I long ago drew.
Hold on. Go back and read that. Read it again. What it says from when it says like their brethren in Asia. Read that for me, because that's key. And the reason that I'm saying, and I ain't trying to interrupt you or nothing, but when it says like their brethren in Asia, he's referring to the people in America, and he's saying your own source is saying that they're like their brethren in Asia. So he is linking the people of America as brothers, as kin to the people of Asia. But read right there again from like their brethren in Asia, please.
Like their brethren in Asia, inhabiting the same zone, though far removed from tropical heats, they are also deeply colored. A dark race with the indelible, osseous, and other structural characteristics of the colored races of men. Hippocrates said, and modern physiologists, whatever, have repeated.
Slow down, bro. Just say it. Physiologists
have repeated.
There you go.
Physiologists have repeated his statement that intense cold darkens as well as great heat, from which I long ago drew not the inference suggested by the great physician, but what I think.
Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to let you go, but I'm trying to make sure that we comprehend, because he says like their brethren in Asia inhabiting the same zone. Mm-hmm. Think about that, the zone. Mm-hmm. So we got to look at in Asia, the same area in Asia. It says, though far removed from the tropical heats, they also are deeply colored. Who are deeply colored? You see what I'm saying? So he's doing. Then he says a dark race with the indelible osseous and other structural characteristics of the colored races of men. So he's making a demarcation. This is why I said that he's talking about around and below the equator. So then he says hypocrisy. He goes to Hippocrates. Says that modern physiologists have repeated his statement that intense cold darkens as well as great heat, from which I long ago drew not the inference suggests by the great physician, but what I think a more obvious one, namely that of Hippocrates and his followers from Galeon and Elielon have disunited physiologists and philosophy, and that to this day they remain distinct. So then he continues. From the earliest record, times might has always constituted right or been held to do so. By this right, the Slavic race crushes down Italy, withering and blasting the grandest section of mankind. By this kind of right, that is, power or might, we seized on North America, dispossessing the who native races to whom America naturally belonged. He didn't say blacks. He didn't say darks. He said
that again.
Hold on. Let him finish.
Read that again.
Yeah. He says, by this kind of right, that is, power or might, we seized on North America, dispossessing the natives races to whom America naturally belonged. We drove them back into their primitive forests, slaughtering them piously. Our descendants, the United States men,
hideously, Sean.
yeah,
That word is
hideously. My bad.
hideously.
You're right. Hideously, right? You didn't fuck me up, Savio. Correcting me right there. See how we get it right there. I just want y'all to know, players fuck up. So anyway, United States men drove us out by the same right, and that is might. The same tragedy was repeated in South America. The mingled host of the why did he use this word, Sabio? Celtiberian. I guess that's a Celtic and a Siberian.
A Celtiberian? What the hell?
Bro, he's a gypsy. He makes this shit up. Adventure was brought against the feeble Mexican.
That is the word, bro.
There ain't no damn. The feeble Mexican, Peruvian, and Brazilian, the strength and the knowledge and arms of European men, the strength of a fair, or at least of a fair race. The popes of Rome sanctified the atrocities. So he's admitting that the popes of Rome are the reason why motherfuckers is over here getting slaughtered. Listen to what it says. It was the old tragedy again. The fair races of men against who? The dark races. The strong against the feeble. The united against those who knew not how to place even a sentinel. The progressists against those who stood still, who could not or would not progress. Look all over the globe. It is always the same. The dark races stand still. The fair progress. He's making the determination that
Is he lying? Is he lying?
Yeah,
Was that lies that you just read?
Yeah, he lying.
Tell me why.
Okay.
Absolute lies, because you don't know history.
Yeah, because in history, because we're not we don't go by their laws, or they determine what the fuck we possess as being what it used to call us, uncivilized. Our ancestors built kingdoms. They had organizations. They had our hierarchy, learning.
Is that true though?
Hold on. They had learning institutions. They had trade networks. They had a language. They had a script. They had numerous things that made them progressive. They also had when I basically mean by scripts, you can find scripts all over the continent of Africa. Even though they were not writing, they try to use that as making them primitive. Because they did not have Christianity, they try to make that a reason to call them primitive. Because they didn't understand that their beliefs and their way they deified nature, they tried to call them primitive. That is all true, all facts. And I'm just trying to minimize it and simplify it so it can be digestible, but not only you, but the listening audience and those who ain't even on my side.
The reason I asked that question is for what he just said in the book we just read. When he said, when you go all over the world.
Man, it's not a coincidence, cousin.
Huh?
Keep going, bro.
No, I was going to say was the reason I asked that question, was he lying? Which I know my word is no, he's not lying. Because this was a book written 1857 or in the 1850s. And it's the same. You can see it today what he's saying 200 years ago. That everywhere you go on the planet, black people. Look, wait.
That's
everywhere you go, wait. Hold on. You not let me finish. Hold on.
No, I heard you, but it's not true.
No.
I just told you, bro. How the fuck you get the pyramids? How do you get anything in Mali where they're building temples?
If I told you those pyramids were built in the 1800s and they weren't old, you gonna say I'm lying.
That's not what I'm referring to.
Okay.
That's what I'm. Okay, your ideology is fucked up.
No, it's not, bro. I could prove that the pyramids weren't built in 3,000 years ago.
Okay.
I can prove that, bro.
Are you smoking crack?
Okay, we will deal with that another time.
Okay, no problem.
The pyramids was built in the 1800s.
1800s.
We will get to that another time.
It's called the Reconstruction era.
Okay, so what? So the pyramids were reconstructed too?
Yes. Yes.
Say that, bro. Listen, we will come back to the Reconstruction era, and define what the Reconstruction era is, and we'll deal with that later on. Right now, with your source, all we're basically saying to you is how white people frowned upon every other people on the planet because they didn't have Christianity. Period.
I agree with that.
So they try to call people primitive because they didn't dress like them, talk like them, walk like them, act like them, or behave like the motherfucking feudalistic bitches they were. So let me finish. It says, see how a company of London merchants, Lord, it is over 100 millions of colored men in Hindustan. I doubt the story of 100 millions, however. The hot sons of India exalt, I have remarked, the brains of Europeans who sojourn long there. But be it as they say, the fact is astounding. Whilst I now write, the Celtic race is preparing to seize Northern Africa by the same right as we seized Hindustan. That is, might, physical force. The only real right is physical force, whilst we, not to be behind in the grasp for more acres, annex New Zealand and its all its dependencies to the British dominions, to be wrested from us by and by our arms, by our sons and descendants, as the United States were and Canada will be. For no Saxon race can ever hold a colony long.
So
Go
let
ahead.
me ask you one question real quick, Sean.
Go ahead, ABO.
For some clarity for the one who may not know, what did Hindustan mean at that time?
Hindustan is in East India.
Oh, all right. Just wanted to make sure you knew what Hindustan meant.
Yeah, I
Because
definitely
if you
know
didn't
that.
know what Hindustan meant, you was gonna say that was our land too.
You got East Indians, you got West Indians. We the West Indians.
Stop it. The coolness with which this act of appropriation has been done is, I think, quite unparalleled in history of aggressions. A slip of parchment signed officially is issued from that den of all abuses. The officials of the colonial secretary declaring New Zealand to be a colony of Britain with all its dependencies, lands, fisheries, mines, inhabitants. The Aborigines are to be protected. Now, if the crown will let them alone, they can protect themselves. But this would not suit the wolf who took care of the sheep. Still, mark the organized hypocrisy of the official opener of the letters of others. The Aborigines are not declared Britons. They are merely to be protected. The Indian Empire, as we call it, having turned out so profitable an investment for the British capital, although for obvious reasons, it never can become a permanent colony of England, suggested to the office the idea of founding a similar empire in the heart of Africa. Everything seemed favorable for enterprise. Southern Africa had been long ours. The Dutch. The southern extratropical part, partly held nominally by the Portuguese, that is, as good as not held at all, a wide desert separating Central Africa from the Moroccan, from the Celt in Algiers, and from the present Egyptian ruler, Central African, full of wealth and productive soil, and a feeble black population. Nothing could be more favorable, and I could have not the smallest doubt that the officials at the colonial office already contemplate another India in Central Africa. The wealth, the product of labor of many millions of Africans, in reality slaves, as the natives of Hindustan, but held to be free by a legal fiction, might be poured into the coffers of the office. But, alas, for land-seeking colonial secretaries, climate interfered, exterminated the crews of the ships, scattered the hoops of the patriot lord and the head of the office. So I'm gonna stop right there. My whole point to you, bro, is this dude ain't saying shit that is in
He did say a lot there. And
no,
let me explain.
He ain't said nothing to put the dark people, them blacks that got that stronghold in Africa, in the Americas.
Said America is a stronghold too. He said the whole
Yeah,
planet is
of a
dark
different
races.
type of people,
That he
of a different group of people.
Hold on.
He's clearing his bro. He's
No,
telling you
what
in his
he
whole
said
argument
was
that Africans are not the coloreds that
what
they
yet.
see in America. There's a difference.
Wait, hold on. So when back in the 60s when they had colored bathroom versus white bath, who you think they talking about? Colored. Aren't we the
No,
colored
they're
people?
talking about the black people that
Exactly. So are we the color? Are we
No.
the colored people?
Let me
Yes or no?
say, let me slow it down for your ass. Because
Answer that question.
No, you're
Answer
moving.
that question, P. Answer that question. Are we the colored people? Yes or no?
Yeah, the Africans are the colored people that he's
All right.
describing.
So no, I'm talking about the Americans.
The African people,
wait.
the African people,
Come on, man.
the African people are the colored people that is being referred to by the word color.
The black people in America
Black
wasn't
people
referred
in
to
the
as colored
60s,
people.
the black people in the 60s, where you see the damn sign colored, were referring to black people who are descendants of Africa.
Africa, those they are not descendants from
Yes,
Africa.
they are.
Those are the
Ask me
red,
a
copper
question.
skin
You
colored
ask me a
people.
question.
Those
You
are
ask
the
me a
copper
question,
skin
I told you.
colored people.
Well, they are not talking about no goddamn
Yes,
copper
they
colored
are,
people.
bro.
Not in the 60s because they called them the red man and they called them fucking
Okay,
Indians.
what's the
Why is you
definition of
lying?
America?
Why is you lying, bro?
No, I'm not lying. What's the
You
definition of
all
America?
fucking lying. You
Hold
all
on.
lying.
I'm a proof.
Because every goddamn people know that those bathrooms were not delegated to fucking Native Americans
just
or
let me
any other
talk. Just
people.
let me talk
They
for a
were
second.
designated to a person of color, which would be black people in the 60s. Why the fuck are you sitting here lying, bro?
P, let me. Can I answer your
No,
question,
why
bro?
you lying,
Can I
bro?
answer?
Why
Bro,
you
can I answer
lying, bro? Why
Can
you
I answer
lying?
your? P, you not
No,
gonna let
why
me
are
answer the
you
question,
lying?
bro?
Why are
Yo,
you
that's
lying?
crazy.
Why are you
Crazy.
lying? Look at the screen.
I'm gonna.
Yo, Sean P.
No, look
Yo,
at
Sean
the
P. Can you drop the link? Can you drop the link? Cause he playing too much. I got another source. I'm finna bring up the three great races of men. I'm finna pull up the three great races of men for him since he want to
So
play
you're
games.
saying so we not the colored people.
Hold on.
We not the colored race, right?
Hold on.
Nah, we not the red man. We show not the red man.
Hold on. Can you
Why
read
we not the red man?
Can you read the
I'm gonna show you
screen?
when I pull up the three great races of men.
We're gonna let Sabio go in just a second.
All right,
but
all right,
can
cool.
you read the screen? Can you read the screen?
I can't really see it right now.
Yeah, you can, bro. Look at the screen, bro. I'm gonna read it to you. It says colored is a racial descriptor historically used in the United States during the Jim Crow era to refer to an African American. In many places, it may be considered a slur. Now, let me pause. Sabio, is you sharing your screen or you need me to drop the link again?
Yeah, I need you to drop the link in the chat.
Can I just say this?
Oh, no, because you're going to move us off our point. Hold on.
Not.
No, yes, you are. No, I don't need you to say nothing. I don't need you to say a motherfucking thing right now.
I'll be back. I'm joining on my laptop.
That's fine. You just fucked up. So before Sabio come back, I'm gonna put it back on the screen for your motherfucking ass, and you need to look real easily at this. At your screen, brother. You said you brought it up. You said in the 60s. So I'm being specific. The Jim Crow South. They were definitely talking about black people. They ain't referring to no other people but black people. In the United States, colored was the predominant and preferred term for African Americans in the mid to late 19th century, in part because it was accepted by both white and black Americans and more inclusive, covering those of mixed race ancestry, as well as those who were considered to have complete black ancestry. They did not think of themselves as or accept the label African, did not want whites pressuring them to relocate to a colony in Africa, and said they were no more African than white Americans were Europeans. In the place of African, they preferred the term colored, or the more learned and precise Negro. However, the term Negro later fell from favor following the Civil Rights Movement, as it was seen as imposed upon the community it described by white people during slavery and carried connotations of subservience. The term black preferred during the 60s by the Black Power movement, as well as radical Black nationalism, Pan-Africanists, etc., all political progressives. Negro was still favored as a self-descriptive racial term over Black by the plurality in the late 60s. However, by the late 70s and 80s, Black was strongly favored. This shows you the evolution of the word. We were denoted as colored in the era in which you brought up, which is why you were saying that crazy ass shit. And I've been waiting on you to say that crazy ass shit because y'all don't know shit about history and you can't superimpose it. So Sabio is up next. I don't need you to say anything. I need Sabio to pop up. Give him 30 seconds and he's about to speak. But man, you cannot sit here and insinuate that color referred to a whole different group of people. No, sir. The evolution of them words that was used to call us what we are, we have a history of that.
Can I say something after the brother?
Yes.
Facts. All right. That's all I need. That's all I need. Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna let you because I'm gonna mute the fuck out and let you and Sabio argue this shit out because you didn't fucking headache over here talking about some weird ass shit. You didn't got me reading this stupid ass white man book who a gypsy who try to belittle Black people and put us down and make us this bottom feeding that shit. Because guess what? If we would have kept reading his book, when he started talking about the African skulls and all the deficiencies and shit like that, that's when he started pissing us off. Because now you are subscribing to racism, white supremacy. Every time you say that shit, hell yeah, I'm about to faint. This motherfucker over here tripping. Over here, man, God, I'm arguing with a Black man that's arguing for racism, white supremacy. I cannot believe this shit and for the life of me. Hold on, here you go. Come on in here, Sabio. Shit, you holding us up. But the moment that you said colored, you fucked up. That's why you need to stay away from the motherfucking words. And I just told you earlier that there was 3 different people in the Americas. You had, even though there was, the Asians and all of them was there, but there was a red power movement, a Black power movement, and a white power movement in the fucking Americas. That is a clear indicator of the 3 dominant classifications of groups of people that were ethnically titled that shit by these white people. Hold on, I gotta run my commercial real quick while he trying to share his screen.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my
So
fucking
let me-
family, but y'all ain't
by
find
his
y'all?
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all
I
did.
don't feel like you standing on business.
And y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC.
That screen, Sabio. Shut the screen, bro. You up. There you go. Motherfucking screen share Sabio. Hold on. Let me take my shit down. Unmute your mic, Sabio. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, unmute your mic, bro.
Hold on, here I come, Sean. Give me 1 sec.
You made me ruin my phone, bro, for you still trying to delay us, bro. It's a 15-yard penalty on the play, bro. Straight up. This boy trying to show this shit.
Go to present. Here I come, because he want to play. I want him to see what this says about the red man. There it is. 3 great races of men. There it is.
You got it up?
You know when it's on the screen.
Yeah, I got it. All right, boom. Full screen. Boom. You good. Go ahead. Let me mute.
You hear me, Sean?
Yeah, you got it.
All right. All right. So right now, he's talking about we come now to the third, or the Western Great Longitudinal Division of the Earth, comprising North and South America. And here again, precisely as in the Central Division and lying alongside of it, North America alongside of Europe, and South America alongside of Africa, we find the tropical home of the yellow man, mostly sunk in the ocean and the Caribbean Sea, while at the north, the white man has a theater of action, enterprise surpassing even, to say nothing of the realities of the old world. All right, so that's the yellow man. Scroll up. Because he says, here go the black man of Africa. But if we look to the next great middle division or continent of the earth, Europe and Africa,
Savio, you breaking up, bro. You breaking up. You sound like a goddamn robot.
Oh, yeah.
You breaking up. You have to start over.
Separate so many.
This nigga can't hear nothing.
I am.
Can you hear me now?
South of this, directly over against the old home of the black man in Africa, lies South America. Home of the black man in Africa. You see that again, right? You keep saying that, right? Yodi.
Yeah, I see it.
Yodi. Y'all
Yes,
hear
sir.
me?
Yo,
Yeah.
no, we can't hear you. You breaking, you going in and out.
Yo, Sean.
You going in and out, Savio.
Can they hear me?
Yeah,
You
those
going,
Africans
hold on. Don't say that. Hold on.
Where is it?
Yo, Savio.
Here it is.
Savio.
They may exist as individuals.
Now I see what other people be feeling like when Savio get to going.
They never can. And whether our present Indians and Mexicans are they are either destined, told, and in or to be overrun and swallowed up by the two great races, democratic whites on the north and the so again, they're talking about Indians and Mexicans. Indians. It's clearly. I'm trying to find that red man though. That's what I'm looking for, the red man. In America. That's what I'm looking for.
We ain't heard shit Savio said. At least we can look at his screen.
And this is from the three great races of men. You like using ancient sources, old. All right, so this is the beginning.
You just passed it.
All right, here it is. Yeah, it's right up in here. I am well aware.
Hold on. Just hold on, y'all. He got kicked off. He will be right back. Hold on. This time I hope he sound clear. Y'all know every time Sabio get excited, his shit be fucked up.
Can I ask a question in the meantime?
Nah, bro, I need a moment of silence from you, bro. Let this nigga Sabio come back, Yodi. I need a moment of silence, bro. You gonna take me somewhere I ain't trying to go.
I got
Yo, they said we the colored people said that we was this, that. Bro, you tripping. Yo, you could have corrected yourself long time
bro, you're gaslighting though, bro.
Nah, bro, you could have corrected yourself a long time ago, bro. Like on some real shit. Like the etymology it help you out with that, bro. This is where research come in at. And then you went to the 60s.
But that's what I do. Etymology. That's my thing, bro.
Bro, nah, that ain't your thing because you admitted that the 60s is black and proud moment, nigga, in human history. Yo, Sabio, you was sounding choppier than a motherfucker, bro. You on mute right now, Sabio. You trying to share your...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
that's because I have my mic. I was trying to talk with my laptop muted. My mic was on mute, but my laptop was muted. So,
bro, we don't need none of that. Share your screen.
I got you.
And quit fucking the audio up.
I got a question about the word Africa.
Nah, man, we ain't getting into that yet.
You said etymology. Oh, look,
you already said.
All right.
You already said the pyramids were built during the Reconstruction era.
That's a fact.
The wildest, craziest shit ever.
That's a fact.
How the fuck is that a fact? And you ain't got a source to say that shit.
We got plenty of sources. Matter of fact, we got photos.
No person in human history agree to that shit, bro. Ain't nobody listening to that. Yo, Sabio, get to your source, bro, because this nigga's tripping, bro.
What's up? All right, so this is from the 3 Great Races of Men. And on page 17, he's separating the people, the different groups of races. Right? I can scroll up a little bit, and he's going to say right here, I am well aware that these 3 races are at present jostled together. But if you see right here, I'm going to highlight it. The black, but still I have not the least doubt that the natural home of all varieties of the black man is near the equator, that of the yellow and tawny races near the tropics, and that of the white man nearest to the poles, and which are commonly called the temperate zones. The black and dusky men that are now near the poles were undoubtedly driven there by their enemies or transported as slaves, while all the white men under the equator were forced there by the inordinate love of gain or power, or by some other unnatural causality or cause. All right, we'll skip past some of this. Skip down a little bit. Hence, we may properly... Oh, no, I'm not. I'm going to kill your point. Your point is going to die. Hence, we may properly call the black the equatorial race, the yellow the tropical, and the white the polar race, in respect to their natural geographical location. The baconed races of Mongolia and Equimalt, the red races of Indians and the red races of Indians, not Africans. Clear distinction. Is it not any clearer for you? The baconed races of Mongolia and Equimalt, the red races of Indians and our half-breeds, I do not include in the distinctly yellow race, although in all probability, they are all, except our half-breeds, a degenerate offshoot from it. but by their peculiar habits, intermixtures, and wanderings, they have become a sort of mongrels, like the mulattoes.
So who the
Or
mulattoes?
men of all climes.
Ain't that black
Hold
people
up, hold
mulattoes?
up, hold up. Listen, don't ask
Oh,
no
okay.
questions. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. Like the American Indians, of which classes we shall speak more particularly hereafter. I, of course, use terms denoting color only in a loose and general sense, and the terms denoting location only in the same sense, since the actual causes which make all men in process of ages who come under them, either black, yellow, or white, run around the earth in isothermal and not at equatorial or tropical lines. Nor do I now affirm that any particular race now extant will in the far future be here or there or even continue. And this is the pseudo white man that you like.
Can I pose a question real quick?
All right. Now, go ahead.
Okay.
Because he just clearly body bagged you.
So who are the mulattoes? You said a mixture of red Indians were mixed breed and half breeds, right? And remember, I said the Indians are the Aboriginal people of Americas, in my perspective, is the mixture of Indians, Aboriginal people, plus the Europeans that came. Right?
I don't care about the mulattoes. What I
care
about is the red man. No. What I care about is the red man and the separation that they clearly made from the Equima and the
That's just saying it's
Mongolias,
different types of Indians.
and how he separated them, the red man, from the Africans. He clearly said that they're from a different climate.
That's my point, but that's my
From
point
the
though.
Africans.
But that's my point.
No.
You're really reading proving my point.
Because your point is your point. No, I'm not. Because your point is
because you look, wait. The red Indians is what I'm saying. We are.
Hey, yo, hold on.
They're not the American Indians.
Sabio.
We are the red Indians.
Sabio, hold on. Sabio, hold on. Yodi.
I'm here, Sean.
Yodi.
Yeah.
You're not red.
Yes, I am, bro.
No, you're not. Cut your camera on. You blacker than me. How the fuck are you red?
I'm dark brown, which is a dark reddish.
No, you're darker.
I'm a copper skin color.
Jody, listen to what I just said.
I'm a copper skin color.
You're not. You're darker than me. You can't be red.
Bro, if you put a penny on my hand, it will match.
You're not the same. Cut your camera on, Jody.
Hold on. Let me go on the light. Hold up, bro.
You turned the camera on?
My camera's on.
Get in the light, nigga.
Bro. Right.
Exactly. That's why you trying to laugh and shit. Nah, you can't even keep a straight fucking face, yo.
Yo, bro.
Like I said, you're dark. No, you can't. Go get a penny, nigga.
How you gonna ask me a question? But
go get a penny. Go get a penny. Nah, Yodi, go get a penny. Go get a penny, Yodi.
Hold on. I ain't got it on me right now.
Yeah, you do, nigga. You got pennies. Go look in the couch.
Oh man, hey, bro, we could picture a penny right now.
Nah, bro, go get a goddamn penny.
Bro, coppers, let me say this, yo, P. Let me say this though. Let me
bro.
Let me just say, I'm gonna answer your question, bro.
Native Americans don't have beards. Indians don't have. Indians don't have beards.
Yodi, you are not the people being described here, bro.
Yes, we
you
are,
know that.
bro.
Nah, the fuck.
Hold on, let me.
Yodi, where you from? Where you from, Yodi? Where you from originally?
From New York.
Exactly. What part of New York you from?
Look, me and my family are Jamaican.
Nah. What part of New York you from, Yodi?
Queens.
Hold on.
Well, me.
Nah, don't say
that. My family originated in Jamaica. That's where most of my family is from.
Nah,
That's where we originate from.
Yodi, don't say
And we
nothing.
moved, and my family moved to New York.
Yodi, your people from Jersey?
Nah.
Hold on. Y'all hear the phone ringing, right? Y'all better be glad this dude busy. I had something for Yodi ass. Pause. No Diddy. Yeah, he gonna come back. Definitely. I know he handling business. I got something for you, Yodi. Your black ass. Look at this black ass motherfucker on here live. Well, he can't face, yo.
Hold on, let me say this though, bro.
Go to the
Dark
barber
skin
shop.
racist.
Go to the barber shop. Now I'm finna see if you. Indian. Go to the barber shop. It's right around the corner. Hop in your whatever you gotta do.
Bro.
Go to your barber shop.
Bro, I am.
Nah,
They
your barber shop
call
ain't.
me and my family West Indians, bro.
Bro,
so I'm technically an Indian, bro.
Nah, do you know what West Indian mean, Yodi?
Yeah, I know what
No,
West Indian mean.
you bugging.
Bro,
you
my
bugging.
family, bro.
No, bro, come on, you tapping.
Bro, they call me and my family West Indian.
Nah, no, they don't, yo.
God. Bro, it's
Yeah,
clear
they
as
call
day.
motherfuckers in West. They call people from Barbados and all that shit West Indians. Jamaicans, they call all of them motherfuckers West Indians. It's interpretation.
The southern,
your ass is not
the
red.
southern states, was also called West
Nah,
Indians.
put your
West
source
Indies,
back on the
bro.
screen, Sabio.
Bro, the whole southern states was called the
Nah,
West
bro,
Indies.
you tripping.
Florida was called the West Indies.
Nah,
bro.
you tripping. You tripping.
How am I tripping, bro? That's facts. That's Googleable facts.
No, nigga,
You can Google that.
You misrepresent the information is what I'm talking about.
No, I'm not.
Bullshit.
Look,
Yo,
ask the
lady in the
right?
chat said,
Ask me
lady in the chat
me and
said,
my
look in the
family
camera.
origin, right?
The lady said, put your face in the camera. The lady in the chat said, put your face in the camera. Don't lick your lips, nigga. This ain't no LL moment. Put your face in the camera, nigga.
No Diddy, bro. No Diddy.
Yeah. Put your face in the camera, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. You from Queens?
Yeah.
Which one? 121?
Be over there.
You be on 121?
Yeah.
Yeah, your ass is a fucking African.
Come on, yo.
Bro.
Fabio, put your source on the screen, bro. We gotta get back to this work.
Can I say this? Can I say this though? Can I say this?
Go ahead, yo. They gonna lie on yourself.
Bro, because this is the first time you're gonna let me talk. But I thank you for that. Thank you for that.
You're talking the whole time.
Nah, thank you for that. But what I'm saying is the red Indians, right? The red Indians are the copper skin colored Indians.
No, bro.
Look, I'm telling you, bro, the word Indian doesn't describe phenotype. The word Indian doesn't describe phenotype. The word black doesn't describe phenotype. The only word that describes phenotype is American.
No, it don't.
Yeah, that's true.
You just lied, bro.
I didn't. How did I? So prove that I lied, bro.
Because the racial classifications are determined by phenotype.
I agree with you, but I agree with you. Hold on, I agree with you.
No, but that's where we get the colors from, bro.
No, that's not. That's bro. What's the definition of the word black, bro?
So Yodi.
That's what's the definition?
African descent. A person of African descent.
No,
now,
that's not the definition.
Let me read the definition for you. Hold on. I answered your question. Let me go.
Yeah.
So Yodi, where were you during the Red Power movement?
The Red Power movement?
Yeah.
You told me I probably wasn't even born yet.
But
I probably wasn't even born yet, bro.
If you're so Indian, where was your peoples at during the Red Power movement?
I wasn't even around. Probably wasn't around. I'm be honest with you. I'm not gonna lie. I probably wasn't around for that.
So Indian, where was your peoples during the Red Power movement?
Probably wasn't around. I ain't gonna lie.
Nah. All right. So Sabio, share your screen real quick.
It said, look.
Hold on, Yodi. Hold on, Yodi. Cause you bugging. This black ass nigga call himself red.
Yo, bro, we are the red.
Yo. Hey, yo.
The red
Hey, Yodi, you're a funny motherfucker.
Bro, it's real, my nigga. You not. It's like I don't. You think I'm bullshitting?
Nah, bro. You
Indians.
called
Look, bro.
yourself a red
You
person.
have white
It's in the
Indians.
back, John.
You have white Indians. You have black Indians. You have red
Mm-mm.
Indians.
We ain't got none of
Different
that.
type of
Ain't no
Indians,
white
bro.
Indians. Ain't no white Indians. Them
Yes,
$5 Indians.
yes, they are white
Mm-mm.
tribal Indians in the America,
Nah,
bro.
they fake. They fake. Any white people calling themselves Indians, they lying.
I'm not. That. See that. I agree with you on that.
And any black people calling themselves Indian lying.
I agree with you on that, bro.
Hold on, Yodi. Hold on, Yodi.
Hold on,
Yeah.
Sean. Hold on, Sean. Just
So
so,
why do they keep?
just so nobody,
Why does this
just so
man?
nobody
Hold
attacks
on,
us in the future.
hold up, Sabio.
Nah,
Hold up. Go ahead, boss. I forgot you was in here.
what he was just saying, so nobody blindsides you in the future. He's talking about albinos in South America. Those would have been classified as white aboriginals here.
I'm not just talking
It's
about
like
them, but you're right.
it's like three or four tribes that in the 1500s and later in the 1800s got discovered out there in the Amazon. But it's albinos, and to attack the abos with it, you know, the abo movement, you have to explain why was they saying they found white natives with hair like horses here.
Even though that's true,
Not black
that's not
people. They
the whole.
found white people with hair like horses. That's what the man said.
Even though that's true.
Now, hold on, Yodi.
There were other European white people in America, bro.
Breathe, Yodi. Let's go, Sabio.
Okay.
All right. So throughout this book, there's going to be one common theme, and that Africa and the black man is going to be tied together. There will be no tying of the black man to the Americas throughout this book. But back to what we were going over earlier, because he called himself Red.
Yeah, that was some funny shit. You breaking up again. Sabio, give me your source. If you give me your source, we can read it from my screen. And you ain't got no issue. Or I can pull the book up. Hold on. Don't nobody do nothing. Everybody freeze. 3 great races of men. Everybody freeze. What page Sabio on? Damn. Motherfucker fell off. I got the shit right here and he fall off.
Did I just say the word black equals pale?
Nah. No, I don't. Hold on.
That's a fact. It does.
Nah, ain't no fact. According to you. Boy, you finna learn something right here. Yes, sir. Sabio, come back. And give me your page number. I know he mad he keep getting kicked off. He about like your ass. Chris in here listening to us, laughing while you working. Dirty motherfucker. Using us to pass time. Let me share my screen. Hold on, I'm finna drop it. Hold on, let me cancel this. I don't know why the shit ain't paying. I got you, Vasa. White Amazonian Indians. What's Sabio at? Mm-hmm. Yo, Yodi.
Yo.
You need better. You need better friends, bro.
Nah, bro, I got books, man. I read books.
You need to get with what I'm saying. You need to get with Not a Coincidence, bro. Y'all right around the corner.
It's not what I'm saying is not a coincidence, bro.
Nah, Not a Coincidence is a dude. He right around the corner from me.
Yeah.
In the Bronx.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to pull up on Not a Coincidence, bro. Get your shit right. Cause you tripping on yourself. And you from New York. New York niggas know they African.
Nah, we think we African, bro.
Nah, I ain't no thinking. Niggas know they African.
We have no blood relation. Nobody. We don't have no blood relation. I can't.
Every nigga in New York know they African.
I am lying though. I ain't gonna.
Savio. Am I on the right book?
It's crazy. You know what's crazy?
Page
I do have African relatives.
See, look at that bullshit. And you got
three great race. Is that the 3 great races of men?
But I ain't come from Africa.
Nah, you just said you got African in your family.
Yeah, but it's not. I don't come from Africa though.
You said page 15?
Went to Africa and had kids.
Nah, bro.
Page 16.
No more.
Nah, that's the truth.
No, it's page 2 in this book. It'll be the second page. Page 2.
Hold up. I need to make sure my book right though, Savio.
Yeah, let me see the cover.
That motherfucker brown.
Who the art?
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, let me see who the art.
The author is Jonathan Baldwin Turner.
J.B. Turner.
Yeah.
John Baldwin Turner.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, you said page
2. Yeah, that's it. The 3 great men. Yep, with special regard to the present condition and future destiny of the black man in the. Yep, that's it.
All right, quit fucking with me. So I'm right here, right?
Yeah, page 2.
It says, I am well aware of these 3 races.
Yep.
Okay, so what was you reading?
So go scroll down where you where it starts, where you see hints. If you
here
see
you go.
Black.
Yeah, I got it right here. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so you right here.
Yep.
Okay.
Where it starts talking about the Mongrels, the Baconed races. If you see the Baconed races of Mongolia and Equima, yep, that.
Yeah, you can read it. You can read it. We see it on the screen.
The Baconed races of Mongolia and Equima, the red races of Indians and our half-breeds. I do not include in this distinctly yellow race, although in all probability they are all, except our half-breeds, a degenerate offshoot from it, but by their peculiar habits, intermixtures, and wanderings, they have become a sort of mongrels, like the mulattoes, or men of all climes, like the American Indians, of which classes we shall speak more particularly hereafter. So, again, throughout this book, he makes separations. So how are you going to take the separations from that they made in your book that Sean was just showing and the separations that they're making in this book and force your conclusion to say that these people are black or African?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah, I really do.
Okay. First of all, the word Indian doesn't describe phenotype when it comes to ethnicity.
No, that is not the question.
Let me finish,
no,
bro.
No, we're not talking about we're not. No, you're not going to try to deflect or none of that. No, I want a question to answer to the question asked.
You gotta let me answer though, bro. Please, you're gonna let me answer that, but I'm gonna answer you, right? What you just read proved my point, bro. The Red Indians are distinct people from the Asiatics and the Africans, right? And the Eskimos, right? It just said that in the book. Now, the half-breeds or the mulattoes, who were the half-breeds and mulattoes in American history?
It ain't you.
It ain't black people?
It ain't you.
That's crazy, bro.
It ain't you.
I
You're
disagree.
not mixed breed.
I disagree.
You're not a mulatto.
Because it just said
You're
right
not a
there.
mulatto.
Who were the mulatto people?
You're not a mulatto.
Who were the mulattoes in America?
You're not a mulatto.
We all are mulatto because we all got European ancestry. We are mixed blood. We have Indian and European history. That's what makes us mulatto.
We are not mulatto, and we don't have mixed blood. Indian and all of this shit.
Can I say it? Let me say this
No,
again.
you can't say it because that shit wrong.
Indian mulatto means a mixed breed, right? Half
No,
breeds, right?
no.
What mulatto mean, bro?
We ain't listening to you, bro. Pull the
That's crazy, bro. Okay, go ahead.
Pull the definition up. You ain't mixed breed. Your black ass ain't nothing mixed about your
I
black.
am mixed breed, bro. My great grandmother was German.
Okay, show us your DNA.
Oh my God, bro. I gotta show you my DNA.
Yeah, show us.
I'm telling you, my great grandmother, my father's mother's mother was German.
Show us
bro.
your DNA. We don't believe you. Show us your DNA.
Yo, 24% of average African
Show
American has
me
24%
your DNA.
European blood, bro.
Show me your DNA.
I don't.
Oh,
I don't have 20. I don't have 20% of European DNA.
If you look at, I bet if you look up your
I've
genealogy,
done two DNA tests. Hey, bruh, I've done 2 DNA tests. I got 16% European DNA. 16%.
Okay, you got European blood then. You just proved my point again, bro.
13. It's actually 13 or 16, depending on the DNA test.
It don't matter if it's 1%. You got mixture.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
I don't have no ABO.
You're not
no Native American.
They call Africans aboriginals in this day and time.
No, they do not.
Yes, they do, bro.
No, they do not. Africans are not
trolling.
Originals, nigga.
Yo,
yeah, he trolling.
I'm not trolling, bro. I'm not here trolling. I'm not
aboriginals.
I've been on here 4 hours. You think I'm gonna troll y'all for 4 hours?
Africans are not called.
I'm telling y'all the truth, bro.
Africans are not called aboriginals, bro.
Yes, they are, bro.
Oh, the fuck, they're not.
Didn't you read in the book? It says America is a strong.
Africans are not called that.
Well, didn't the book say America was the stronghold of the colored race?
Africa
yes or no? Yes or no?
Called that.
Yes or no? What did the book say? The America is the stronghold of the colored race. Did it say that? Yes, it did. And who were the colored people of the Americas? Who were the mulatto people of the Americas? Obviously, it was black people, so quote unquote black people, which is a misnomer. But I'm using black as a reference because that's how laymen's see us. But black is not our real name.
Bro.
Black is not even a real ethnical term.
You're wrong.
It's a status
classification. You're wrong. You're wrong. Quit moving the goddamn goalpost in the argument. You keep trying to take us around the world and moving us in these fucking weird ass arguments.
Listen what I'm saying.
You're wrong. No, Yodi. I cannot let you take me to 6 different fucking arguments, bro.
I didn't, bro.
No, you did. It's one argument at a time.
You just read the passage about red Indians and the.
You're not a red Indian, Yodi.
How am I taking it out of context? Y'all bringing the argument up.
Yodi, you're not an Indian.
Right, and you know what's crazy?
They call Jamaicans West Indians.
You're not Indian.
They call us West Indians.
Yodi, you're Jamaican. You're a descendant from Africa. You got the whole Jamaican shit in your
No, we're descended from the Arawaks, Tainos, and the goddamn Caribs, bro. That's
your
who
black ass
ain't descended from Africa.
Yo, Joe.
Where's your DNA, Yodi? Where your DNA?
Right. Why haven't you dealt with the sources? Because Sean dealt with your source when you presented it. Why haven't you dealt with the source that I presented?
No, I'm going off the source you just read right now, bro.
No, you're not.
Yes,
you're not, because if you were, you will be addressing what he read, what he wrote, and not what you're interpreting.
You said
So
red Indians are half breeds, right? And the half breeds.
no,
That's what
no,
you're speaking on. That's
no,
what I'm
no,
speaking on.
no, no, no. You see, that's your interpretation. He did not ever call them half breeds.
Bro, everybody has an interpretation. The question is my interpretation right?
Your
That's
no,
the
it
question.
isn't. Your
So
interpretation
prove that
is
my interpretation
flawed.
is wrong, bro.
Everybody up here is telling you it's wrong, and we have proven it to you. Because you're trying to tell you're trying to force people to be something that they're not. And these scholars, these so-called people, these white men that you worship, who are writing these pseudo-ass scientific books that you like to use to make your argument, they don't agree with you.
Prove that though. You ain't prove it.
I did with a source because
No,
how?
you didn't, bro.
Hey,
you
bro.
didn't prove anything.
Hey, bro. I did. How?
You
Because
said the red Indians are separate from the other dark
I
races.
know. I
You
know it's
basically
hard.
proved my
I
point
know.
when you
I
read
know
that.
it's hard
What
to
are
be
you
a
talking
short
about?
bus shorty. I know it's hard to be a short bus shorty. I know it's difficult being a short bus shorty. I know it's difficult having that little yellow helmet on in the front of the bus.
Right.
Going to school every day. I know it was difficult.
No, don't stop. No, listen. Let's get back on track.
But the separation was
So,
made because he put Africans
hold
in the temperate zone.
Hold on. Sabio, this is your source. Just go down and right there where it says I only hear affirm. Just read it. It's simple. We ain't getting kicked off.
Hostile escapes. I got you. I try to play nice. It's difficult playing nice sometimes, though. I only hear affirm that whatever race does ultimately exist, especially on the great continents under the equator, must be a black race and have all the essential peculiarities of our present black man. And whatever race exists under the tropics must be a yellow or tawny race and have all the peculiarities of that race. And whatever race exists to the north of this must be a white or ruddy race and have its peculiarities. This is as much the law of nature, the will of God, as is the law of gravity or the rolling of the spheres. I shall hereafter propose my reasons for this belief.
Now, before he even gives his opinions of his belief, it starts to get the curse of Ham bullshit and all of that other shit that probably comes into the fight. Here's the thing. If you pay close attention to what he's saying, the more south you go, the blacker the people are going to be. When you get to the center, they're lighter than the black people that are south of them. When you get to the north, they are lighter than the people south of them and a lot lighter than the people south of them. They're basically giving you a view, because they're only using 3, but they're giving you a view of how closer you are to the equator, the difference in your skin complexion.
I had the 5 great races of men too.
In the same text, they brought up tawny. They brought up all these different descriptions that were used in that time, and they still use black to separate it from tawny and all the other things. And we know tawny is olive, and that's going to be Spaniard looking. So, to my point, in dealing with these zones, we know what we know, but there's no fucking way for the life of me that Yodi, you're going to assert what you asserted and it go unchecked, knowing that neither source that has been read today agrees with anything that you say. And if we continue
I
to
disagree with that, bro.
Okay, so what source agrees with you, and what point was made?
All the sources that you read agree
And
with what I'm saying.
how did they agree with you?
Okay, in the first source that I brought up, the races of men, right? When it says
No,
that America,
the first source though. The first source was something you was claiming to be black people. But go ahead.
The races of men source, the book I presented earlier.
Okay, you're saying that the book that you brought up Okay, go
The
ahead.
book that I brought up, when in the paragraph when you read that America is the stronghold of the colored people, I know who those colored people are.
No, you don't. No, you
Yes,
don't. How do you? So how do you know it? And your source ain't saying it.
My
How do
source
you
did
know?
say it. My
No,
source
your
did say
source
it.
didn't, bro.
Yes, my source said. My source disproves the out of Africa theory.
No, your source didn't.
Yes, it did.
Why do you keep Yodi?
These niggas
Yodi.
Didn't the source say dark
Yodi.
races all over?
Yodi. Have a seat in the back just for a moment. Just hold on. You working a bar pattern. You fucking up my thought, bro.
The out of Africa theory was debunked by a source now?
No.
Whoa.
No.
Whoa. That was a hell of a stretch. Yo. Who you think he is? He think he one of the Fantastic Four or somebody? He think he's Stretch? Is that Stretch Armstrong person from the Fantastic Four? Whoa. He what? Damn. That's a flagrant reach. Flag on the play, foul, shoot your free throws. You get 15 extra yards too.
Hold on, Yodi. You're no source that has been presented today, and the one source that you brought forth has supported you. You have superimposed your position on every single thing that has been read to you today. You're not even, here's the problem. You're not even adhering to what the source is saying, bro. You're deliberately deny. And it's hard to have the I think that's probably why I have a headache, because I was actually trying to exude an extreme patience with you, thinking that you were coming to learn. You don't give a fuck about being corrected. No matter what the information says, you have absolutely no thought in your brain to concede to any point and correct yourself. You are entrenched in trying to argue your point and your point only, regardless of the information. This is unbeknownst to me, because clearly we have put source after source after source up. And then you just tried to claim to be red people. You just tried to claim that you wasn't this people. You have went to the extremes with this. And you thought that I forgot that our very first conversation, your motherfucking ass told us that North America was for white people and South America was for the black people. And that's how, and then there was interchaining going on before that. And you said this from the same book that we just read of yours about the races of men. You said you came to that conclusion based on that text. And ain't no way in that text that motherfucking shit say that. So what I'm saying to you, Yodi, is you got to have more integrity to continue the conversation, because you are in full disagreement with your own source that does not agree with you, bro, at all. And we keep pointing this shit out to you, and you just keep on passing the buck. And then you just deny. And then you find a new argument. You literally, your black ass just literally try to claim to be red, bro.
Red.
Dark red.
Yo.
You know there's different shades of red. You know that, right?
Oh shit.
Yeah. It's not different shades of red.
Show us.
It's not different shades of red.
So you like a burnt red? You like a burnt red?
Yeah, you got dark brown red.
You like a sepia? You like a sepia? You like a sepia?
Back again. This nigga just said, I'm finna show you the different shades of red.
Yo, he on his Wale shit right now. He sepia red. Wale said he was sepia red.
Yeah. Well, whatever. He can be whatever red he want to be. But this motherfucker Yodi is weird. Hey, Yodi, they looking for you on the Pseudo Killers show. Unc told me to tell you pull up over there next time they live. Yeah. So they need you for something.
Oh man.
He go to different shades of red. Now that we got the different shades of red on the screen, Yodi, which one of these shades is you, Yodi?
Brown is a shade of red.
Where's brown at?
Brown is a
Where's
shade
brown?
of red.
Where's brown on the shades of red, Yodi?
Hold on. I'm gonna show you right now.
I don't need you to do none of that. You said red. Where is brown on the shades of red?
A shade of red that leads towards brown can be described as reddish brown.
Pause.
Term encompassing a variety of
Yodi, stop. Read it again and slow down. Listen to what it said. Read it again and slow down.
A shade of red that leans towards brown can be
Slow
described
down.
as reddish brown.
Brown, you missing it. Say it again, because you missed it.
Okay. A shade of red
leads toward brown.
Yeah, can be described as reddish brown.
Oh, wait. A shade of red
Yeah.
that leads toward brown. That is not brown. It leads towards brown. That's what I keep saying. You were saying it and you wasn't catching it. It leads. It's not brown. It leads toward brown.
Now brown is reddish brown. That's what
No,
it says.
listen, bro. A shade towards brown.
Okay. Oh,
Read it again. Read it again.
A shade of red that leans towards brown can be described as reddish brown.
Pause. A shade of red that leans toward brown. Now we got maroon, we got burgundy, we got wine, we got barn red. We ain't got no motherfucking brown. And you ain't none of these motherfucking colors. You ain't burgundy, nigga. You black.
He vermilion. That nigga vermilion.
Brown.
He vermilion.
Brown. You know the three primary colors, right? What colors make brown?
This nigga said.
What colors make brown though? Is it yellow and red?
This is the tragedy of the Negro that Reverend P. Thaw Stanford and them was writing about. This is the tragedy of the Negro.
I'm asking what color makes brown? What two colors, primary colors make? Ain't brown a tertiary color?
Bro, you crazy as fuck.
I'm just saying, what two colors make brown?
Nah, you crazy as fuck, bro. I was giving you a chance, bro. You disappointed.
Wait. Brown is made. Hold up. Brown is made by mixing the primary colors of red and yellow.
Bro.
So even brown.
You are disappointing, bro.
The color brown is mixed with the color.
I'm not waiting on nothing. You are disappointing, bro. I need you to understand that you're disappointing, bro.
All right, so in this book, The Tragedy of the Negro, chapter 2, it starts Africa and how the Negro was brought thence and why. Africa, an immense peninsula of the old world, the third in size of the great divisions of the globe, is a land of ignorance and darkness and the home of the Negro. Its great length is about 5,000 miles. Its greatest breadth is about 4,600 miles. So it keeps saying that the Negro comes from Africa, not America. Why is that? Why do all the books, and this is another one of those pseudo books written in the 1700s, 1800s that y'all like to reference?
Why do
they keep referencing Africa to the land of the blacks and things like that, or the Negro? Why is Africa?
Black equals pale.
What?
Black equals pale.
I'm not going down that rabbit hole. We're not going to
play. That's etymology, though, right?
We're not going to play these stupid games.
We ain't playing the etymology game, right?
Nah, that's pseudo. It don't say that.
Yeah, we're not playing that game. We're not going to do that. So why, the question remains: why, when no matter how far we go back, no matter what scholarly reference, how pseudo they were, no matter how much they believed in Jesus, Yahweh, whatever they believed in, is the African or the black man can always put in Africa, not in any of the Americas. Why is that?
You don't know.
You're
Just say
proving
you don't
my
know, bro.
no, you're proving my
Now,
point. You
just
said
say, I know you don't. You ain't made no point.
we not
How the
from
fuck is
Africa, so how
somebody
they gonna
prove
try?
you
We not
don't you can't say you cannot say someone's proving your point to get out of the argument. You don't fucking know, bro.
Can I read a chapter again, bro?
No, we're not we're not
hold
reading
on.
no more chapters.
It
We're
says,
not reading no more
hold
chapters
on,
that you
no, it's
can't
the same.
comprehend.
I'm just hold on. Let me just read this little chapter. It says,
No.
but it's in the Americas,
No,
last
we
discovered
want
by the
no,
civilized
no. What
You're
page?
not answering questions.
What
we find the
exactly?
stronghold of the colored race.
You're not answering
What
questions, so
page
you don't get to
are
read.
you on?
148. Same page. I ain't leaving
Oh
that page.
shit!
It's the same page.
So why
Because
the
that's the
fuck
only
are
page
we
he read.
revisiting the page
That's the.
we just read?
He's cherry picking, and
It
his
says, but it's
confirmation bias leads him to that one page because the rest of the book
the
doesn't agree
page
with him.
proves that black people is everywhere on the planet, not
No,
in
the page
Africa.
don't,
That's
because
what the
if you
page
read
says.
before the page, no, it don't, because if you read before the page, it says the Indian Empire, as we call it, having turned out so profitable an investment for British capital, although obvious reasons it can become a permanent colony of England, suggested the officer the idea of founding a similar empire in the heart of Africa. Everything seemed favorable for the enterprise. Southern Africa had long been ours. We just read all of that shit. Why the fuck is you sitting here going back to page 148 and it don't even agree with nothing that you say? Because if you go to 147, it full
The
context of
Indian
what's going
Empire
on.
is the
You ain't
Americas. The
read
Indian
and
Empire is the Americas.
nah, bro, you ain't got no DNA.
The
You
Indian
ain't got
Empire is the
shit, bro.
Americas.
Hey,
You ain't
Sean.
got
I
nothing.
told you the DNA.
Hey,
Yo,
Sean.
you wasted my whole goddamn time. You wasted my time,
Sean.
bro.
Hey, Sean, can I ask the gentleman a quick question?
I'm sorry,
Can
Chris.
I
I
ask the
kicked that
gentleman a
nigga
quick
out.
question?
I kicked him out, Chris. I was getting
Hey,
my head.
I think I found where they got that idea that Africa circumnavigated the globe from, because in this book it says right here.
He be back though. He be back.
In the beginning of this book, The Tragedy of the Negro in America, it says the Phoenicians who lived in cities on the coast of Syria, one of which was ancient Tyre, were devoted to the pursuit of the sea and established colonies on the north coast of Africa and created extensive commerce. It is said of them that they were the first people to circumnavigate Africa, and that Necho, who ascended the throne of Egypt in the year 617 BC, was the navigator. The Carthaginians, who established a mighty empire and absorbed all the Phoenician settlements of the west, followed in the steps of the Phoenicians and sent their navy along the Atlantic shores of Africa, which returned in the year 570 BC, having settled colonies on the coast. Herodotus, who was born in the year 484 BC, was the first Greek who traveled in quest of distant lands and the founder of Grecian geography. He explored Egypt as far as the cataracts of the Nile and made excursions into Libya and Arabia. Subsequently wrote accurate descriptions of the country he visited. Yada, yada, yada. But I think that's where that myth or that idea came from, because it said they sailed around Africa. Now, so y'all can see how that could be taken out of context, and somebody could write they were the first people to sail around the globe, and then it spread. But yeah, this is from that ancient book. This book is old too. This is another one of them old books they like to use.
Boy, Yoda gave me a complete headache.
Yeah, that's why I had to laze one before I joined. I was listening the whole time. I was liking what you was doing, but I didn't know he was gonna join. And then when he joined, I was like, yeah, he gonna do that. He gonna try to use that source. I got a source for him. All right, since you want to play game.
It ain't about the source, bro. It's comprehending what the motherfucking source is saying, bro.
Right.
That's what get me like. shit ain't agreeing with you, man, but you trying to make it agree with you some kind of weird ass fucked up way.
You know, that's what they got to do, Sean. They've got to run from Africa.
Yeah, that shit crazy.
That ABA, that's the new clan. The ABA, the anything but African clique.
Boy, Yodi crazy, bro. Where you at, Yodi? Oh, Chris fell off. I was about to say, never mind, don't bring your ass back. Chris ain't here.
Yeah, this, I don't know. I mean, if you want to look at this, you can probably find it on the book I just referenced, The Tragedy of the Negro in America. The author is, no, that's the copyright. The author is who? Yeah, it is Reverend P. Thomas Stanford, I think. Condensed history of the enslavement, sufferings, emancipation, present condition, and progress of the Negro of America. So this was written after slavery.
All right, bro, I ain't fucking with none of that, bro. You tripping. I'm on Not a Coincidence time. Sign a petition to get these ninjas offline.
But yeah, I don't think he got, I don't know. These comprehension issues they suffer from is difficult to deal with. Like, are they comprehension issues or are they just being obtuse? You know, just lying on purpose. I think it's a little bit of both for real. They're lying on purpose and it's comprehension issues.
Oh no, man. I don't want to say, bro.
The lie feels better than the truth.
At the end of the day. At the end of the motherfucking day. They doing
That
that shit.
nigga ain't no red, man. He shouldn't have cut his camera on. He really bodied himself. What made him cut his camera on?
Because he didn't have it on before. That's how I know he was full of shit. Because ain't shit read about him, bro. Like, when people are a certain thing, like they express it. Genetically, they express it, no problem. But some kind of way, he full of shit.
Yeah.
You should say,
there ain't
what
nothing read about him.
you signing that motherfucker? Most of them don't have comprehension and know they can't read facts. Nah, he wasn't comprehending shit he was reading. That was frustrating, but I was trying to just say, okay, all right, let me just get him through it. But hold on, let me show y'all this shit. I gotta go back to this video because he got me all off course fucking with him on some stupid shit. So listen to this shit. Hold on. Y'all can't. This nigga lying his ass off.
I was bringing it up for the title, but you exactly right, Wale. I'm not going against that. These motherfucking Peckerwoods, yeah, they be killing. They kill our people, man. Like every dead. They do. They do. So I'm not going against that. But since motherfuckers want to make shit.
Has anybody seen hold on. Listen to this motherfucker again. Damn. Can y'all hear me? Y'all can't hear me, can you? Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back.
I hear you. I hear you.
Hold it down, Sabio. You can hear.
Sabio, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I hear you, Vyasa. What up?
I got a couple of minutes before I start my second job for today, but I hope. My bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, my alarm was going off, letting me know it's time to go in. But when I express those sentiments of this is clean and wet with wet, and we gotta ignore the fools. I hope I know you get it. You know what I mean? If they're gonna stay in their confirmation biases, if the more we try to throw scholarship and accurate information to them, they just cherry pick and try to remix it on some Puff Daddy shit. It makes the mission null and void. You get where I'm going? Now,
Right.
that is not to discredit those in the audience and those across the diaspora that genuinely want to learn. But if you
Right.
got that bad student in the classroom, you got to remove them in order to save the good ones sometimes.
Right. And
then double back to that bad one. But you
right.
can't lose
And
focus of the good ones.
right. And give him that not give him special attention, just give him the information and let him go on about his business,
Right,
especially at
because it
this
might
age.
be another
You
lesson he
can't treat
needs
them
to
like
learn.
children.
Right.
You can't treat them like children. And I think that's the habit that some of us get into. And I think that's where they try to hold me at a level, but I can't, like I said, I can't talk to grown ass men like I'll talk to little children.
Yeah, and in that sentiment, and it's not to, throw darts at them, but look at
No,
it
it
from a
isn't.
psychological perspective of this. If they're identifying with the information, the more you correct wrong information, they're feeling no, 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 and trying to
Right.
hold on to me. You get where I'm
Right.
going? Not the information. So no matter how many times you say Frederick Douglass was a black man, no, he wasn't. He was Chinese. You can't tell. You get where I'm going? And it's just going to
Right.
become repetitive.
But see, that's because they can't accept the change that has to happen
You get
in
where
their
I'm going?
thinking.
So that's why
Yeah, I get it.
oh, my bad. It might be best to separate them from the classroom and give them their own special lesson. Like, hey, bro, I see what you're doing. Not to reinforce a positive for their behavior, but to let them know it's not personal. But if they make it personal, then at that point, we wasting our time because then it's just challenging and it's just they trying to take thrones that their hands is too small to grab.
Right. And
You get what I'm saying?
right. And you know me, um, I don't know. I don't know, Vasa. It does get frustrating, and I can see how Sean caught a headache dealing with dude like that. Cause he wasn't conceding anything. And I don't know how you can read your source and your own source don't agree with you, but you still try to make an argument with it. Like that's a different type of stupidity that I
Man, the
don't think I've
more and
ever
more
dealt with in my life.
the more and more I've been saying this phrase this month, the more and more I analyze it from different angles. Do not correct the fool because he'll grow to hate you. Only correct the wise because they'll appreciate you. The more and more I analyze that, man, there's a lot to unpack in that. Unfortunately, I got to go. Hold down the fort for Brother Sean, no doubt. Peace to the audience. Sabio, you know what it is. But yeah,
Yep.
those was my sentiments along my ride to work and just my my goodbye for the moment.
Yeah, that's a different level though. Like the source didn't agree with you and you tried to flip the source or force something into the source or interpolate your flawed
Stop at your.
comprehension into the
Stop at your.
source.
Yeah, stop at
So,
your. Don't even go no
so
further than that. It's back to I want to show I'm intelligent. I want to show that I'm not wrong. I'm smart. I read these books. I understand you get where I'm going. So that becomes a unspoken battle that we fight in majority of the
but yeah,
time. Not to say it's everybody.
but yeah,
Oh
but the
goodness,
fight,
boy.
right? Yeah, the fight is unfair though because you can see the flaws in their comprehension. Like, oh, and I don't know if they can. Like, if you've actually read the things and you've studied and you're learned, you can catch the flaws in their reading, in their comprehension, and how they can make these mistakes. And it's like they just run all the stop signs. It's like they like Daryl Brooks. Pause. That's a bad analogy. That's a bad analogy. Let me take that one back. They just running through stop signs, just willy-nilly, not caring about who they hit or nothing. It's just like, what do we do with like how do we actually help them help themselves if they want to help themselves? Like the shit Wale Nim was talking about. And I sure I'm gonna have a nice little bone to pick with Wale, channel hopping ass. Oh, been over there talking about black he not black, he not this, he not that. He sepia red, he whatever red. And now he over here talking about they killing our people, they shooting our people, and nobody doing nothing. Wale, what?
Yeah, I can't even mess with Wale, bro.
Didn't you run to Jamaica?
From this sentiment. I find it very odd that when he gets speaking about them Asiatic people or he met a little Latin descent person in South America, yes, he'll cry, he'll tear up. They didn't even know about their people, and this man had to. You get what I'm saying? But can't acknowledge we black and what we don't do.
Right. You kind of muffled. Your mic kind of messed up or something. Hello? Yo, can you hear me? But yeah, that shit crazy with Wale.
Yeah, we can hear you. You can be heard.
Oh, all right, Sean, you back?
Yeah, no, I've been back. This dumbass keep on tagging me. Yo, Ling Ling is stupid.
Oh man. Yeah, keep the Power Ranger away. So we got cosplaying Aboriginals, cosplaying Hebrews, and cosplaying Moors. That's what it is. We cosplayers in 2025. Niggas became cosplayers, Sean.
Yes, so.
Mm-mm.
I don't know what's going on with these people, bro. It just amazes me. Yeah, Yodi, I had to let you go, Yodi, because you was tripping, bro.
How can you cosplay as a Native American though? That's a different type of cosplay.
Yep. That shit, man. I'm gonna get up out of here, man. I ain't trying to go too much longer. I could, but I ain't trying to go too much longer, man. That's the ABO shit. I might fuck around tomorrow. I don't know. But if it was somebody in the chat that actually wanted to get to the information and we can get to the source and come to a conclusion, I mean, I'm live. I'm live right now. But
Hey
it
Sean,
ain't.
before I jump off, did you hear my sentiment about
Yeah, I
a
heard it.
quote I've been using? I wanted to
Yeah, I
say
heard
it to
it.
you personally. With the don't correct a fool because they'll hate you for it. Only correct the wise because they'll appreciate it. Stop giving these dumbasses time, bro. If they don't want to learn, leave them alone.
Yeah, at the end of the day. But yeah,
Yeah,
man.
you know how I treat a dummy, Vasa. Treat a dummy like a dummy. And I tell them straight up, you a dummy.
So they don't never show up here anyway. So, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is a difficult place. You got to be sourced up to come over to the Masi Warrior certain panels. I've always respected that about y'all over this way. It's one thing I've always noticed whenever y'all do go live, y'all sourced up on the things y'all present. So that's why they don't join your panel too much. They got to have too much information, and they know they don't have it because they haven't presented it. So if they had it, they would have presented it. The conversations wouldn't be going on.
Right. Shit,
But yeah,
man.
I'm gonna let you get up out. I'll holler at you in a
Yeah,
minute. Good
yeah.
show.
Be smooth, man. All right, everybody. Y'all take care, man. Y'all make sure y'all keep tapping in. Brother Ben dropped something, so please go look at the upload videos. Go check out Kofi's interviews. Be on the lookout for a new article that I have written. Kofi's dropping a new magazine, so I'm gonna be in that. And then at the time he drops the article. I mean, oh shit, my bad. So yeah, be on the lookout for an article that will be released on Same Tree Different Branch. You can download it. I'll also be in Kofi's magazine. Y'all make sure that y'all go, keep an eye out on that. So by the time Kofi dropped the magazine, then I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna drop the article. There'll be a link in Kofi's magazine that'll take you directly to the article. And you'll probably pay like $1.99 or something like that to get the article. Definitely support. And trust me, y'all gonna enjoy it. So it'll be a smooth little read. And we're gonna be challenging the ABOs. They're gonna have to come with their information. I mean, I don't expect them to read anything that I write or produce. So I don't think that we'll go too far. I don't know what you're talking about. What you mean? You talking about Sabio? Who was we? You talking about your clique? Your coat? Sabio said you ain't got no sources. You ain't got no sources. He said what he said. He said what he said. You do got a cult. You got a Christian cult. I don't know who his team is. I don't even know what you're talking about. So I ain't even. I don't even care. I don't know who his team is, and I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just talking about your cult. The Bar Reloaded is a cult. Prove me wrong. They got one fearless leader, and I'm talking to the fearless leader. Her name is Denise. He ain't no member of pseudo killers. Savior is not a pseudo killer. What are you talking about? Your name is Denise. Fuck is honey. This ain't no phone 6 line. I ain't adding you. What the fuck do you want?
Stop spreading bullshit about my channel.
What's bullshit?
I don't have a cult.
Y'all are a cult.
How are we a cult?
A
cult would believe in the same things.
You're the fearless leader.
Okay.
I just said
be a fearless leader. That don't mean we gotta have a cult.
I just called y'all.
How can it be Christian? How can it be Christian when half the people don't believe in
the denomination of your?
There's only one Christian in the bar, and that's a barbarian.
Hey, the Christian cult.
No, there's one Christian that's a barbarian. You don't want no smoke with him.
Yeah, okay.
Pipe down, calm down.
Yarns.
But bar reloaded if you want to see sources.
Yarns. Y'all ain't got no goddamn source. You heard Savior.
I got an entire playlist of sources.
We ain't seen a playlist of a source yet.
It's a playlist showing Cedric pseudo sources.
Man.
And me showing the sources on it. What are you talking about?
Break up that pseudo ass nigga. I don't care.
That was like 6 books. What do you mean?
You gonna bring that pseudo up like all right, like I already told y'all wasting y'all.
I learned sources over here, right? Gotta source everything. So now that I do it, he wanna be mad. Now it's a cult. Okay.
I ain't mad. I ain't mad at all. You offensive.
As a matter of fact, we was doing so good that people start calling on you. Deshaun, come get her. Oh my God.
I don't know nothing about none of that.
I know you don't. It was so funny. Yeah, so go check out.
Nah, we ain't doing no advertising. We ain't
No, you want to advertise me as a cult. You can advertise the real shit I do. What are you talking about? You want to advertise me as a cult.
I ain't no go check you out.
You advertise it as a
cult. I can't hear you. We didn't hear what you said.
We're not a cult.
We didn't hear what you said.
It's not a Christian cult.
We didn't hear what you said.
It's not any.
We didn't hear you say that.
Tell you.
Y'all gonna make somebody do something to y'all over there trying to talk about.
They can't do nothing. They can't do nothing.
We already told you were pseudo.
For 2 years, you beat me up on this channel. On this very channel, you said, "Oh, you gotta have a methodology. Oh, you gotta look into 15 million sources. Oh, you gotta look at all this stuff. You gotta make sure the sources is real. You gotta do all of this." Now, when I'm holding other people to the same channel,
I ain't said nothing. I ain't got
the same standards that you do, right? You held me to these standards. I hold other people to standards, and you gonna call me a cult leader.
It's gonna lie.
I'm lying.
I said the bar reloaded is a cult, and you the cult leader. That's all I said.
I was in a cult though.
Information.
Now it's a cult.
Hold up. Somebody got a comment in the chat.
Same thing.
I ain't gonna lie. I was on the sister channel earlier. Yeah, she tried to act like me. That's all. You gotta, she got it honest.
What? I'm trying to act like you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what they say, invitation is something. Whatever the fuck it is.
She got it honest. She got it honest.
Exactly, I did. I got it beat into me.
Yeah, she got it honest.
Now he want to sit here and say I'm
with a belt and no Vaseline.
Are you a co-leader?
With a belt and no Vaseline. Yeah, I'm your co-leader. Fearless leader.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Hey, Ogun.
You are EIE.
Let me be quiet. Listen, like Ogun. I said this right here, right? So about a couple years ago. Now you know what? I can't say that. Never mind. Don't worry about it. You made EIE a moderator?
Yes.
Congratulations, bro. Let me log off so I can go change my moderators on my signs with Sean real quick.
What? You never even asked to be a moderator, Sean.
I ain't gotta ask.
No, you didn't.
I ain't gotta ask. You
don't have to ask. What? You do a whole presentation.
And
I did a whole presentation, and I did a whole
about not being an admin, and then I made y'all.
No, forget all of that whining. I did a presentation about why I should be one. And
hey, y'all, she lying.
If they go on my channel, they can see it.
She lying, y'all.
Why I should be.
She lying, y'all.
I'm not lying.
Nah, she did do a presentation on why she should be a moderator. That's no cap. It was the funniest shit ever. Do not watch that. Somebody made a whole presentation on why she should be a moderator.
Absolutely.
Keisha, why now? Keisha, you lying too. You got a ranch over there.
Keisha, you got a. Everybody did.
Everybody got a ranch. So why you sitting there lying?
He just don't go live over there. He gave us all a wrench and then just decided to say we're not going live over here no more though. But you went over there to put screenshots of me up there and talk shit though. You could go right there on Science with Sean and see us arguing. You can see that. What the hell?
Man, let me get off this motherfucker, man.
Bye, y'all. Peace.
Came up here to argue with the ABO.
Bye, Sean.
Out.
I'll argue with Ling Ling. He's funny.
Fuck him.
I know.
Yeah.
Did you ever get V-Note? Did V-Note come up here?
Nah, Vernell he ain't coming up here. Vernell, you know. Vernell. Nah, I don't pull up on no Vernell.
He's a good moderator though. He ain't like smoking them. Well, smoking good too. So
I don't do dumb. All right, peace out.
How you gonna teach? Who you gonna teach?
Video.
They smart already.
I need to play a video before I go. Goodbye. Everybody go over there and subscribe to her channel. I need to play this part of this video real quick. Oh, man. I can't let y'all, I can't get off yet until I show y'all this part of the video. This fool got a video called Pangea. Yo, they just be, look. They live right now. Watch this. They live right now, y'all. Y'all see this, right? Y'all see this. What's the over and under that they don't let me on the panel? I was finna end the show, but it's finna get entertaining.
So y'all trying to put y'all trauma on everybody.
You too, because that same government that we talking about in reference to the Constitution.
Hold on, y'all. I'm just trying to get the link to the show. I'm trying to get the link to the show. So if I get the link to a show, I'm gonna share it, and then we're gonna have some fun. Let me see.
Y'all would have been living in the projects. Y'all would have been on y'all land raising chickens and cows. Stop the cap.
Well, see what happened. What happened with mine? My mama moved, so my mama left. Well, my granny left first, and then my mama left from East Tennessee, and we moved to Nashville. So
this dude,
my mama wasn't on none of that family shit or none of that. She was getting the bag. We was getting the bag. So we moved down to Nashville. You feel what I'm saying? So it ain't about nobody took nothing. Like I said, when I went back and did my research, I found out my people still got their land. Now what I'm saying is, if you go back and do your research, you might find out that ain't nobody took your people land. Just because you come from nothing, I came from the bricks. But that don't mean my people came from no motherfucking bricks. The farm, the motherfucking land, all the acres and shit that my granddad and them people had, it's still down there.
They took a whole family land. They took a whole family land in Florida. And hold on. They took a whole family land in Florida and put Walt Disney on top of it. Now the family suing them and just now starting to get their money. So all this, they don't take people shit. Yes, they do. They take incorporated land and incorporate it.
What she making?
They do this. What world are y'all living in? Y'all got you and Super living in y'all own town or something?
No, people sell out. I know people sell out, and that's what happened. When you go down, when you dig down in the rabbit hole, you'll find out your own people sold out for the bag. It happens to this day. When grandma dies and leaves the house, guess what? Everybody starts fighting over the house. You know what the next happens to the next generation? Don't nobody give a fuck about the house.
On the church on people sell out.
Yeah, everybody don't know. Everybody don't fight over the house because the grandmama then left in her will who the fuck get in the house. She don't trust the older brother because he been doing drugs. She don't trust the youngest because they got some fucked up shit going on with them. It's the most responsible person that they always leave the shit to entrust them into doing what the fuck need to be done. So all this they arguing over the house bullshit because the brothers and sisters ain't got no take on the house. Every time somebody die, this shit wheel down to the person they want it wheel down to. And this dude right here said they build neighborhoods on Indian burial grounds. Carl, you lying. Watch this. I'm finna add smoke signal, drop a link. Who said what's the over and under on me getting the link? They got an ABO in here called Empress Nemasty. How the hell she come up with that?
They sell out a church on every corner in the hood. Are y'all going to tell them they sold out?
Hell yeah.
Look,
Hell
check this out. Okay, this is what it is though. The man Excel was trying to speak. So I want to elaborate. Like, okay, so like even though you may have your land, you see you dealing on an individual level. The Europeans that came over here, they dealing on a national, international level. So I can't
give no European no credit for taking nothing from my people.
Let me finish. Go ahead. Y'all talking on an individual level, you and Supra, but you're basically they got your land too because you paying taxes on that land.
He ain't got no land.
You dealing with their jurisdiction here in this country, in their corporation in this United States.
Ignorance of the law is no excuse. If you are
y'all don't want to accept that fact. See how you try to brush that away? You know what I'm saying?
It's not no brush. Nothing, it's the truth.
If
you know that you are Indian,
brother, I'm asking you a question.
Indian, non-tax on that land.
Do you and Supra pay taxes on y'all's people's land? Yes or no?
He said the link pin. I'm in the chat, bro. Ain't no motherfucking link right there. Let me change the name up. I think it might pull up when I change the name. Hold on, let me change the name. Let me switch the account. Let's see if they let me up. Let's see if they let me up.
The point I'm making.
So who gives a fuck, nigga? That's what life is. Fighting.
No, life is not about fighting, bro.
Nigga, I don't know what kind of utopia you looking for.
What's your definition of fighting? What is your definition of fighting?
It's the home of the free. No, it's not. Nobody wants foreigners here doing what they do.
Home of the free and home of the brave. So if you're not brave enough to stand on what your people was, then yes, they gonna tell you anything.
Egyptian Indian is wild. There's no such thing called an Egyptian Indian. No such thing. Whoever created that is crazy. There you go, right there. Here go the link. Here go the link to make them think tank. Hold on, good peoples. Good peoples, good peoples, good peoples, good peoples. Let me share my screen. Oh, Sean, what's up? What's up, Wavy? Hey, man, I don't like calling another grown man. You know what I mean? Let's see, I'm finna get kicked out. I'm probably gonna get kicked out. Probably gonna get kicked out. They've been live for 5. That's me. They've been live that long? Oh, they've been live just as long as I've been live. Damn. Yep. They've been live longer, about 3 minutes. Oh, yeah. They was, Smoke Signal was definitely listening to me. Here we go, y'all. I can't hear nothing. All right, can y'all hear me? Hey, let me know if y'all can hear me. We can't hear them at all.
When they occupy your jurisdiction.
How are they occupying? They're not occupying my jurisdiction, brother.
Hey, your little piece of land is under the you in the midst of the United States, man.
There's more niggas in Texas than it is anywhere else.
Hey, Savage, you see the screen?
Yeah.
No, it's
Luther. What you talking about?
Yeah.
What it say?
You read it all the way.
Represents and direct taxes shall be appropriated.
Representatives.
The several United States which be included within the Union. My screen went up.
Shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those.
It says according.
To service for a term of years and excluding Indians not taxed.
What you saying? Why are you pointing out according? According means go along with. That's the law. That's your inalienable right. God given means can't nobody take it from you.
Hey man, if you want to be deceived and think you got inalienable rights here, okay, cool. Not as long as
you're deceived to think you don't.
No, you're deceived. I get it, but I don't.
Brother.
Hold on, sir. I get it.
When I was blind. When I was blind, I used to say silly shit like that.
Okay, thank you. Because I was gonna say I got right.
That's why they told us, you want to have something from a nigga or an Indian, put it in a book.
Let me tell you what I'm saying. It's because you misunderstanding me. I got rights, but they don't come from the stupid Constitution.
What's your God
of the United States of America?
Of course, they don't come from the Constitution. They're recognized by the Constitution. They don't come from the Constitution. They don't come from the Constitution. They're recognized by the Constitution.
Right. The Constitution was recognized.
If you exercise your rights, nobody can tread on them.
If the Constitution, if that was the case, guess what? See, that ain't the case. Because if these are your rights,
over here saying a whole bunch of shit with no proof. You gotta come on with proof.
That's why when you go get your driver's license, it don't say Aboriginal Tennessee do it. It's talking about the United
license is a privilege, sir. You got an inalienable right to travel.
Yeah.
And I use it. And I use it. I have an inalienable right to travel. Driving is for commercial use in law. So what are you talking about?
You're dealing with their jurisdiction. You're dealing with their
Driving license is a privilege. Traveling is a God-given inalienable right. Do you know the difference?
At the end of the day, you're dealing with their jurisdiction. If you don't want to confess it, that's on you. That's
you are protected by
take
the
it out of
Constitution.
you take it out a degree. That's just a little piece of
The Constitution gives me the power to stand on my God-given inalienable
the Constitution
rights,
don't give you no power. That's pseudo power. It's not really giving you real power.
You got a pseudo belief.
You do. You're deceived into thinking that the Europeans
and I use it. I use it, sir. I'm not telling you something that I believe. I'm telling you something that I
Man, they got eminent domain. You are.
And when I go to court, dismiss that shit.
Okay, what you gonna do? What you want to put a expression to your people's land? What you gonna do?
Stand on my God-given
right.
If it's heirs property, my people put in a will that they cannot go back on. That is protected by the Constitution.
On their own words, not the
will
Constitution.
and the birthright is protected.
Well, that's your foundation. That's
the American indigenous people of this land set up the Constitution so dumb niggas couldn't come and trick us out of it, which they've been doing in the early 1920s and 30s.
All those are lies,
with all
man.
these beliefs.
That's all lies.
All belief, no facts, no nothing, just a
You ain't proving anything. You're not proving anything.
Where's your people at in the 1800s? I'm gonna prove it real fast. Where was your people at in 1850, 1860? Where was your people at?
Again, you ain't free like you think.
I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it with your people.
You would free all your other
now I'm going to prove it with your people.
You ain't free on a national level.
I proved it with my people. Tell me where your people is. I'll prove it with your people.
That's not free, man. You talking a little individualism stuff, man.
You're not free by mind. You're a slave in mind, sir.
You're an individual.
You're shackled on the mind, brother.
You're an individual. That's
it's only a mind thing, baby. Get out the matrix. Bro. It's a mind thing. Mind over matter.
Are you free when your people ain't free? Get for real, man. And I ain't talking about your direct descendants either, or ascendant.
So who you talking about?
Hey, are you free?
All the indigenous people in America are supposed to be free,
bro.
Not just your family.
So you saying and them niggas that's in prison that did heinous crime should be walking around?
Dumb questions. You want to ask dumb questions? I said
you not all the indigenous. You saying all of them, bro. You said all of them.
You're not American indigenous.
Then ask a better question than that.
Not
nigga, you ain't answered none of my questions since I've been talking to you.
You actually don't.
You're not
American. No, because you can't answer them, nigga. You can't stand in front of Superman.
Yeah, even the criminals supposed to be free. Because you know what? We supposed to
stand on your soapbox and preach and tell us how the Constitution.
Your people were slaves in Knoxville. Your people.
Smoke, turn my mic because you got.
Damn credit, man. This shit's right. What are we up here? What y'all been learning these last years?
Yeah, when they went to the grave.
It's been a kumbaya session.
Well, all I can say is that those crafty creators of the Constitution has eluded us once again. Good job, gentlemen.
Get back to us, folks. Yeah, let's get back to it.
No, that should cause them too much of a stir.
No, I apologize, Smoke. Go ahead. I apologize, Smoke.
He crazy as hell. Smoke, you telling me you can't hit me?
Bad as hell, bro. You gotta stop being so emotional, bro.
Man,
I apologize, Super.
Go through your settings,
I'm not
brother.
controlling your mic.
Yeah, go to your settings and hit your mic, and then you can increase the volume.
You in it?
Hey, I got a question. Smoke. Now I'm here. He's scared, bro. Man. No, brick wall. I'm talking all day. Y'all hear me? So I'm coming. Smoke, can you hear me now? Man, my shit ain't fucking with your shit at all. Man, you got a pseudo ass stream, y'all. You must got the broke people edition. Oh.
Do not dishonor my name. Come on, Sean P.
Smoke Signal got the broke edition of stream, y'all. Man, this shit crazy.
You live, bro. We can hear you loud and clear. Come on with it.
So Power Time, you said you from East Tennessee?
Yeah.
What part of East Tennessee you from, bro?
Kingsport.
Bet. All right. So you from Kingsport, right? And you said your people own land in Kingsport, and
No,
y'all was the indigenous people
in South Carolina. My people.
Okay, South Carolina.
Yeah, I've been in Nashville since I was like 6 or 7 though.
Okay. What part of Nashville you from?
I'm an East Side baby.
You're East Side. What part of East?
East Side.
You from South Bay, Lynching? I mean,
Nah,
what part?
Golden
Where?
Valley. Golden Valley.
By the Bowling, Maplewood?
Golden Valley. You know what Golden Valley is?
Oh, okay. Hell yeah, I know where it's at.
All right. No Buzzhead?
I used to catch the plane.
Huh?
I know who.
What
know
you say? Where you from?
I said I used from out south.
What part?
Out south, Edge Hill.
Are you from Edge Hill? We know some of the same people there.
Yeah. All right, so real quick, man, I had a question for you though, for real. You said Kingsport, but your people own land in South Carolina?
Yeah, Spartanburg.
Spartanburg, South Carolina?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that you knew this because of a census?
Huh?
You said how you know your people own the land?
Because they still on the land. Cemetery and everything.
They still on the land?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you saying that they still on the land that they was enslaved on?
They wasn't enslaved, but they on the slave schedule.
Every black person in South Carolina was enslaved.
My granddad and my grandmama was on the slave schedule. My granddad is considered the slave owner. And
your
my
granddaddy
grandmama
was
is
a slave owner?
Great grandmama, yeah. And they niggas.
Okay, so you
and
said that your great when did your great granddaddy own slaves? How many slaves did he own?
Bro, on the 1850 schedule, it was my family. He owned his kids.
No, you keep saying the schedules, but in 1850, did no black man own slaves in South Carolina?
Bro, I can show you black people own slaves in Nashville, Tennessee.
Show me your people's owning slaves in 1850.
When I can show you niggas in Davidson County.
Exactly. No, you can't show me niggas in Davidson County owning slaves.
Saying?
I asked you.
We go to the state museum.
I asked you to show me niggas. Museum
is?
Bruh,
do you know what
we ain't gotta argue, bruh. Tennessee is North Carolina. So what I'm asking you before it becomes Tennessee. So what I'm asking you is to show me niggas owning slaves in 1850 in South Carolina, bro. We ain't even arguing. I'm asking you to educate me.
Bro, that's easy. Brother,
okay.
that's easy. You from the Ville, bro. I'll take you to the archives. I can show you everything.
Yeah, no, I want you to go ahead. I want you to share your screen and show me your people's owning slaves in 1850, bro.
People already done. Hold on. Show you what?
Show me your people's owning slaves in 1850, bro, in South Carolina.
Man, bro, you must not know who I am.
No, I don't. I don't.
You don't?
Yeah.
Are you from Edge Hill?
Born and raised.
Huh?
Born and raised.
Born and raised.
Yeah.
So you know Twan G?
That don't even matter. That ain't got nothing to do with your people's owning slaves.
Hold on. Hold on, they're my people. I'm just saying. You say you from Edge Hill?
Okay.
I'm naming people from Edge Hill. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm from Edge Hill.
Yeah, you said
I'm from Edge Hill.
That's what I'm saying. I'm naming
I live right next to the big field in the drive.
Okay.
Go on, school me, man. Show me your people's, man.
I'm gonna school you. Hold on, brother. I got you. I told you I'll take you to the state museum.
Yeah. No, I don't want to go there. I want to see your people owning black slaves.
I'll take you to the archive so you can see the records yourself and you know how to find it yourself, brother. You ain't gotta depend on me. I can show you how to do it.
Waiting on you to show me.
Yo, peace to everybody. Peace to everybody. Did somebody just say it wasn't no black slave owners in North Carolina in 1850?
No, that's not what you heard.
Okay, what did I hear?
We're talking about South Carolina in 1850.
So you're saying there was no black people owning slaves in South Carolina in 1850? That's what you're saying?
Spartanburg, 1850.
Sheesh. All right.
Crazy.
Show me the black slave owner.
Well, have you ever heard of you heard of Carter
No,
Nicholson?
don't ask me if I heard of anybody. Show it to me.
I'm saying I'm just trying to.
No. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Show me.
All right. Well, I can't share my screen, right? But I can tell you where to go to.
No.
Right?
I don't know. I don't want no directions. I want you to show me.
So if I can't share my screen, I don't even have an avatar.
Somebody on here can share their screen. Just drop it.
I don't know. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can see that
I'm
good.
gonna wait my turn. Let me mute up. I'm gonna wait my turn.
I can't.
Yeah,
I can't see it, bro. Don't waste your time, bro.
Good, but
I can't see it, bro. Drop the link in the chat. Drop the link in the chat, and I'll be able to look.
It's not drop no link in my check. It's
You're
on my
looking at
damn
a slave
Facebook.
schedule, bro. You're looking at a picture of a slave schedule.
Yeah,
Put it in
my
the
slave
Hold up.
schedule.
how you drop a link in the chat? How you
And
how
you
you
see
gonna
it
do
says
that?
bees. Do you see the bees on there? It's bees,
No,
brother.
I don't. I don't,
All
bro.
bees.
I don't.
That's all bees.
I don't, bro.
Well, when I get back to the house, I'll show you.
Hey, Smoke, peace, bro.
That's it,
Who's
bro.
sharing
That's
the
all I
screen
want.
right now?
That's all I want,
Who got
bro.
the share screen?
That's all I want.
Yeah, hold on.
Who got the share screen?
What you think I ain't?
Ain't nobody got the share screen right now.
Where is that at? You know where that's at?
No, I don't, bro. I don't know where
That's
it's at.
Fist.
I don't know where
How
it's
you
at.
from Nashville and you don't know what Fist is? You don't know what that is?
I don't know nothing, bro. I don't know nothing. I gotta see it for myself.
You're not from Nashville then, bro. You
No,
lying.
I can't see that little bit ass phone you got. I'm from all over Nashville. I just told you I'm from out south. Edge Hill.
Bro, I don't
Born
believe
and
that.
raised.
What's your people?
Born and raised.
Who your people?
Born
Who
and
your
raised.
people? Who your
Phillips.
people?
Phillips.
Phillips.
Yep. I hold
you know, Chill.
I'll be back. I'm gonna be back.
That's my cousin.
Will? Chill Will?
That's my cousin.
I ask him who Bushead is then.
Man, I ain't gotta ask him all that, man.
You ain't got all you
Let
gotta
me
do
call
is
him on
ask
the
him
phone
who it
right
is.
now so you can hear him. So you can hear him talk to me.
Yeah, put him up on the phone.
Hold on.
And then he gonna tell you who I am.
Hold on. He said,
This is beautiful, nigga. God damn.
Hey, I don't know
This
why
is
he's trying out the seatbelt. He going
Yo, this is beautiful. Family reunion on StreamYard. Y'all, this is beautiful.
He said he wanted to see.
Hold on,
Oh, shit, boy, you done fucked up.
Hey, man,
Sean P, you done fucked up, Sean P.
I'm talking to this dude. Say he know you, man. What's your name again, bro?
Tell him don't even know Bushead.
Bushead.
I didn't hear what you said, Sean.
You hear me? Yeah, I'm
Right.
talking to Bushead
Tell
right
him,
now.
tell him I got stamped and approved. I don't do no lying. Tell him, Chill. That's my family. Chill is my family. What are you talking about?
He said, what's up, Bushead?
Yeah, that's my family. That's fam.
Yeah, he over here making no shit.
He said I'm making no shit. You better ask him. I don't do no lying.
Hey, I'll tell you later. I'm gonna call you right back. All right.
Sean P, you got a fight on your hands, boy.
I ain't got no fight on my hand. I said Spartanburg, South Carolina, 1850, black people owning slaves. Let's go.
That's what you want to see?
Pull it up, dog.
It's sharing in the back.
I told you, bro. You gonna tell y'all
You ain't told me nothing. Hey, share a screen, Smoke.
Hey, Smoke, we might get to use them new shovels after all, bro. We got a body to bury right here.
I don't know how you got a body to bury, but we gonna
that one that started talking. That talking head.
So you see we're in the 1850 slave schedules, right? You can see that.
Did you go to the area that I told you to go to? Spartanburg, South Carolina. Are we even in South Carolina? Can you scroll?
We are in South Carolina. Let me tell
Okay.
you.
Are we again?
Brother, you
I
gotta
said
chill, bro. You finna
Spartanburg,
learn.
South Carolina, please.
Right.
Finna
This
learn.
is Spartanburg, South Carolina,
Pull
right?
up Spartanburg, South Carolina. When you go back to the slave schedule, it does say
Do
Spartanburg.
you see it? It's down there, sir. It's
No,
down there.
I ain't
It's
talking to
down
you,
there.
bro. I'm
This
talking
is
to
the
her.
one. This is the one.
Go to
Spartanburg,
search.
South
Go
Carolina.
to Spartanburg, South Carolina, 1850, please.
Yeah, I'm saying, can you see the screen?
Can you go to 1850?
Can you see the screen? I need you to confirm before I hit search.
You don't need me to confirm. I asked you to go to 1850. That should let you know that I can see the screen.
Sir, come on, quit
Can
being
you see
difficult.
the screen?
Go
Can
to
you see
18.
the screen?
Put the date 1850 in and go.
Okay.
Pull the schedule back up,
Can you read
please.
what's on the top of
Watch
the
this.
screen?
Pull the schedule back up, please. Your search returns 0 good matches. Goodbye.
You want me to get you?
Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm not finna waste no more of my motherfucking time. Who the fuck they thought they was dealing with? That quick. That quick. Who they thought that they was dealing with? She tried to be smart and pull up a slave schedule. It didn't say Spartanburg nowhere on the slave schedule. Spartanburg was nowhere on the slave schedule. Can you see my screen? I need to make sure you can see my screen. Put in 1850, scroll up, 1850, hit search, no results. No match. Goodbye. He just told us. Now he from Nashville. He know my cousin. My cousin says, how the hell do I even know him? Y'all heard him. I called my cousin on the phone. I don't know why I had to call him on the phone, but I called my cousin on the phone just to confirm that he knows who this nigga is. Now my cousin like, how the hell do you know this nigga? He online line, and I'm gonna call him back and tell him he online line. I called him online line. So all I asked her to do was show me black slave owners owning slaves in 1850 in Spartanburg, South Carolina, which is what he said his people are from, and that his granddaddy owned slaves in 1850. When she pulled up the first thing that she pulled up, she was lying. It wasn't no motherfucking Spartanburg. Then when she went to go fix her results, y'all saw her fix her results and hit search and nothing came up. Ladies and gentlemen, there was no black slave owner owning slaves in 1850 in Spartanburg, South Carolina. He said he got a slave schedule. They were showing us everything other than that. I don't believe shit he say. He on the east side. They known for flim-flamming. They lie about every goddamn thing. But a lot of them motherfuckers don't lie about being African. He ain't from Nashville. He asked me where I'm from. I told him out south, because that's where I'm born and raised. Out south. I'm a project baby. I was born in the bricks. My mama project building was right next door to the big field. I seen everybody get shot, all the fights, all the drug deals right out my window. And around the corner from that was my grandmama house, where I was at most of the time. And that was right across from where they newly built basketball court and playground that they put in when we was kids. By the time we moved up out the projects, they had completed the playground. Everybody has seen my baby picture with my daddy squatting down next to me in the projects by the dumpster. He said he got to Nashville when he was 6 or 7. If he know my cousin Chill, that means he at least 6 or 7 years younger than me. Listen to this real quick. If Spartanburg is Charleston, South Carolina, guess what? No searches yielded. See, all I did was go over there and ask a question. Then when they start having answers to the question, all I did was request the evidence. Show me. No, don't tell me. Show me. The reason that I said show me and not tell me is because now they have to put something on the screen. When you make them put something on the screen, now you got them where you want them. So if YK was paying attention to that, as a matter of fact, Honey Clark, clip the video part of me on there asking the question and Dulcinea coming up there trying to act like she refuting something. Remember, they said they pulling out shovels. Clip the part with me and her. And me and her coming on and her saying he go to slave schedule, which she didn't show, and then show her doing a search and then it returning no results. And then if you got enough clip, make sure you clip the part out where they claim Spartanburg is Charleston. Please, just do that for me. Because you quick with it. I done kick that shit off. That's all I did. Now hold on. Let me get not a coincidence back on the line. This motherfucker was taking a goddamn nap. Yeah, she definitely didn't give me no smoke. Hey, bro, so I was on smoke signal.
I was just listening.
Okay, so if you was listening, you see how she tried to play? Yeah. And all I did was, right, I ain't argue with nobody. I ain't do nothing. Show it to me. She tried to play me with that schedule.
Yeah, and they fucking confusing. They thinking the color and race of the owner is not on the slave schedule. They think because they got the owner's name and then it's a deed. But what it starts with is naming the first slave, not naming the first slave, but it's listing the first slave. The color and race, that's what they're trying to say, because it's a B by the name that makes it him. That's not him.
Nah, and another thing about that is, as I kept it simple, the dude said that he was from Spartanburg, South Carolina, and his people own slaves. So I asked him to pull up the information. She wanted to be bold enough to come up there and share some shit. And then her search results 0.
Yeah, I seen that part. Yeah.
I listen, once she yielded no results, ain't nothing else for me to talk about, because now you're gonna move the goalposts and you ain't got nothing else. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got nothing else. And you ain't gonna let me get off my next question, because I'm gonna trap you the next time I ask you something. So it was just best for me to leave right then and save whatever I want to ask them later. Another time when I pop up on their ass and handle business. Yeah, that's it. A simple drive-by. Yo, the people like, where the hell you been at? I told them you was asleep, bro.
You said what?
They asked, everybody was in the chat asking where you was at. I told them you was asleep.
Oh yeah, I dozed off. So
see?
I was listening, I fell asleep.
See? They thought I was lying. Man? Yeah, I'm still live. I was trying to end the show. Then I seen that this motherfucker was live. So I had to get my one question in. Yeah. Hey, she pissed. I know she pissed. I know she bothered by me, because if YK paying attention, he gonna clip that shit up too. He gonna like Dawson. They try to play him.
That's how I did him last night.
Yeah.
They trying to Cosmo tried to argue about the 1619 story. Talking about they didn't come from Africa, and he brings up a source that says they came from Africa.
Yeah, I got her ass.
Niggas is retarded.
Yeah, I got her ass. Facts. But that's it, man. I ain't gonna hold you up. YK came in late too. Oh, y'all gotta let him know I just came through there. Yeah, because I know he'll clip that shit up because he anytime Dosane speak, he on her like white on rice.
Yeah, she's disrespectful.
Yeah. I ain't let her listen.
Make her look stupid.
Yeah, I ain't let her get nothing off either. That's why I said goodbye. This mission over. Yeah. Yeah, run down on him. hit him with a 2-piece. Damn, maybe I should have stayed for like one more question. Because he said there was somebody in Nashville that was black that was owning slaves. And yeah, that would have been another rundown. And she would have been trying to prove that shit too. Because she tried to back them niggas up, but she don't know how to research, bro. She should have known damn well not to look that shit up. 1850?
Yes, they don't know what they're talking about. And she think because she come from Top Cat, she knows something.
Yeah, well, I don't know how they gonna spin this drive-by I just did on their ass. Yeah, I definitely don't know how they gonna just spin that. But yeah, man, let me fuck with these people, man, before we shut down. And then if you popping up over there, send me a text, let me know.
Yeah, I just hear my girl and we just ran out to get some pizza real quick.
Oh, okay.
Back to the crib in a little bit.
All right. I got you. Peace. Come on, y'all. Watch this. So I put in Black Slave Owners of Nashville, Tennessee. Although I got a book about everything in Tennessee, I ain't never heard of a black slave owner in Tennessee, like Buddy was saying. You know what I'm saying? So Nashville Enslaved and Free People of Color database. We always have that. But he said slavers. We're not going to find anyone in Nashville who was the black slave owner. We're not going to find it. It's just not going to happen. I do a lot of searching for Tennessee because I be trying to walk down AP. I mean A1. Aboriginal Power. Because he in the state of Tennessee too. Once I've identified that you're in the state of Tennessee, then I know how life goes for your black ass in Tennessee. These people, and even the Indians, they were not fucking with us. We were beneath them. Tenfold, we were beneath them. Like, that's why if any of y'all could just look up, you don't need me, you could understand what I'm saying. I was specific. I made it specific because I didn't want to generalize it. You notice how one brother came on there and said, North Carolina. No, I didn't say North Carolina. I said South Carolina. You have to be specific and you have to make them own it. So if they're trying to prove you wrong, you gonna fuck them up. Now, here's a little history fact about Tennessee. I'm about to share my screen and show you this shit. And I've been on this motherfucker too long, boy. People if whoever catching the replay of this shit, they're gonna have a good time with this video. Right here, black, slave, and free made up 20% of Fort Nashboro in 1779. Nashville was led by a small group of black elites. We can even go look at the elites. He ain't black, by the way. His school down the street. John Overton School is on the south side. But when they start talking about African Americans, they're going to tell you who these people were. They have no quarrels about the black people in Tennessee at all. Look, This is on the north side of town right here. This picture, they called it the Black Bottom. This is downtown. This is downtown, this up here. To the right is Joe Johnson. My daddy, my uncle, my cousins used to live in the projects that was close to downtown. It used to flood over there real bad until they started running the water a different way on Joe Johnson. And they, you know what I'm saying, they tore down shit and made them housing projects. All the way to that, it's a church down there as well. Look, free blacks in Tennessee. Not one of these motherfuckers talking about slave owners. I know where to go and confirm stuff when it comes to Tennessee. And each state has a tool that can help you confirm things. That's why when you hear people saying outrageous bullshit about your city and your state, or claiming to be indigenous or any of that shit, they're lying. They're lying. From Knoxville to Memphis, they're lying. My brother's dad used to work here, Bell Mead Plantation, as a server. The only beautiful thing about what he did was he used to bring us home food we could never eat. Me and my brother. They was racist then, and that was in the 80s. They still racist now. They don't let black people into their club. Bell Mead Plantation. It's the good old boys, old money, old white money type shit. Let's look at this journal and see if we could find the word slave owner. Watch this. There you go. Only one response. More than 100 years passed after the neo-Confederate writers took control of the state's history, causing black history to become lost, stolen, and strayed. To quote actor Bill Cosby, from Tennessee's history books, in their zeal to cleanse the evil chapter of Confederacy and redeem their Confederate ancestors, many white writers contributed conscious and unconsciously to the deficits and distortions in Tennessee's history. They painted a colored canvas using one color, white, to sterilize slavery and glorify the Confederacy. Reading their books, articles, including works for the public sector, the state Tennessee Blue Book, children in particular, could conclude erroneously that all blacks were slaves, all whites were slave owners, and the Confederates won the Civil War, and freedom contributed nothing to the intellectual, cultural, and economic society in Tennessee. That's a bar. But here's the problem. Because where this article comes from, they source Ivan Van Sertima in his book and talk about they came before Columbus, yada, 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 yada. And it's Mr. Lovett's book. And this is his contribution to the Tennessee State Library and his argument in writing. But he uses it sparingly to talk about a lot of things. That's why it's so long. It's a generalization of an amalgamation of history over time. But he gets to it. Van Sertima does show up in here some goddamn where, but then somewhere down here. And what's funny is this. whenever true stories start challenging people to do presentations about where they from, under their feet, and learn the Black history, that was a unique challenge for a lot of people. But I don't think y'all remember when I dropped the Negro in Nashville presentation. When I dropped the Negro in Nashville presentation, that was off the back of being challenged by Danny or True Storian to, you know, educate people about that. So it was pivotal. So there was a lot of prominent things that was going on, right? Just like the slave market was right there where the Black Bottom was, there was a warehouse where they sold Black people at. That was the slave market. It was off of Charlotte. And today you would know that the area that look all nice and gentrified now and got all these buildings down there right behind that church and all that was once a slave market. But yeah, dude was quick to lie and talk about it. And I knew he was lying. That's why I wanted to get on and challenge the lie so badly, because I knew he was lying. Now he probably shuffling around saying this, that, and the third. And I don't care nothing about none of that. But like I showed not a coincidence the other day, and I even put this up on a post on the study. Let's look up this gentleman right here. Eliu Embre. Let's look him up. Show y'all some. Paste. Pull him up. Let's see who this dude is. He got a wiki page. Real quick. So he was an abolitionist in Jonesboro, Tennessee, and a publisher of Manumission's Intelligencer. Founded in 1819, it was the first newspaper in the United States devoted exclusively to the cause of abolishing slavery. Ember was the son of a Quaker minister and a wife who moved from Pennsylvania to Washington County in East Tennessee. Where dudes say he lived at? East Tennessee. Where AP at? East Tennessee. He had an older brother named Elijah. It is known where Eliu attended school, although some accounts suggest he was taught by noted Presbyterian minister Samuel Doak at Washington College Academy. So he's responsible for the emancipation. Excuse me, anti-slavery news article. That's him. Now, why did I say that? Because we go back to here. It says East Tennessee manifested an early anti-slavery sentiment. Some 25-year manumission societies before 1830 and attracted major figures in the emerging national campaign against slavery. Many men like Eliu Embre, and let's look up Benjamin Lundy, attempted, what did they do? Attempt to find ways to achieve emancipation without violent upheaval. In 1829, the Tennessee Colonization Society organized to send emancipated slaves to Liberia, transporting 870 slaves to Africa in the period that ended in 1866. So now, let's look up his other dude, Benjamin Lundy. Both of these people are attached to the areas of where the dude that I just spoke to in APR. Watch. Lundy was a Quaker. From New Jersey, the United States established several anti-slavery newspapers, traveled widely. He lectured public and published seeking to limit slavery's expansion and tried to find a place outside the U.S. to establish a colony in which free slaves might relocate. Now you see the significance of him. You see his significance. All right. So these people are tied at the hip with trying to do their due diligence to get people up out of this motherfucker as a solution to part of their problems. And as usual, Greenville, Tennessee, you know, he had his work published there in the newspaper realm. But what's that? Oh, that poem. Yeah, fuck that poem. But that's pretty much it. These two white people are pivotal in the anti-slavery sentiment, and that's why I don't understand how AP talked the shit that he talked. Now, I still ain't found a black slave owner in Nashville, Tennessee, or in the state of Tennessee. Rutherford County should have one because I remember seeing one before, and I'm Googling it right now. Let's see, here we go. Let's look up Mr. Fagan. I mean, not Fagan. All right, here we go. Black slave owner in Rutherford County. Image challenges many preconceived notions of antebellum South and its social structure. But such a shocking image was the reality in Rutherford County, Davidson County, and Wilson counties. Along these three counties lived Sherrod Bryant, a free black man whose land holdings totaled nearly 1,000 acres. The site of his plantation has largely been overtaken by backwaters of the Percy Priest Lake. So yes, if you're in Nashville and you've ever been to Nashville, you know the Percy Priest Lake is, yeah, like that. And the Stones River and Lone Hunter State Park. But a 300-acre portion, which his sons later inherited, became known as Bryant's Groves Recreation Area in northernmost Rutherford County, along what is now Hobson and Couchville Pike. I can take y'all to Hobson Pike. A state historical marker, because it's just 5 minutes from me where I'm at now. A state historical marker now stands at the very spot to inform visitors of this surprising story. Bryant was known as probably the wealthiest free person of color in Middle Tennessee prior to the Civil War. Free person of color was the legal definition given to free slaves. Yes. And their descendants. And they usually gained their freedom when a sympathetic master granted it to them in a court of law. Ladies and gentlemen, my grandmother, on my daddy's side, my great-great-grandmama don't live the life that she lived if it wasn't for her slave master, who went against his family and willed the land that my great-granny and grandfather slaved on, and wielded them the land because it was his grandchild. He wielded the land to his grandchild. She was a black woman. Yeah. Now, they were required to carry proof of free status all the time, and they had to produce their papers to anyone who asked. Such was the case with Bryant. Listen to this. You remember when I told dude that Tennessee was North Carolina? What does it say right here? Who was born into slavery in Granville County, North Carolina in 1781, where his master actually provided him with schooling within the household. He relocated to the Tennessee frontier near the settlement of Old Jefferson on the Stones River and immediately began buying land, a guaranteed mark of wealth and power at the time. 1850 U.S. Census shows Bryant owning $15,000 worth of real estate and an additional $10,900 of property, including slaves. There you go. Farm implements to livestock. This is the third time I've read this. He came, and the other two were 2 or 3 years ago. He came to operate 2 large farming operations, one in present-day Donaldson in Davidson County, which is the county I used to live in, another in Rutherford County, which is the county that I'm in now, which was later deeded to his 4 sons. Brian owned 21 male and female slaves, ranging from infancy to 44 years old, according to the census, September 26, 1850. This is your one. In my area, this is it. It's it. I should be able to find way more than just him. And I can't. I can't find nobody else that was black and owned slaves. There were free blacks here. There were some wealthy people here. Some people really got on. They had trades and they did really good work with their trades. I showed y'all his name, right? Y'all kept hearing me say Brian, right? They dedicated a landmark to him. Here you go. Certificate of Freedom praising his industry and morality. Sure, Brian Mudu here from yada yada yada. Anything that I just read, probably the wealthiest free black in Tennessee. End of story. That's it. But if Honey Claw, you still in the chat and you saying that they turned around and said that Spartanburg was Carolina is crazy. I mean Charleston. I said Carolina. Charleston is crazy. He keep telling me not to do this, but it's fun. What you talking about? Did they show black on and whites yet, Sean? No. Yeah, they tried to say it was Charleston, but I looked that up and it's not. Oh, everybody, I'll be on Sonetta tomorrow at 4:30, letting them know why the world isn't 6,000 years old. Oh, shit. Sean half awake, still trying to twist the knife. I ain't sleepy. Anyone on Smoke's channel, there are liars. I thought Aboriginal Coward was from Mississippi. No. Aboriginal Coward is from Knoxville, Tennessee. That's why his name is Calvin Denzel Roberts. Yeah, I was ready to give up. I definitely was. Keisha keep talking about her family from Tennessee. Cap. He went live 10. Okay. All right, I'm caught up. Sean Effaway still trying to twist a knife. I ain't sleepy. Oh damn, he from where you at? Yeah, he from East Tennessee, he from Knoxville. He ain't from Nashville, he from Knoxville. So he about 2.5 hours. My advertisements. Oh, you talking about Sonetta. Oh, I don't do Sonetta. Yeah, I don't do that nigga. I don't fuck with that nigga at all. He don't wanna meet up. I'm exposing all the lies. He definitely don't want to meet up. I see him face to face. We probably will fight. We probably will fight first. I ain't gonna lie to you. It might be one of them. Yeah, mulattoes get called black. But there's no damn, let me stop sharing the screen. There's no evidence. That shit they claiming and calling. Nah.
Now hold on, let me do this. They was thinking that I was saying did no black people own slaves, and that wouldn't even be true. So Joshua, hold up, William Ellison Jr. and Joshua Ward. William Ellison Jr. was from South Carolina, but I don't know where. And Joshua Ward Blacks. There's a book called Free Black Slave Masters in South Carolina from 1790 to 1860. Let me see if I can get this book. Let me see if I can get this book. Black Slave Owners. Let me. Larry Koger. What is this one? Black Slave Owners. South Carolina. Hold on, y'all. That's in Louisiana. It's all of them. According to the federal census, 1830 free blacks owned more than 10,000 slaves in Louisiana, Maryland, South Carolina, and Virginia. The majority of black slave owners lived in Louisiana. Black slave owner. This the book too. And I unsubscribe. I'm gonna have to pay for the subscription again. Motherfucker. No, I ain't. Am I? Yep. Your Scribe membership expired. Click here to renew. Fuck y'all. I ain't trying to pay for this shit right now. Alright, hold on 1 second, y'all. I'm trying to get this book. I get this book. I'm gonna go back over there if I get this book. $25. Y'all more nerdy than me. Sitting in the chat listening to me and shit. Honey Clark listening to everybody. She done came up in the world. Now you know her head big. She on Sinetta now. She done made the big stage. I don't even know why she came over here. Ebook. The reason that I want this book, several reasons. One, OTK. And YK the Truth. YK the Truth. See, this motherfucker keep taking me to Holloway article. There's 17 pages. I don't want Holloway's article. I want the book. Black slave owners, free black slave masters. Hold on, y'all. I might be cooking with grits. I might be cooking. I get this book. Y'all get the book. I'm just keeping it book. I'm gonna, man, I get this book. Y'all definitely get this book. We're gonna play the whole game. And we're gonna beat them up with this book. I'm telling you. Because I know what I'm talking about. This book gonna confirm every fucking thing that we need to know about ourselves as people. Black joining the ranks of white. Nope, that ain't the book. It's a whole nother bullshit. Larry Koger book. Is he a black dude? No, it can't be a black dude. Y'all can't see my screen. My bad. Hold up. Yeah, I ain't know if y'all, my bad. Why y'all ain't say nothing? I can't let y'all look at what I'm searching, though. Oh, I got a 110-page article. A dissertation written by a grad student. Black joining the ranks of white. Black slave owning in the 1800s. Ooh. Let me drop that on y'all. Let me drop that on my people in the chat. She said, what? I did. What are you talking about? Did you clip the video up? Nah, I ain't showing y'all nothing. Y'all trying to make it easy to understand stuff. Yeah, you need to where that video at? I told you clip it. Man, I cannot get this mug free. Black masters, the misunderstood slave owners. Black slave owners. Watch that. How much you charging for the book? Knew it. Y'all was trying to say this dude must be a black person. A black person wrote this book. Y'all know black people, they don't be letting you get nothing. You can't find a book. That mug got to be out of print for you get that mug for real. Hold on. Google might be good to me. Why the fuck I can't get the PDF then? This is bullshit. Yeah, the smoke signal clip. So here's a book I was talking about. Black slave owners, free black slave masters, South Carolina. Damn, it's just a preview. Motherfuckers. The Denmark vested conspiracy, brown masters versus black slaves. Either a slave nor a free person. Ain't none of this gonna show you the blacks own whites. Let me get all the way to chapter 3 though. It did do that. But y'all really like the smoke. Y'all is here for it. I said I was leaving. The numbers dropped. Then the people came back. The colored slave masters lived in paradise when compared to a lowly slave. But if their life was limited to a very elite group in Palmetto State, there were only 7 large rice planters of African descent, and they were primarily related by ties of kinship. The Pendarvis family was one of the largest slave-owning colored households in the plant rice in the state. During the middle part of the 1730s, the mulatto children of Joseph Pendarvis, a white planter of, no wonder he was white. Hold on. So I'm trying to reply to something. I need this book, bro.
We need this book. Black slave owners PDF. Fuck. This ain't the book. Nope. I got this already. So they keep taking me to this. So I'm gonna give y'all this as well. It's an article written by Joseph Holloway. Joseph Holloway, there you go right there. Joseph Holloway wrote Africanisms in America. So make sure y'all got that. And then the preview for this book, as you can see, it just ran out of time. But I continued. I just kept getting that Joseph Holloway link. Black slave owners. The spot where I be getting free books, I ain't got it free. They don't have a book. Download the PDF. All right, y'all, hold on. Download PDF. Dum 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 dum. Eddie, are you okay? Eddie, are you okay? Are you okay, Eddie? You've been hit by the smooth criminal. I'm out here jacking for books. Yes, sir. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me see if this gonna download. I'm jacking for the books. You've been hit by a smooth criminal. It says 3 minutes. Actually, a little less than 3 minutes, but let me see. Like I said, I get this. You can ask Melvin because he still have the link to that site where you can download all the books, especially if he's logged in and he's registered to that one site that they had before, where they were getting every single book that came out. You said me, yeah, I'm a smooth criminal. What are you talking about? That's the reason why I'm saying it. Shit, I'm jacking for books. Well, don't hate on my progress, bro. I don't hate on nobody's progress. I hate on my progress, bro, at all. Just hope his book start download because it's processing the document. It's a whole nother site. Pull up on their ass. I am. Soon as it download, I'm going right back to them. So let's talk about these slave owners in South Carolina. How about none of these motherfuckers is in the area that you said your people own land, player? That's the only reason I want to do it, because this nigga was over there talking, bumping his gun. We have updated the terms and conditions for Paramount Plus. I don't give a damn, bro. I barely be watching that shit. You better be glad I got a subscription. I watch that shit because of The Shy. A little 1 or 2 movies I might like.
It will be auto downloaded to your browser when Q finished. Okay. All right, I don't see anything there. Yeah, if this book, if I am able to get this book through this site right here, I would definitely share the book. I know y'all heard me mention about the article dropping. It's gonna be on Same Tree, Different Branch. I had to write an article for Kofi's magazine, and then the article that I finished up for a little slight ABO inference. That's about 20 pages. So if y'all ain't got like 30 minutes to read that, that's crazy. This motherfucker keep on me using my social, bro. Crazy too. My cousin back in Colorado. Okay, cool. So. All right, so what we dealing with? What else they saying over there? Bar pull up on her. She a self-hating African arguing with her own DNA. Oh, you talking about Dulcinea? Yeah, Dulcinea definitely is a self-hating African for sure. And she thought she was slick. She thought she was just popping up. She thought she was just popping up like, yeah, I'm about to show Sean this, that, and the third. You ain't show me shit. Nah, the article, hold on. It's been more than 3 minutes, bro. There you go. We in our store the files. Press the files here. Cancel. I don't think I'm getting it booked. Them are taking way too long. Oh shit. Oh, no wonder. Hold up. Okay, tap the things you can pick using only one hand. Chessboard that you can pick up. Shit, we ain't picking up no. Are these paintings? Nah, bro, I'm going with chess pieces. This more asked me if we could pick up elephants. Uh-oh. 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 Feeling like SETI. Feeling like SETI. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We finna go back and do another drive-by. Entire screen share. Windows share. Books share. Share book. Salute, new sub. What's up, Ja? What's good with you out here in these streets? Appreciate you subscribing. I don't know what I did to earn your subscription, but if you want to let me know, right? If you want to let me know, just let me know. So here go the book, ladies and gentlemen. The one that I've been failing. Hold up. It said it failed, though. Dang. It's the book, though. It failed. All right, so let me try again. Let me remove it. Let me delete it. That's the book, though. It just failed.
Stay right there. Damn. I thought I had snuck my way into reality. And this place is a whole nother place too. It's a different site. Come on, bro. Give me this book. Select the things that best match the theme of the sample. 2, 3. That's it. 1, 2, 3. Verified. Oh, I got the book. Oh. Y'all see the book in cloud, but I got the book though. Hold on. Stop sharing. Yep, I got the book. All right, I'm gonna share the link. I don't know what this is. Move the trash. Yup. I got the motherfucking book. Oh, what did it say? I was downloading that bitch twice. Oh, it's not complete? Damn. Oh, let me share my screen. Fuck y'all. I found a new place to steal books. Why she take the DNA test to discount it? I don't know. She took a DNA test and then she married a dude. She married the African dude. All right, so y'all should be able to see my screen. They definitely ain't reading this book. This shit 600 pages. Let me do this. This what I like. Can y'all see my? Yeah, you can see my screen. All right, so this what I like about shit. I like this shit right here because I can highlight. All right, so here we go. Let's skip all the bullshit. Hey, so I'm gonna put the link in the chat, right? Or who want the book? If you want access to the book, put a 1 in the chisel. 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat. Oh yeah, as a disclaimer, I do not steal books. I'm lying. I don't steal no books. Definitely don't steal books. I read books, I don't steal. This motherfucker tell you how many pages left in the chapter. One of the most important sources which can be used to examine free black slaveholding in the federal census. The federal enumeration gives not only the number of free black slaveholders, but also the number of slaves held by black masters. Yet, despite the historical usefulness of the census, such documents present the historians with many problems, particularly when the phenomenon of black slave owning is explored. Yada, 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 yada. 4 columns listed age groups, 15 through 26, 20. Okay. Yada, yada, yada. All right. I'm skipping all of that. Leonard P. Curry, author of The Free Black and Urban America, 1800-1850, observes the possibility of yada, yada, yada. Leonard P. Curry's concerns with the blah, 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 blah. His, in 1840, Anthony Weston, a free black of Charleston, here you go, was reported as the head of household, which included 8 slaves. Okay. Furthermore, I'm just skimming right now, y'all, because y'all know I got to read this shit. Sources, Department of blah, blah, blah. Percentage of free black slave owners and slave holding heads of, that's right. You're a head of household that claim that shit, say you own a slave. Okay, 25%, 22%, 23%, in 1860, 92%. This is weird. How would 92% of the people in 1860, that's because they would be considered heads of household, or heads of the family. But that don't necessarily mean the people was enslaved, especially in the 60s. One reason for blacks not reporting their ownership of slaves was their kinship ties to the human chattel. For example, John Morris, a free black and a wheelwright of Charleston City, purchased his 2 daughters, Rosanna and Carolina, from Josiah Payne for $300 in 1849. After Morris bought his 2 girls, he purchased his wife, Grace, and their son, Joseph and Willie B. Hold up. This nigga ain't got no goddamn slaves. This nigga is bruh. He purchased his daughters, his wife, and his son. It sounds like he buying freedom to me. That's not slavery. Let me check the chat. Queen Cheetah is here, and she don't never say nothing. Put the link in the back chat, Sean. Okay, all right. Look, hold on real quick. Let me I'm gonna give y'all the link to where I got the book from. All y'all gotta do is scroll down and check the box where it says I am human, answer the questions, and then you got the access to the book. I got it the easy way for you. Yes, that's what we're dealing with right now, Stoke. Look, read what's on the screen, bro. I'm gonna highlight it. Let me go back. Right here. Look at this shit. One reason for blacks not reporting their ownership of slaves was their kinship ties to their human chattel. For example, John Morris, a free black will writer, Charleston. I need to, let me expand this. Okay, there we go. Hold on. Highlight. Yellow. All right, y'all should be able to see the screen. Yeah, we still live. Yeah, you silently watch my ass. Y'all got access to the book now. So one of the reasons blacks not reporting, yada, yada, yada. So this gentleman, John Morris, purchased his 2 daughters from Josiah Payne, who owned them in 1849. After he bought his 2 girls, he purchased his wife, Grace, and their son, Joseph, from Willie B. So William B. owned his wife and his son. Josiah Payne owned his 2 daughters. So he bought 4 people. Rather than tell the census taker that his wife and children were slaves, he simply stated that his loved ones were free blacks. According to the 8th federal enumeration, Morris' household consisted of his wife, Grace, their 4 children. Although he reported his family as free persons of color, he still paid the city taxes for the 5 slaves. I thought it was 4. Oh, 4 children and his wife. Duh. Like John Morris, some other free blacks refused to consider or refer to their family members as slaves. As a result, few of these colored slaveholders told the federal census marshals that their kinfolks were slaves. Man, it sounds like he purchased freedom. And he knew he's purchased freedom because he was owning his own family members. He wasn't finna work them like no damn dogs. He got his family back. The fuck? As we leave the confines of Charleston City, the rural areas of South Carolina, yada, 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 the census returns difficult to interpret. In the back country, free black occasionally resided on plantations and farms which had white owners. It was not unusual for free blacks to work on plantations and farms as slave drivers and overseers. Consequently, the white owners left their estates during the summer season to escape the dreaded fever. Yada, 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 yada. An example of this sort of confusion is 1840 census reported that Elijah Collins, Frederick Rutledge were heads of households with free colored persons and slaves living in the dwelling. The information reported by enumerators implied that both men were free blacks and slave owners, but that was true only for Elijah Collins. According to the tax list of 1824, he was a free black and the owner of 37 slaves. Furthermore, he stated in the last will and testament that he was a free person of color living in Georgetown County. Frederick Rutledge, however, was of Caucasian descent. Both of his parents, Frederick and Harriet, were of English heritage. The 1860 census reported that Rutledge was a white planter of St. James Center Parish. Short man appears, blah, 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 record of free black slave owners, when in fact, white absentee slave owner who's a state devoid, yada, 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 yada. So this whole black people owning slave shit is tricky. Look what Wilson got. Y'all got the book. So everybody got the book now. Sean, who that bald dude on the picture? For the video, that's V-Note. That's V-Note in that picture. So it's not all black and white, pardon the punch, so to speak. The punch. No, it's not black and white at all. Because you're not finna tell me that the example that we just read, right? The example that we just read about John Morris, he purchases his wife and 4 children. Does that sound like he buying slaves to you? Even though they were slaves, it sounds like to me that he's purchasing his family's freedom, because now they're up under him and he ain't reporting them as slaves. And he ain't treating them like slaves. This is goddamn family. How many of y'all gonna purchase your husband and kids and then say they slaves? So no, it's clearly a lot of confusion here, and we got to be very careful with what we're insinuating would be black people owning slaves, because we just read an example of Mr. Morris, and that's shocking. Pendarvis, I just mentioned this dude, James Pendarvis, in an article. This must be this, yeah, in another article earlier. I put that in the chat. Pendarvis, listen to this. James Pendarvis was married to a white woman, Catherine Rump Pendarvis, who was a daughter of Peter Rump, white planter, Bartholomew's Parish in Charleston. Yet, the few aspects of his account were slightly overstated. For example, he overestimated the number of slaves owned by James Pendarvis. According to the first federal census, Pendarvis owned 123 slaves and not 200, as the Duke reported in his book. Furthermore, the federal enumerator did not refer to James Pendarvis as a free Negro, but as a white man. The federal census, 1790 and 1800, as well as the tax list 85 and 86, reported James Pendarvis and his family not as free persons of color, but as white persons. See, this is tricky. I'm gonna have to sit the fuck down and read this one day. Or we can have like a little book club and we can go chapter by chapter, since I gave everybody the book. Yeah, he definitely. It was the humiliate him. He talking all that damn Panama talk. The numbers and distribution of black slaveholders. So yeah, I definitely got to get into that. I don't even want to pull up on them with this book because it's way too much. I know y'all got to see the books. I don't know. I ain't giving y'all no other books. I've been giving y'all shit every day. But nah, this time around though, I'm finna get off the stream though. So I appreciate everybody tapping in. That's an old African custom to redeem someone, usually a family member, out of slavery, which was an indentured servitude. Correct? That's correct. And that's my whole thing about all of that, is that like we got people running around here saying these people were X, Y, and Z, and then we go do the work, and then we come to find out, right, that there's more to it than what we are thinking of it, right? That these people that we're insinuating are this and that. They ain't purchasing slaves. They buying a family up out of bondage. And if y'all ain't buying y'all family up out of bondage, I understand. I don't want to do that. I get it. It ain't for everybody. I don't even like that one. Was he just white passing? The last dude, read the book. You just seen me put that shit on the screen. You gonna ask me passing for white? No, the numerator fucked it up and called him a white man. That's what I'm saying. You gotta read that shit. That shit's interesting. It's that type of stuff. It intrigues my interest. Knowing how this shit go. I never really studied like black slave owners. I mean, because you know about them, but to what extent were they really black slaves? You know, were black slave owners like black police officers? I used to think about that. I used to think that, you know, but then I was like, hell no.
Because they buying their family members freedom and shit. They just didn't call it freedom. Because they weren't telling these people all their business. But them people, they just wanted the bread anyway. You understand me? You smell me? Yes, sir. So listen, man, I'm gonna let y'all get on with y'all day. I'm gonna enjoy my evening, and I'm gonna drink a smoothie or some shit and read this book. That's how I'm gonna do it. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Make sure y'all clip up that drive by on Dulcinea Smoke Signal channel. Yes, sir. Make sure y'all get it in context so people understand that I asked my question appropriately, stuck to it, and then they provided the bullshit. Ramon, no problem, brother. Y'all enjoy, man. I hope y'all get into that book too, man. Maybe next time we have something to talk about. So this time it's official with like a referee with a whistle. I might put that book in the description though. The link to the book in the description for people who come back. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't want no ABOs misrepresenting the motherfucking source.
How the fuck y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find y'all
own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
Feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, nope. You ain't a Chickasaw, nope. You ain't a Blackfoot, nope. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an ABO slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top ABO leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, no. You ain't a Chickasaw, no. You ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an ABO slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK. TKO. Now he's a con. OTK. You died. TKO. Genealogy.